Thank you. The graduate students are getting settled in. We want to give a shout out to Avalon for leading that Ole for us. And now what I'd like to do is invite Hannah up to the stage for the land acknowledgement.
Aloha mai kako. We can never overstate the importance of doing a land acknowledgement, and this is just one way in academia where we can pay tribute to the indigenous peoples of place. So we are located on unceded traditional Kanaka Maoli ancestral homelands. Hilo has several meanings, including first night after the new moon, or to braid or twist. Since time immemorial, Kanaka Maoli have been and continue to be deeply intertwined with these lands.
Thank you, Hannah, for that powerful land acknowledgement. All right, so before we jump into the presentations, I would like to talk a little bit about the program. And so the Masters of Science in Tropical Conservation and Biology at UH Hilo has been here since 2004, and the first cohort was 13. And sometime around 2014 or so, they had decided that to revamp the program a little bit and have a professional master's where the graduate students get that hands-on embedded experience. So the first cohort kicked off in 2018. There were 22 people in that cohort, of which 15 of that cohort have graduated with a master's, a professional master's. And this is our fourth cohort that you're going to hear today. And I'm super proud of them. They have, they came in, as you can see, during the pandemic. These are the ones that you're going to hear from today. They have done at least a 600-hour internship. Some of them have done a lot more than 600 hours. And with at least one mentoring agency, and you'll see that some have done it with up to, I think 3 is the most that we have presenting today. But they also, beyond doing that embedded internship, they had to do 36 hours of course study. And that meant 9 credits of core courses, the internship track credits, which end up being a total of 12. And then they got to choose 15 electives so they could modify or mold their course of study to their particular interests. However, they did have some parameters. They had to have a foundational class, they had to have a methods class and an applications class. But they've all completed all of this. They have to give this presentation as part of their requirements to graduate and submit a final report that will be housed in our library system in Hoku. So if you want to read the details about the work that they did, that will be available hopefully by the end of the summer for everyone. And with that said, I would like to bring Maki up to the microphone. And so she will be, she is the mentor of our first presenter, and she's going to say a few words. So I'm going to step away.
Awesome. Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Aloha kakayaka. My name is Maki Morinoe. I'm a 4th generation Kama'aina of Holualoa. I lived through the lenses of my family's immigrant history as Japanese American settlers, impacted by World War II, Executive Order 9066, the first generation impacted by the birth of OHA, breathing Hawaiiana back into our community. I chair an organization called Huli PAC. It's an acronym for Help Uplift Leaders of Integrity. PAC stands for Political Action Committee. I'm humbled to be considered and asked to introduce Hannah Hartman today. Because our island is big, regretfully, I could not deliver a lay and introduce you, Hannah, in person. Yet the Zoom platform has opened up opportunities for a conscious ripple effect, creating possibilities worldwide, including the birth of Huli PAC for our island. I want to express my deepest gratitude towards Hannah's advisor, Lisa Canale, We are grateful you allowed Hilo to add Huli Pack to your menu for internship opportunities. It facilitates an opportunity for both its organization and the students to gain leverage to access real-world, real-time problem solving, giving our young leadership a place to shape their future narrative. We hope many young leaders consider Huli Pack in the future to move this island towards an indigenously progressive ahupua'a system, towards a regenerative and equity-based system, while being unapologetically climate resilient, placing greater importance on circular economics before offshore investors, a future for all life, propelling us to a radically Pono lifestyle on Hawaii Island. Hannah Hartman is a scholar activist from Los Angeles, California, traditional Tongva territory. She received her Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Science and Management with a focus on ecological restoration and minors in geospatial analysis, wildland soil science, and fire ecology from Humboldt State University, which is in unceded Wiyot land. Hannah is about to complete her master's in science in tropical conservation, biology, and environmental science from the University of Hawaii at Hilo. Hannah actively serves on several boards and committees, is involved in numerous community organizations, and spends her free time surfing, disc golfing, or with good company. While Hannah, much of her work involves grassroots biorestoration, she wants to make it clear that the solution to environmental degradation and the climate crisis is giving land back and making reparations. After graduating, she will co-found an organization dedicated to cleaning up aina using Pono biorestoration techniques. Hannah is passionate about systemic change and hopeful for a sustainable future. Before I hand the mic over to Hannah, I wanted to close with a quote from Greta Thunberg. "You are never too small to make a difference. Once we start to act, hope is everywhere. So instead of looking for hope, look for action. Then and only then, hope will come." Mahalo piha. And Hannah, it is an honor to know you, support you, and work alongside you. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui Maki. That was such a thorough introduction. I really appreciate you and your mentorship. Is there anything I need to do? Oh, yeah. Also, I was waiting to cough until after you finished talking. And I have water because I don't think I can get through 30 minutes of talking without drinking at least twice.
Where is there we go.
Can everyone on Zoom see that okay? Oh, groovy.
You should be able to click through.
Okay, really, we're gonna test click. Okay, test click, check. All right, aloha mai kako o hana ko'u inoa no Los Angeles, traditional Tongva territory maiau, noho au mahilo, he hamana au. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hannah Hartman. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, traditional Tongva territory. And I'm now wrapping up my master's in tropical conservation biology and environmental science. And I now call Hilo and this aina my home. It's an incredible privilege. I'm very, very honored. And so what I did during my master's is exactly what I want to talk to you all about today. My title is Aligning with Fungi to Heal the Aina and Huli the System. Before I move on, I have a lot of ohana or family tuning in from the continent. So I'm going to do my very best at translating any of the Olelo Hawaii or the Hawaiian words that I use today. Okay, to give us a bit of direction for my talk, I'm going to start by breaking down my title. I'll then give another land acknowledgement and a call to action. I'll give a brief history of the illegal overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom. I'll narrow it down a bit and talk about US military pollution on Oahu specifically. I'll get into a brief history of the Red Hill crisis, and then I'll get into what I did for my professional internships with the Sierra Club of Hawaii and Huli Pack. And then I'll wrap it all up with what's next and a bit about the road forward. So aligning with fungi to heal the aina and huli the system. Aligning with fungi, what does it mean to actually partner with another form of biological life in a way that cares for both us and them? In a lot of the bioremediation spaces that I'm a part of, people often refer to working with biological life as using them. But would you ever say that you are using your grandmother to borrow her car? That is messed up, and I really hope that none of us are doing that. But we can cultivate that relationship and then ask humbly to borrow her car. And so the same thing applies with fungi. We can create the best possible environmental conditions for those fungi to thrive in, and only then can we humbly ask them to clean up our contamination. This word aina really refers to the reciprocal relationship between the land and sea that feed, and us as humans whose kuleana or responsibility it is to malama aina, to caretake this place. And then this word huli really means to turn or to change. I spend a lot of my free time in activism spaces, and the common mycelial thread, if you will, between these spaces is the need for large-scale systematic reform. Again, we can never overstate the importance of doing a land acknowledgement, and just in case people trickled in after the one that I just did this morning. We are located on unceded traditional Kanaka Maoli ancestral homelands. Hilo has several meanings, including first night after the new moon, or to braid or twist. Since time immemorial, Kanaka Maoli have been and continue to be deeply intertwined with these lands. My call to action today. I urge the state of Hawaii, the county of Hawaii, and the University of Hawaii system to give land back to Kanaka Maoli and Kanaka Oiwi and aid in the restoration of the Hawaiian Kingdom. To be a good settler in this place, we must join the Hawaiian sovereignty movement. So it would be entirely inappropriate for me to talk about the pollution of this place without touching on the origins of that contamination. So the Kingdom of Hawaii was illegally overthrown on January 17th, 1893. Numerous injustices, of course, occurred before this, but in the interest of time, this is the only one that I'm going to be focusing on. The coup was staged by the Committee of Safety, a 13-member annexation group, and this group was largely made up of American businessmen. They were descendants from Anglo-Judeo-Christian missionaries, and they had some serious stake in the sugarcane plantain industry. So these men were growing their power in the form of land ownership and financial capital. Keep in mind, private property was not a thing in Hawaii prior. And so with these new imposed systems, these men were seriously growing their power. As a rebuttal to this, Queen Liliuokalani, the reigning monarch at the time of the overthrow, proposed a constitution that would give Native Hawaiians the legal right to vote. As a rebuttal to this, and through the conspiracies of the US minister to the Hawaiian Kingdom, in partnership with that Committee of Safety and backed by the US military, troops landed in Hawaii on January 17th, 1893, with this false narrative that intervention was necessary in order to secure the rights of American settlers. So the US military single-handedly has caused the most damage to Hawaii. Now, this has been a conglomerate effort of both private and public sectors, but the US military has the ability to pollute with impunity. So this word impunity means that there are no consequences for their actions, no matter how egregious they might be. Can you imagine? I mean, it's manifesting itself in climate change, for example, right? There are endless examples across Hawaii and across the world. I want to bring your attention to this piece. It's titled Choice Point by Mishi Klauberg. Mishi is the owner of Wild Harvest and Nectar Cafe here in Hilo, and it was commissioned in honor of the Queen's birthday a couple years ago. It's an incredibly powerful piece, and you can only find it in her cafe. So for all of us here in Hilo, I highly recommend we go check it out. So I'm going to narrow our scope a bit from all of Hawaii to Oahu specifically. So the US military owns nearly 30% of the island of Oahu. They have 12 key military bases and installations across the island. A couple of examples of the horrific contamination that the military has caused. They have dumped thousands of drums of radioactive waste as close as 5 miles off the coast of Oahu. They've also sprayed the entire island with bacteria to simulate a biological warfare attack. The list absolutely goes on, but to date, probably the most contaminated site, which is a Superfund EPA listed site, is the Pearl Harbor Naval Complex. And this place has been further contaminated by one of the most horrific environmental and public safety catastrophes of our lifetime, the Red Hill crisis. I want to bring your attention to this piece featured here. It's titled, "Can Our Tears Clean the Aquifer?" It's by Hilo-based artist Makaiwa Kanui. Makaiwa notes, "May it spark important conversation and speak to the vai in you." It was also dedicated to all of our kia'iwai, or water protectors, that have been fighting to get this facility decommissioned and defueled since its conception and still fight to this day. So what is the Red Hill crisis? The Red Hill crisis is the poisoning of viola, of water of life, that has resulted from nearly 8 decades of the Navy's negligence pertaining to the construction of, the operation of, and the maintenance of the bulk Red Hill fuel storage facility. So cumulatively, this facility has leaked 200,000 gallons of varying types of jet fuel. The 2 most recent biggest releases were in May and November of 2021, and they were 19,000 gallons and 14,000 gallons consecutively. The artwork featured on this slide is a collaborative piece led by Oahu-based artist Miliana Meyer, and it is a physical manifestation of the pain felt in regards to desecration of Aina. So a bit about the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. This facility was constructed between 1940 and 1943, so during World War II. And because it was a really rushed design, I'll get into a bit what all the flaws are of it, but it is 20 vertical fuel storage tanks, each with a holding capacity of 12.5 million gallons of fuel. So in total, this facility has a holding capacity of 250 million gallons of fuel. The facility is located between Halawa and Moanalua in the Ewa district of Oahu and is a mined cavity into Kapukaki, a sacred mauna. So about this facility, I mentioned it was constructed during wartime, so all of these very irrational decisions were made. Not that that is an uncommon practice when it comes to our military, the US military, not our military. So it resulted in a poor choice of location, only 100 feet over a major basal aquifer that provides fresh water for 400,000 residents on the island of Oahu. It has weak long-term building material. So it is only a 1/4 inch thick steel with cement holding in this poison mined into Kapukaki. And there's also insufficient knowledge about how to actually maintain the physical integrity of these tanks. The method the Navy currently uses is inaccurate 40% of the time. So almost half of the time, they are not able to tell whether there is a leak or not. So with those most recent Red Hill spills in mind, I wanted to show everyone a map of all of the impacted communities. So this includes people living on Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam and the surrounding community. I want to bring your attention to this photo over here on your right. Yes. There is a literal sheen coming out of this resident's tap water. You can light the water on fire. It's really, really horrific. So everybody in these areas started experiencing ailments like vomiting, diarrhea, severe burning sensations, headaches. Just a few days after the Navy publicly released a statement saying the water was safe for household use. Directly after that Navy statement, Hawaii Department of Health, or the HDOH, released water quality testing results that indicated the presence of diesel-associated hydrocarbons at nearly 350 times the safe amount. That same day, Kia'iwai, those water protectors, gathered in Honolulu for a die-in demonstration. But the poisoning continued. Almost exactly 1 year after that November 2021 spill, the Navy further released 1,300 gallons of aqueous film-forming foam, or AFFF concentrate. So AFFF belongs to this group of chemicals called per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances. And all of these are listed under forever chemicals because of their recalcitrant and bioaccumulative properties. So they are seriously resistant to decay and they build up in the flesh of life really easily. AFFF is known to be 1,000 times more toxic than jet fuel and is also linked to the development of multiple types of cancers. Okay, so the contamination happened. What do we do now? Well, the Navy has deployed several insufficient remediation methods based on inadequate sampling and poor modeling. Petroleum remediation technologies to date in general are just often harsh, invasive, and only get part of the job done. The Sierra Club of Hawaii, one of my professional internships, sponsored me to attend a training through the National Environmental Management Academy, or NEMA, on petroleum-based remediation technologies for soil, vapor, and groundwater. And so this is really where I gained a better understanding of the current state of remediation technologies. And throughout this course, biorestoration methods or life-based remediation methods were only slightly touched on. And when they talked about two passive-based biomethods. They are monitored natural attenuation and natural source zone depletion. And both of those things are fancy ways of saying we're going to leave it to the resident microbes in the soil and groundwater to do their thing and clean up the contamination. And while this can be a very valid method, and a lot of the time the work that I do does rely on those resident fungal and microbial communities to come in and get the work done, but when this much and this toxic of a contaminant has been released, the passive biorestoration methods are not acceptable. But this is where active biorestoration comes in. So what is biorestoration? Biorestoration is partnering with different forms of life, whether that be plants in phytoremediation, microbial communities in microbial remediation, earthworms in vermicomposting, or fungi in myco-remediation or myco-restoration. I want to bring your attention to two of the photos here. The photo that I'm using, I can't point because of the zoom. You can see a little bit. So the photo that I'm using to demonstrate microbial remediation are IMOs. These are indigenous microorganisms that were harvested by my good friend, David G. And she harvested them at Ancient Leaf Tea, the farm that we both work at. And then the photo that I'm using to depict myco-remediation was taken up at a lo'i kalo. And so this lo'i up in Kohala was contaminated with around 20 gallons of diesel. And this was taken after biorestoration efforts took place. And so as you can see, that is some healthy, happy looking mycelium, indicating really good results. I also want to mention in biorestoration, we always take a multi-kingdom approach. In addition to the Kingdom of Hawaii, I'm really referring to the different kingdoms of life. So Plantae, Animalia, Protozoa, and so on. And this is because in practice, it's never really just the fungi doing the work. And speaking of never just the fungi doing the work or never just any one person doing the work, all of my work and research has been such a team effort. I'm surrounded by people that have dedicated their lives to the balancing and rebalancing and healing of our world. And one of those people is my co-researcher, Sanai Hartman. So Sanai is getting her PhD right now at Penn State. And although my time with the Sierra Club of Hawaii and myco-restoration with Red Hill specifically will not continue in that same way, we are continuing this research as she furthers her dissertation. So most of the work that I'm going to describe was done in tandem with Sanai. So if I say our or we know where we're coming from. So what is myco-restoration? This is a huge topic with a lot to cover. And Sanai and I are actually co-teaching a myco-restoration course through Tropical Fungi Academy. And we cover a lot of this. And I can also send that out to people if anybody's interested. But so myco-restoration, myco-remediation is the strategic cultivation of resilient species of fungi. And then after you cultivate those fungi, placing them at contaminated sites in a way where the fungi can molecularly disassemble organic compounds. So really what that means is that saprophytic fungi, or those decomposers, secrete a variety of digestive enzymes that then break down their food source. So these enzymes have the ability to break down hydrocarbon bonds, which petroleum-derived substances have. And then they are able to metabolize any of the nutrients or the simpler forms of carbohydrates or whatever may be left over from that process that they can. Okay, so I'm sure you're all waiting to hear what I did for my professional internships. Through a connection with my advisor, Lisa Kanale, I was connected with Oahu waterkeeper, Ray Tera Arii Chandler Eau, and she connected me with one of my current mentors, Wayne Tanaka, who is the chapter director for the Sierra Club of Hawaii. And I honestly was so honored because I came into this like, fungi are gonna restore the Aina. And then Wayne was like, yeah, they are. And it was just so lovely that he put all of his faith in both me and the fungi and the incredible team of people that I work with. So my internship with the Sierra Club of Hawaii is really twofold. Part of it was doing back-end advocacy work. And then the other part was starting to research and develop ideas of how we can bring microrestoration to the context of Red Hill specifically. So microrestoration in general is a growing practice across the continent, but even less work has been done here in Hawaii. So we developed a document that both contextualized the Red Hill crisis and came up with original experiments. So in these experiments, we took 2 species of fungi, a native oyster mushroom species, which is Pleurotus cystidiosis. We love Latin names. And a naturalized fungi, so Pleurotus dijamor, or the pink oyster. So we have the maple and the pink oyster mushroom. And while native species are always our priority, I think there is a lot of lessons that we can take from those that have become naturalized to place. And so becoming naturalized, as in with this fungi, the pink oyster, means that you're not from here, you're here now, and you're providing some of those same ecosystem services and functions that a lot of the native species do without overstepping or being detrimental to that ecosystem. You're really being a contributing member. So we were to grow these 2 types of fungi on 3 different invasive hardwood species. So this is really a double whammy restoration, right? Invasive species removal, and then cultivating the either native or naturalized fungus, and then testing these fungi for their remediation capabilities when it comes to petroleum. The 3 invasive species were strawberry guava, rainbow eucalyptus, and albizia. These experiments were not completed, but this is my life's work, and a master's is only 2 years, so I will be completing these and many more just like this as I continue my huaka'i, my microrestoration journey here in Hawaii. Okay, for the back-end advocacy portion of my Shutdown Red Hill campaign is a huge part of that. So I wrote testimony, I participated in grant writing, and I even had the opportunity to attend trainings on community organizing. The Sierra Club sent me to so many trainings. I'm so grateful. One of which was the NEMA one that I described earlier. And another one was funding myself and my research partner to go to the first annual Mamama Mushroom Festival. This was last year. And so this year, Sinai and myself were invited back to be speakers as part of a microremediation panel. And I would not have had that opportunity without the Sierra Club. We also did some hands on the ground portions of the Shutdown Red Hill campaign. So Sinai and I co-designed a community outreach booth for World Oceans Day last summer. And we really wanted to make sure that the Red Hill crisis was talked about in our Hawaii Island community. So what we did is we had everyone from keiki or children to kupuna or elders come and talk story about what microrestoration is, how we can apply it to Red Hill, and just what the Red Hill crisis is in general. And while we were talking story, everyone made mini mushroom grow kits, which are essentially mini mycofilters. So everyone was layering cardboard, coffee, and either pink or blue oyster spawn. And then everyone got to take home each of their mini microfilters and watch as the entire jar became myceliated and then fruited beautiful oyster mushrooms for the entire ohana to enjoy. I do want to mention that the coffee was donated from Cirque du Latte and Deja Brew, and the cardboard was donated from Hilo Burger Joint and Cruisin' Coffee. So big mahalo to them. And this is a photo of everyone's little myco filters that they got to take home. Another hands on the ground portion of this is that we helped coordinate the back-end logistics for the Walk for Vi. This was a 3.5-mile walk in support of the Board of Water Supply that happened last December. And around 2,000 people showed up. So it was an incredible, powerful, powerful turnout. The photo at the bottom here, from your left to right, is Sanai, myself in the middle, and then our good friend and fellow mycologist, Manny Diaz, who is based on Oahu. Okay, so my second internship was with Hulipak, and this really came to be when I met my other mentor, Maki Morinoe, at a sign waving event for former Senator Laura Ocasio. And while Maki is very into microrestoration, she absolutely sold me on the importance of practicing and participating in activism and advocacy on a much more local level. So my scope really narrowed from Oahu to my resident island, Hawaii Island, and I joined Hulipak. Hulipak stands for Help Uplift Leaders with Integrity, and we do this by endorsing Pono candidates that have a clear track record of community engagement or decision-making that is just best for all life here in Hawaii. We also seek to uplift community members, to elect Pono leaders, and to inspire social, economic, and environmental well-being. And it's with Hulipak that I really feel I took leadership of my political activism, and I moved officially from the role of advocate to activist. And honestly, Maki was a huge part of lighting that fire. So in Hulipak, I am on the core and endorsement committees, and I'm also chair of the communications committee. I write and submit testimony, track bills, meet with local news outlets like Honolulu Civil Beat, interview incoming candidates, and even do social media management. And I'm laughing at this last part, especially for my family tuning in from back home, because I'm the worst young person when it comes to social media management and those type of related things. So while I think that picking up to things like how the legislature works came super easily, when it came to social media, it was absolutely a learning curve. This screenshot to your right over here of me and the sweet bee, my dog, is one of my social media things that I made, and it was a video supporting SB 1458. This is a bill that relates to extended producer responsibility, and unfortunately, it did not make it out of the Senate, but there are several environmental bills just like this in the workings for the upcoming 2024 legislative session. Through Hulipak, I also had the opportunity to attend a Chamber of Sustainable Commerce bill writing session. So the Chamber of Sustainable Commerce is a new chamber created by former Commissioner Kim Koko Iwamoto, and it's really geared towards moving businesses to a more sustainable business model in all the ways, whether that be their packaging or their economic model. So it's a really incredible new chamber, and I highly recommend we check it out. I also found myself at this bill writing session sitting among professionals from all different fields and talking about what bills we would like to see receive a lot of support and get pushed through the next session, and also talk about amendments and what we'd like to see change. Okay, so what's next? I'm still going to continue with my activism and advocacy. I'm currently on the boards for Hulipak, Recycle Hawaii, and Sierra Club Hawaii Island Group. Also through the support of my incredible mentors and all of my incredible communities, Sanai and I will be co-founding an organization called Laboratory to Landscape, where we actually go out and implement these biorestoration practices across the Aina. I have so much mahalo to give. A huge mahalo nui to my mentors, Wayne Tanaka and Maki Morinoe, my advisor, Lisa Canale, my life partner and research partner, Sanai Hartman, and all of my incredibly supportive cohort, community, ohana, friends, and of course to Hawaii herself. Your aloha, your teachings, and your gifts have been absolutely unequaled. Mahalo nui.
Woo!
Woo, we have time for questions. That's so exciting because we didn't know if we would. Oh yeah, I'm seeing a lot of AOs. Oh my gosh, I don't know how the mouse works.
All right, so audience on Zoom, if you have a question, you can either type in the chat or just shout it out. And audience here live, if you have a question, just go ahead and raise your hand and we'll
Will you monitor this?
Sure.
Because I don't know how to move the mouse. Oh, you too. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't even take water.
All right. Well, we've got a very silent audience right now.
I know. Oh, before I answer your question, email me, reach out. Let's talk about all of these things. And I'm also involved in so many projects across our moku, our island, and other ones. So I would love to get the word out there. And I had a 30-minute time window, so I really just packed it all in. But go ahead, Avalon.
I'm just curious what first got you into microremediation. Like, what was the
Oh my goodness. Yay. Start story. Okay, so during my undergrad, Sanai was just starting her master's and we were like, she doesn't know what she wants to do for it. And the Mycological Society up in Humboldt on unceded Wiyot land was hosting this event where this mycoremediator, Lee Von Dur, one of our mycology mentors with Fungia Farms, also up on unceded Wiyot land, was presenting on mycoremediation. And without giving too much of his background, he was like, yeah, barely finished high school and now I just remediated a football-sized field full of human waste. And I was like, what? That's a thing? And so since then, Sanai decided that was what she was going to do for her master's thesis, and I was her co-researcher. And then me starting my master's here, then we moved on and brought it more to the context of Hawaii. So in the Pacific Northwest, we mostly worked with fungi in the capacity for wastewater treatment. I'm working with Stropharia rugosulosa. We got to work on our Latin, but our allelo is getting there. Yeah, and then so the common garden giant, incorporating that into wastewater treatment facilities to increase their capacity. And then moved here and Red Hill happened. And we were like, I think fungi can kind of address petroleum derived contaminants, right? And by no means are we claiming we know how to remediate an aquifer, but we want biorestoration and mycoremediation specifically to at least be part of that remediation conversation because it's often overlooked and viewed as pseudoscience to the Western world. And so we're also trying to change that narrative.
Good question, Adam.
Yeah.
All right, any additional questions? Audience at home? All right, with that then, we'll just give you a big thank you.
Yeah. Everyone for coming and everyone on Zoom. I feel so loved. You guys are, yeah, I love you. I love you all.
All right, so we're gonna take about 15 minutes and get ready for our next speaker. So I will see you all at 9:15.
Yeah, I was like, oh my goodness. I'm surprised you said that you were.
I know she did the microphone.
Yeah.
He was like, absolutely.
I'm a therapist too. Yeah, but she was like, I know, I'm recording myself. Thank you so much for taking pictures. Yeah, of course. I'm so used to being the photographer in situations, so I'm glad you brought like
Aloha, thank you. Welcome back, and aloha people at home. Today, well, we have our second speaker of the morning, and I'm going to welcome Nalu to the floor. He is the director of the Kumuola Marine Science Education Center. He has been an active researcher, educator, all around great person forever, but really intensely for the last 15 years. He is dedicated to both our seascapes and our landscapes, and dedicated to bringing forth that next generation of stewards for those areas and for our culture. And so Nalu, please come to the floor.
Thank you. Thanks for that introduction, Lisa. Whoa. I'm the generation that also skipped the ability to use the phone, so I have a printed out paper, and I didn't want to miss anything when I introduced Sienna because she's so important to us. So it's with great pride that I introduce Sienna Ku'ule Aloha Iwili'ia Dau to you as our program's first TCBES internship mentee, and now our close friend. Sienna Lei proudly calls Keonipoko Puna her home. She's a 2017 graduate of our Kamehameha School's Hawaii campus, as well as a 2021 graduate of Hilo and with a biology degree. Let's see, I know Sienna is a skilled Lawai'a, a person deeply passionate about her ohana and her aina, a lover of dogs, and of good Filipino food. When I asked our coworkers to describe her, they used the words ha'a, olu olu, grounded, respectful, self-directed, funny, and easygoing. Sienna jumped right into our program and immediately led our ahole work that she's about to share. But it's worth mentioning that she's done so many other things at our local i'a that were so important to how we function and raise the next generation. I could go on and on really about this resilient wahine mana here, I really could. But Sienna, I just wanted to say that our team could not be more proud of you. We could not be more honored to work alongside you, and we look forward to your career in Hawaii.
Wow. I might cry. Aloha mai kākou. My name is Sienna Leita'o, and today I will be sharing with you all my journey as a graduate student through my internship work on utilizing.
I'm trying. Sorry, technical difficulties.
Hi, Auntie Diane.
There we go. There we go.
My project is called Utilizing Science to Malama Aina, Evaluating the Fish Species ahole as a Substitute for Introduced Species in Aquaculture. When Lisa approached us and asked us who we wanted to internship with, I knew I wanted to partner with an agency that reconnected me with my native Hawaiian culture, provided me a, sorry, my mom's in the crowd again. Provided me an Aina-based learning experience and gave me the opportunity to give back to Native Hawaiian community, which has led me to partner with Kumuola Marine Science Education Center here under the big red dot. Kumuola is directed under Kamehameha Schools, and it is located in the Iliaina or land section of Honolulu, which many of you know as Keaukaha, in the Moku or district of Hilo and the Ahupua'a land division of Waiakea. This is a pretty cool map that Michaelani provided for me. I think this is one of the first maps of Honolulu. Right, so here, I don't know if you can see the laser, but this is Kumuola. Here, a broad range of community members, from students to researchers, come together to contribute to the restoration and rehabilitation of local i'a, or also known as Native Hawaiian fish ponds. Everyone that visits here carries out the kuleana or responsibility in perpetuating Native Hawaiian culture. Here's just some of the students that come and visit us and get dirty in the sediment. The picture at the top right is a group from Volcano National Park. They were measuring sea level rise. The stewards of Kumuola are Trish, Nalu, and Michaelani. I tried to convince them to come here in their outfits, but they refused. But they each play a vital role in maintaining the function and vitality of Kumuola. And an interesting fact, they are also alumni of the TCBES program. Here are the local ia located at Kumuola. We have Waiahole, Kapalaho, and Waiopio. Here you will see many native species such as the ama, the oopu, ahole, our nene birds, and auku'u. Local ia is a native Hawaiian fish pond. There are 6 different types. However, the local umeiki, which is on the bottom in the middle, is known as a fish trap. The most common local ia is local kuapa. Common characteristics of local ia are kuapa, which is a rock wall, and makaha, which is a sluice gate. There are many functions of a local ia. They provide habitat for many native species, which I mentioned before. During ancient Hawaii, they provided food resources such as fish and kalo for native Hawaiian communities. There are many challenges that we face. Before Western contact, there were many local ia throughout the Pai'aina, but as Hawaii modernized, our lands developed. Here's a picture of just land development, downtown Hilo. And also an influx of introduced species came along with modernization, and invasive species are now a threat to our local ia. So here we have California grass, which alters the sedimentation in the local ia. Some invasive fish species you will see in local ia are Mexican mollies, tilapia, and conda. For my internship project, I studied ahole or aholehole, specifically the Kulia zinura species. The difference between aholehole and ahole is their size. Aholehole is their juvenile stage, which is a finger length, and ahole is at their mature stage, which is a shaka. There are two species of ahole found in Hawaii, Kulia zinura and Kulia sanvicensis. They are silver-bodied and they have really big eyes, as you can see in these pictures. The zinura species is endemic to Hawaii. There are many reasons why we chose to study ahole. One of the main reasons connects to this saying, he mana ko kainoa, which means there is power or meaning within a name. Waiahole is one of the local ia at Kumuola, and Waiahole loosely translates to ahole waters, which indicates that these areas thrived with ahole. It also speaks on 2 important resources, which is wai, fresh water, and ahole. We cannot have one without the other. Waiahole also indicates that ahole thrive in waikai, which is a mixture of fresh water and seawater, also known as brackish water. So the salinity of fresh water, of course, is 0 parts per thousand, and the salinity level of seawater is 36 parts per thousand. Parts per thousand is the measurement of salt in water. And the salinity level at the local at Kumuola is 4 parts per thousand. So contemporary aquaculture here in Hawaii utilize non-native and potentially invasive species, such as the tilapia pictured here on your right. They are becoming invasive to our native ecosystems. They're also a significant threat to our lokoia because they can thrive in multiple aquatic environments and they're quick reproducers. Here is just an aquaculture farm with tilapia, just showing how robust they are. I can't even count how many are in these pots. So knowing that ahole thrive in lokoia, which is a low salinity environment, and knowing that tilapia are in a freshwater environment that is essentially going into our natural ecosystems, leads us to the question if we can implement ahole into aquaculture systems. So seeing if ahole can survive and thrive in aquaculture systems. So during my time at Kumuola, I had 3 projects. So the first trial was, can ahole live in fresh water? The second trial was, what salinities do ahole thrive in? And the third were, can ahole be candidates for aquaculture and aquaponic systems? So here is trial 1, can ahole live in fresh water? The purpose of this study was to measure the growth rate of ahole in a controlled environment and a treatment environment. So the control groups remained at 4 parts per thousand, which is the salinity of the lokoia. And for the treatment groups, I lowered the salinity all the way down to freshwater and just measured their growth rate. We did this experiment twice. The only difference was the water in the treatment tanks. In the first trial, we lowered the salinity with rainwater, and in the second trial, we lowered the salinity with rainwater with an added buffer solution to stabilize the alkalinity. Here is the design. As you can see, we used 10-gallon aquarium tanks. In each tank, there are 3 ahole. I lowered the salinity by 1 part per thousand each week, and I also measured the growth rate as I dropped the salinity. This project took place over 4 months. Here's the results of trial 1. For the growth rates, the bottom is the first trial with just rainwater, and at the top is our trial 2 with rainwater and the buffer solution. And then we have the body mass percent change from start. So looking at these red arrows, that indicates that there was mortality in both the fresh water treatment tanks. So at day 20 and at day 65, all the EA in the treatment tanks died, which concluded the project. This graph also shows that the growth rates in both control tanks are higher than those in the treatment tanks. For the body mass percent change from start, also known as doubling time, which is when the fish doubles in size, and it doubles in size when it surpasses the 100% change. So for juvenile ahole, it takes approximately 42 days and 4 parts per thousand to double in size. So now that we know ahole need some sort of salinity environment to thrive, the next step was to study what salinities do they best thrive at. So for this trial, we had 8th graders at Kamehameha schools replicate trial 1. However, they measured the growth rate at 1, 2.5, 4, 7, 10, and 17. They did the same exact thing. They just measured the growth rate over time. So here are the 8th graders. They had 10-gallon tanks. They also had 3 ohole hole, but the ohole hole that they used were a little bit bigger than the ones in the first trial. And as you can see, they are collecting the growth rate, making sure they put the right fish back in the right salinity tank. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see this project spread throughout, not just me. So yeah. So here are the results from trial 2. Again, we have the growth rate and the body mass percent change or doubling time. From the graph of growth rates, we can see that all the ohole hole grew at their tested salinities. The larger ohole hole did display aggression. So in the beginning, they started with 3 ia fish. Sorry, I should have mentioned ia is fish. They started with 3 and then they ended with 1. So there were 1 fish that remained in each of the tanks because they killed each other. Yeah. So for the body mass percent change, our quickest doubling time was at 4 parts per thousand at roughly 99 days, and the slowest doubling time was at 16 parts per thousand, which is about 252 days. So knowing that the quickest doubling time is in 4 parts per thousand, we enter trial 3, which is, can we integrate a hole into aquaculture and aquaponic system that is at a salinity of 4 parts per thousand? This was by far my favorite project because we got to build an aquaculture system from the ground up. Here we used a 40-gallon tank instead of a small 10-gallon aquarium tank. In this picture, I created water pumps out of PVC pipes. And then here you can see Luke, Nalu, and Michaelani helping me build. Well, I forget what we were building, but we were building something. In this second picture or the video, I created the water filter with a water bottle. I added filtration pads and biofilter media, which grew healthy bacteria. So as the water flowed through the pump down into the filter, we picked up all the gunk, and then the water became nutrients as it passed through the biomedia. Once the system was complete, we added water from the local ia because it is 4 parts per thousand, and we also sourced our ohole from the local ia as well. We then domesticated them using a commercial pellet feed called Aquamax, which was provided by Matt. So here are the results from our 3rd trial. As you can see in the growth rates, all ohole were growing, which means that our conversion to commercial feed was successful because they were growing. We had 8 ohole in our 40-gallon tank, and we found no aggression, which is a good sign because we do not want them to kill themselves. For body mass percent change, doubling time, we found the range between 374 days and 529 days. Keep in mind, these are ohole, so they're already at their mature stage. They're not ohole hole, so that is why the range is quite large. Here are ongoing projects. We have been tagging ohole from the local ia, basically a catch and release system, to measure their growth rate in their natural habitat. And also, we are in the middle of transitioning the aquaculture system into an aquaponic system. So taking the ohole from the aquaculture system and putting them into this aquaponic system that's playing in the video, and then implementing salt tolerating plants. Just a brief summary. Trial 1, can ohole thrive in fresh water? Our study suggested no, but they do thrive in 1 part per thousand. For trial 2, what salinity do ohole best thrive in? 4 parts per thousand, which goes all the way back to Himanokokoino via ohole, just proving that our kupuna were right. And for trial 3, can ohole be integrated into aquaculture aquaponics? The answer is yes. However, we have to take in consideration the tank size and the growth rate or the stage of the ohole or ohole. This project would have not been successful without all these people. Thank you to Lisa, Nalu, Trisha, Michaelani, Dr. Armando, Sydney, Dr. E and his 8th graders, my family, and my cohort. Thank you for the love and support over these crazy 2 years. Mahalo.
Okay, so we have time for questions, and so if you have a question in the chat, you can just write it in the chat, or you can speak it out loud. So are there any questions? Okay, Alana.
Yeah, so in that first trial where you had that freshwater treatment, you said that those fish died during those trials. Was that like a gradual process that you noticed a decline in their health, or was it very sudden?
Yeah, no, it was gradual. They died 1 by 1. So there was no aggression. We didn't see any aggression in the tanks. It just shows that they do need some salinity to survive.
Do you know approximately how many fish traditionally have been in these or are currently in the local ia? And because aggression was a problem, right? So I'm wondering if in nature they're usually a bit more spread out, or do you know about how many fish would be?
Do not know.
Okay, that's okay.
I can go count for you though.
Yeah.
I was curious, why do you think you saw aggression in the smaller, like 10-gallon tanks, but not in the 40-gallon tanks?
The first thing that came to my mind was that they are taken out of their natural habitats and put into such confined spaces. So it's like a fight or flight situation. So in this case, they all fought.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yes. No.
Can you repeat the question for the audience at home?
Oh, can this, did we do this
I've been
trial?
doing the same thing with Packer, with and they have been to 0. So it was a GH problem. You got nothing at 1.9. The general hardness was the general hardness in the brackish is 22. Hose water out of the city water is like 3, so we get count. But I'm wondering if Zerura. I just started to Zerura. I'm wondering if we also have this problem, not just a salt content.
Yeah, we believe that alkalinity was why they died in the first trial. We tried with Sydney's buffer. Because this,
I wouldn't stop.
yeah.
I think you get it out there.
Yeah,
I think we're right on the verge of getting it out. Then you could have to be ready more plants. That won't allow you to
right.
anything.
Yeah, that is the goal. hopefully we can get them to freshwater. That would be amazing. Yes.
What are the advantages of having it like freshwater opposed to just using like a little bit of like 4 parts per million?
So many plants do not tolerate salt water. So when you get a hollet into fresh water, that opens up more variety of plants that we can propagate in the aquaponic system. So for example, because we found that they thrive at 4 parts per thousand, one of the, we are planning to implement sea asparagus, like olukai. Are you familiar with that? No. That's a salt tolerating plant. I'm not an expert in water.
You know, like what part of the alkalinity?
It's just a buffer, it's the say, the G, that's the KH, the GH is the general, that's magnesium and calcium, that sort of stuff.
So it's more.
That's what makes water hard or soft. That's why you can soft water on the way, or no, we have soft water here out of the hose, because we don't have. Soft bags, so we don't have enough calcium carbonate. It's calcium and magnesium. So I found the sense of that's what they were missing.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you have any future plans to go back to Kamehameha schools with other projects?
Oh, I would love to. Yeah. My mom is here. She is a kindergarten teacher at Kamehameha schools, and they plan to implement the aquaponic system into her classroom.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty cool.
All right, well, we're at time. So I just want to thank you, Sienna, for a great. All right, and so we're going to take a little bit to get prepared for our next speaker, and that'll be Michaela at 10.
Oh my God, love my class. So much fun. I like that.
Yeah.
And then Rachel, as Gary, amazing So, yeah, that one. You know what? Yes, little guy. What's wonderful? Oh my God, she's amazing. She just wants to create a great environment for discussion. Yeah. It's very steep. One of the years. But y'all are nuts, so bye.
But they do a Hawaiian history of the
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I'm just about ready to bounce too.
Yeah, we're going for another round.
Where did you make the progress? Oh, this? Oh, this one? Is that you? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I've seen like a training.
I have seen it.
I have a jacket.
I've seen, David.
Yeah, no, it's here. I know. I'm like,
Everyone
I know y'all. I feel like a lot for you guys.
Should I be mute or unmute? Okay. Okay. No, I did not. So should I?
Hello again. We are about to hear from our third graduate student this morning. To introduce her is her mentor, Julia Rose. Julia's been with TNC for 7 years, and her area of expertise is corals, which you're going to learn a little bit about here. And she also is working statewide to come up with a plan to restore our coral reefs when damage happens due to storms. She, as a side note, is also a Hilo graduate. And when she's not saving our coastal reefs, she is sailing and it's basically playing in the water and also with her dog. All right, so take the floor.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for having me and thank you for that introduction. And I am very honored today to introduce Michaela Barnwell. And I wanted to share just a little bit of context with you all first to not only talk about Michaela and her contributions to our team, but how much her contributions have actually meant statewide and to sort of the partnership network that is forming organically around coral restoration in Hawaii and across the Pacific. So in 2015, after the global mass coral bleaching event, there's been an ever-increasing acknowledgement that we do need to take we need the ability to take active interventions in addition to reducing our local impacts if we want our reefs to be around in the future. So since that time in 2019, the Nature Conservancy entered into a cooperative agreement with NOAA to do planning throughout the Pacific, because this was kind of a shift in thinking for the Pacific in particular. And so since then, TNC has done planning in Guam, American Samoa, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and also Hawaii. So I was on the statewide planning team for Hawaii. And in addition to planning, after that, we had committed to do pilot projects of coral restoration. But this was also a shift for our team. We are, team with a really strong science background. We do a lot of monitoring, and what we didn't have on our team was experience in actual coral restoration. So I first met Michaela in, I think it was November, maybe October of 2021 over Zoom. When Lisa connected us, and she was interested in getting involved with our team, particularly in the South Kohala Coastal Partnership. She wanted to do watershed, environmental education. One of the first things she said on that Zoom call was, oh yeah, the Nature Conservancy. I worked for the Nature Conservancy in the Caribbean doing coral restoration. And this was right at the time when we were sort of transitioning from, okay, we're doing statewide planning, it's all very theoretical, to now we are going to do some pilot projects and actually get in the water. So my ears perked up instantly, and I stole her. No, what I actually said was, oh, we're getting ready to do some pilot projects. We're building a capacity across the state for coral restoration, and I could really use some help. So Michaela joined our team at that time as an intern, bringing on more experience in the work that we were planning than any of our team actually had at the time. And so since that time, you started your internship in 2021, and we actually ended up hiring her as a full-time team member last year in August. So since August, through some sorcery that I do not fully understand to this day, she has managed to be a full-time master's student and be a full-time member of our team. And she has substantially contributed to all of our projects. And she is, I'm sure, going to share about all of the work that she's done. Keep in mind, it's even more than she's telling you. We've thrown her into the deep end on all sorts of things, and she has. I've been honestly blown away by her project management, her organization skills, her team building and work ethic. She's a huge asset to our team, and I am really excited to call her not just she's not just an intern, she is my valued coworker, team member, and I look forward to working with her moving forward. So thank you and welcome, Michaela.
You guys see me over all these Thank you, Julia, for that wonderful introduction. I'm super grateful to be a part of this team and have been brought on as a full-time member and to work with all of you and the support from my cohort members and everyone else in the audience, as well as all my friends and family watching on Zoom. And so like Julia said, I'm going to be sharing about the work that we've been doing on these pilot restoration projects and some of my contributions for those. Here we go. Thank you. All right, so aloha, good morning, everyone. My name is Michaela Barnwell, and today I'm going to be talking about place-based coral restoration in West Hawaii, developing a guide to planning and implementation. So as Julie said, for my professional master's internship, I've been partnering with the Nature Conservancy's Hawaii Island Marine Team, which is part of their Hawaii and Palmyra chapter. And so today I'm going to be talking about the work that I've been doing with them to help develop 2 pilot place-based coral restoration projects here in West Hawaii. So I'm going to give a bit of a background, some background knowledge, why we're doing this, why it's important, kind of how it came to be. Also kind of our planning process thus far, what we've gone through, some highlights as well as some challenges, and then what some of our next steps look like. So just to give you guys a quick background before we get into the planning process, I wanted to talk a little bit about coral biology and coral reef ecosystems here in Hawaii. So corals are a colonial organism. So they are covered in this living tissue layer, this yellow-brown mat that you see, that's their living tissue layer. And so within that tissue, there's hundreds and thousands of individual tiny polyps, as shown in this drawing right here. And so in the tissue, in their polyps, they house a symbiotic microalgae called zooxanthellae. And the zooxanthellae are primarily responsible as the main energy source for these coral organisms. They photosynthesize, and then that energy gets transferred to the coral as their energy and food source. And so underneath this living tissue layer is a really thick calcium carbonate skeleton that's super structurally important and adds complexity to the coral reef ecosystems. So here in Hawaii, coral reefs are super important. They house a wide diversity of marine life, many of which are endemic to Hawaii, which just means that they're only found here in Hawaiian coral reef ecosystems. Not only are they important as a food source for other marine organisms, but also for the coastal communities that live around coral reefs with their subsistence-based fishing practices. Coral reefs also act as a natural protector, a natural barrier to those coastal communities. That structural complexity from their skeleton helps to dissipate wave energy from big swell events, from different weather systems, helping to protect that community infrastructure along the coast. And then here in Hawaii, coral reefs are also very culturally important. In the Kumulipo, which is the Hawaiian creation chant, corals are described as an original ancestor for different organisms, as well as ourselves. So it's super important that these organisms are valued, protected, and restored. So as important as these ecosystems are, global climate change is negatively impacting these reefs. Increased water temperatures is leading to more frequent and more severe coral bleaching events, and coral bleaching causes the coral to lose that symbiotic relationship with the microalgae. The zooxanthellae leave the tissues and leaves them a bright white color, and also leaves them without their main source of energy and food, and so it often ends up in mortality for these organisms. And so within the last decade, there's been 2 pretty major bleaching events, one in 2015 and one in 2019. And so this example that I'm showing you here is an example from before and after the 2015 bleaching event. These events led to significant decline in coral populations throughout all of Hawaii. And so these photos were taken as part of the Division of Aquatic Resources. So the state has some long-term monitoring sites in Kealakekua Bay, which is in the west side of Hawaii Island. And so on the left is before that 2015 bleaching event, and on the right is from 2017. And so if you kind of use these coral colonies here as a reference, you can see the difference from before and after that event. So there's a significant loss in coral cover, but there's also some major erosion that's happening because there's no more live tissue, no more live coral helping to support that. And so it's really damages like these that show a need for coral restoration. So coral restoration in general is an avenue of ecological restoration that focuses on restoring degraded reef habitats. And so this can happen in a passive manner, which is more of like establishing marine protected areas or initiating fishing bans, but it can also happen through active methods such as coral gardening, which involves taking coral colonies, fragmenting them, outplanting them back on the reef as if you were planting in your own garden, except it's underwater. And so coral gardening is a pretty common method used globally. It can happen on land in a lab facility, or it can happen underwater in a coral nursery setting. And so this example here is a common coral nursery structure, a coral tree used in the Caribbean. And so the methods that I'm going to talk to you about a little bit later are going to be more in water active restoration, but with a different structure that's more tailored to our environment. So as Julia mentioned earlier, kind of with these devastating damages from the bleaching events in 2015 and 2019, it was increasingly obvious that action needed to happen and restoration needed to take place to be able to restore these reefs. And so entities from across the state got together in 2020 to start this planning process of how to address these damages. And so with that, they developed a restoration action plan with a series of goals. One of which being kind of a driving factor behind the pilot projects that we're working on. And so this goal here, to build capacity to develop, test, and apply restoration methods that enhance the resistance and recovery of coral reefs impacted by bleaching. It's kind of a driving factor behind the work that we're doing. So in that planning process, they also identified some priority geographic areas of where this work should happen based on impacts of coral bleaching, as well as a slew of other factors. And so here on Hawaii Island, the two locations that were identified that we'll be working in are Ka'upalehu and Kealakekua. And so in addition to the effects of coral bleaching, there's also other conservation work happening in these two areas that will benefit the restoration work that we're going to be doing. Ka'upalehu right now is in the middle of a tri-weight fishing ban excuse me. And so it started in 2006. And so for 10 years, there's no fishing allowed in that area. And it was actually an idea brought forth by the community because they noticed a decrease in the fish populations that they rely on. So they're in the middle of that fishing ban. And then Kealakekua is a long-term marine life conservation district that also is a no-take area. So that additional factor on kind of restoring the fish populations is complementary to the work that we're going to end up doing in these areas. So an important factor of this project is using a place-based approach. Not only is this work important for ecological restoration, but also for those communities in the areas that we're going to be working in. The community members in both of those areas have valuable knowledge of place that is super instrumental, including in our planning process and all of our decision-making aspects of this project. And so as we move forward, it's really important that we bring along and highlight those voices in the work that we're going to be doing. So first in our planning process is figuring out how exactly we want to design this restoration project. What do we want it to look like? What types of methods are we going to use? And how are we going to go about that? And so including community from those areas was super important in this step as well. So the first thing that we did in early 2022, we hosted a series of planning workshops. We had a coral hui, and we worked with different entities as well as organizations in those respective areas. So we had representatives from the Nature Conservancy, Hawaii Institute of Marine Biology, NOAA, Division of Aquatic Resources, or DAR. And then in Ka'upalehu, we had members from the Ka'upalehu Marine Life Advisory Committee. And in Kealakekua, we had members of an organization called Kapu Kapu Ohana, which they originally helped to create a community action plan for that area. And so volunteers from these two organizations, as well as members from all of these entities, came together to make decisions on our project. And so kind of the main decisions categories that came out of these workshops were within those priority geographic areas, focusing and finding specific restoration sites at each of those places, identifying what are target coral species that we're going to be working with for this project, and then solidifying what types of restoration methods, what types of outplant methods are best for the locations and what we want to use. And then also kind of identifying some long-term goals, talking with community members as we work towards implementation, move past that, thinking about scaling up, what's important for them to see, like, what direction is this project going to go? What do they want to see come out of this project? And so talking about that with them as well. So as we go through kind of our experimental design that I'm going to share in just a moment, we kind of identified a few different research goals, research questions that I wanted to highlight first, because I think it's important as we go through these design components, recognizing that coral restoration here on Hawaii Island is relatively novel. And so a lot of this project is working with community, working with these different methods, figuring out what works best for our Hawaiian coral species, what works best for our environment here. Restoration that happens here is going to be very different than restoration that happens in the Caribbean or other parts of the world. Our corals grow differently. And so really kind of figuring out what works best for where we are. So we'll be looking, is there a difference in survival between nursery grown fragments and directly outplanted fragments of Parietes lobata? Is there a difference in success between fragmented corals and stabilized corals? And what is the cost benefit ratio between nursery grown fragments, directly outplanted fragments, and stabilized colonies of Parietes lobata? And so thinking about all that we're going to learn through this, I think it's important that we outline the work we're going to do as the beginning of a framework that could be used or modified by other organizations or by community members that are looking to do coral restoration on Hawaii Island. So within our priority geographic areas, so we have our two coral hui groups in these locations. We went through a series of site visits with our community volunteers from those two organizations to figure out where best in these two areas do we want to see restoration happen. So in Ka'upalehu, we're going to be working in Kahuwai Bay, which is right in front of the Four Seasons and Kona Village Resort. And in Kealakekua, we're going to be working directly in Kealakekua Bay. And so those photos I showed you initially of the coral bleaching effects were taken from this location here. So it does show that it's a little bit of a challenging habitat, but also really highlights the need for this work to happen in that area. So we do have two locations, but because of the amount of work for implementing each one, we're taking a staggered approach. So we're going to be focusing on Ka'upalehu first, and then kind of using what we learned from that to transition into implementing to Kealakekua. So within each of these locations, I wanted to show you a snapshot of kind of how our restoration is going to look along the reef. So we've got a series of different plots, 10 by 10 or 10 by 10 meter, half of which 4 of them will be restoration plots where we're doing direct intervention or impact. And then 4 of them will be control plots. And so that allows us to see how the environmental conditions are impacting kind of natural reef areas without any intervention, and comparing that to the success of our restored areas. And so all of our restoration plots will be kind of around our nursery site, which I'll get into in a little bit. And the corals that we're going to be using in this project are only going to be coming from each respective bay. So Kahuwai Bay or Kealakekua Bay. We're not going to be taking corals from other parts of the island and bringing them in to use in restoration in these two locations. It was really important for the community members that the corals that we use stay local to that area, but also it's important to minimize the spread of any coral disease or aquatic invasive species. So the species that were decided upon in our coral hui meetings, we have kind of 3 main species across the 2 sites. So Pohaku puna or Parietes lobata, Koa, Passalopora meandrina, and Pohaku puna Parietes compressa. And so we had conversations with our community members in our coral hui workshops to figure out what corals have been impacted most by bleaching, but also what coral species they wanted to see us work with. And so for this initial pilot phase in Kaupulehu, we're going to be focusing on Parietes lobata and Passalopora meandrina. And then as we transition to implementing in Kealakekua, we will add in the 3rd Parietes compressa as well. But in addition to kind of these reef building species, it was important for the community to see an increase in coral diversity as well. So maybe some of the more rare coral species that we don't find as often, trying to propagate and repopulate those. So we have a selection of opportunistic species that as we're going along to collect for our primary species, we will work on kind of collecting those as well and opportunistically outplanting and propagating those to help with diversity. So the community also decided that we did want to use a coral nursery setting. And as I mentioned earlier, coral restoration that happens here is going to be very different than coral restoration that happens in the Caribbean, where they can have PVC trees in the water. Those would not last here with the different swell and wave events that we have. So it was important that we design a structure that would be able to withstand kind of those big swell events and protect the corals that are on our tables. We don't want to do any more damage than we're trying to restore. So the design or the goals of our structure here is a robust, heavy nursery table. So we've had these 4 kind of cement corners as the footings of each table, and then a light kind of fiberglass frame as the main portion. So we want really heavy and low surface area, and we have a modular approach with this, and so we'll have nursery like trays that we can take on and off the table as needed if we need to kind of switch out the corals, or if there's a storm event coming in and we need to move the corals to a safer location, we're able to do that as well. And so part of this is in using a nursery structure for the different aspects of our project, figuring out, is this the best structure to use as well, and thinking about that as we move through the project. So for getting into the restoration methods for propagating and outplanting, we have kind of 2 main categories that we're going to be working with, stabilization and fragmentation. And I just wanted to quickly say that when I talk about outplanting, I'm essentially talking about taking whole pieces or smaller pieces of coral and gluing them back onto degraded reef areas. Typically, we use a marine epoxy or a cement mixture. So when we outplant them, we're just gluing them back onto the reef, essentially. And so for stabilization, we'll be using our coral fragments that we find. And I forgot to mention earlier, but the corals that we do use are going to be considered corals of opportunity. So we won't be taking any whole coral colonies off of the reef. We'll be looking for ones that have already been dislodged and they're kind of rolling around in the sand, and without intervention will typically lead to mortality. So we'll find those whole coral colonies, corals of opportunity, and we will directly stabilize them into our restoration plots. So finding colonies, outplanting them as they are as whole colonies into the reef. And then for fragmentation, finding those corals of opportunity, but cutting them up into smaller pieces before we then outplant them back onto the reef to increase the biomass there. And so within our fragmentation, we have kind of 2 methods that we're going to be working with, which are dictated by the morphology of the coral. So you can see the example down here. This is a cauliflower coral. It has those kind of like thick, nubby branches. And so based on the way that it grows, using more of a hammer and chisel method, where we can get a bigger fragment and get kind of the tops of the branches that include that essential growth skeleton, so that when they do go through their grow out method, they can continue that branching growth method. And then we will also use a method called microfragmentation that uses this fun specialized aqua saw that I will explain. So our second one is microfragmentation. I promise I'm having fun in this picture. I'm just really focused. And so microfragmentation also involves cutting corals into smaller pieces, but this involves cutting corals into much, much smaller pieces, about between 1 to 3 centimeters usually. And so we'll be focusing on about 2.5 centimeters. And so this is beneficial for those boulder species that have kind of like mats of tissue and maybe irregular shape. We can cut them down into those small pieces with this saw. And then doing so helps to increase their growth rate. And so when you cut corals on different margins, cutting that tissue activates rapid tissue growth. So as we cut it into small different pieces, cutting different margins, we're activating that tissue growth on all sides of the fragment to help kind of get more coral tissue faster. And so from our microfragmented corals, they will either go one of 2 places, directly outplanted into our restoration plots and these fun little arrays that I'll explain in a second, or they will get staged in our coral nursery area. So we have these little PVC trays that we will attach to our table and glue the fragments onto cement pucks, where they will sit on our nursery table until they're able to grow out and cover the surface area of the cement pucks. And so in doing this, it's helping to look and see how using a nursery table contributes to the success of our corals. If it's needed, what are the benefits? Is it helpful for this species? And as we kind of find opportunistic species, is it better for some than the others? So really kind of figuring out the best way to do this here. And so once the corals on our cement pucks on the table have grown over and cover the surface area, they will get outplanted as well. And so the way that we are outplanting our corals from microfragmentation is in a cluster design. And so this is really based on the average growth rate of our boulder coral species. It's pretty slow. It's like 1 to 2 centimeters a year. And so it takes a really, really long time to get a big reproductive size coral or even a nice adult size coral. And so in doing this, when we outplant them in these different arrays, it's kind of based on initial size. So they'll be smaller if we directly outplant them, and be a little bit bigger if they're coming off of the nursery. But they'll be in a 12 centimeter diameter array. And the goal is to get tissue fusion in 1 year. So by spacing our fragments about 1.5 centimeters apart, that rapid tissue growth over a year will hopefully end in fusion. And then at the end of the year, we'll have a 12 centimeter coral colony, which really accelerates that growth method and allows us to get bigger corals much faster. And so then within 3 to 5 years, we'll hopefully be able to get a reproductive sized coral. So once all of our corals are outplanted into our plots, then we can collect data on them and start monitoring. And our main method for monitoring that we've been using is called structure from motion, or SFM. And so this involves going over our restoration plots that we have and swimming in essentially a lawnmower pattern and a grid, and rapidly taking photos with these nice fancy underwater cameras here that we will then bring back and upload to the computer in a program called Add to Soft Metashape. And this program will take all of the pictures from our plots that we've taken and stitch them together into an orthomosaic. So this is a snapshot of an orthomosaic that we made from some preliminary baseline monitoring we did a few months ago. And so using this to help monitor our corals, we can kind of track the success of them over time at different time points, as well as look at survival, measure surface area growth, and see how our different restoration methods are impacting the success and growth of our coral fragments. So now that we figured out what we want to do, how we want to do it, what it should look like, now it comes to preparing to actually implement it, get all of that stuff in the water. And so the next few steps or aspects that I'm going to be talking about, I've been able to be pretty involved in, which was a huge learning curve for me, because as Julia said, my coral restoration background is from programs that have been already established. And so this has been a really cool full circle to kind of go back and help on the project management side and planning aspects of this project. So everybody's favorite part about project is permits, which have been a huge challenge for us at this point. It is as I said, it's not everyone's favorite part, but I do think it is an important aspect to highlight, and it's crucial and required for any coral restoration project or any project that involves handling like live organisms or installing anything. And so understanding the process and the different avenues of this is critical for us, as well as other organizations that are looking to that are looking to do this type of work. So we've got 4 main permits or consultations that we've been working with. Division of Aquatic Resources, or DAR. We've been applying for a special activities permit. So anything handling the live coral, collecting coral, fragmenting, stabilization, outplanting, all of that is going to be covered under our special activities permit. Our Army Corps of Engineers permit nationwide. So the work that we're conducting in navigable waters, structure deployment. So any of the work that we're doing and installing our nursery table, as well as anything that we need to install for our permanent restoration and control plots would be under this. And really exciting news, we found out on Monday that our Army Corps permit was approved, which is really exciting. And then for the state's Office of Conservation and Coastal Lands, we have a site plan approval. So really any of basic data collection, research activities that's impacting resources or land for more than 30 days is going to be covered under the OCCL permit. And then lastly, a state historic preservation department, or SHPD. We have a consultation. So our project is federally funded by NOAA. And so using those federal funds in the areas that we're working in kind of dictates this consultation. And so once all of these have been approved and we have them in hand, we can move forward in the next step. So the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA review process also have been a huge learning curve and lengthy process. And waiting for each of these to come in has added onto our timeline of this project. And so it's just important to understand the different steps involved in this. Another kind of similar lengthy process to go through when using this for our nursery tables, because it is so robust, we have to contract out to other agencies to be able to make this table. And so going through that process involves creating a request for quotes document, reaching out to multiple vendors before you can select one, and then going through the contract writing process. And while our contracting process might be unique to TNC, if other organizations are interested in restoration, they may consider a structure that is robust enough to withstand these environmental conditions. And so they also may have to contract out. And so understanding if they need to go through this process and how that impacts their timeline and their capacity. Laying out a field schedule. So in our timeline right now, it's a generalized field schedule so that we can understand how long is it actually going to take us to do this work. This here might be a little bit overwhelming to look at, but I just wanted to showcase that this is a snapshot of 1 week out of 10 weeks, essentially, that we have set aside for implementation between baseline monitoring, collecting, fragmentation, stabilization, stocking our nurseries, monitoring. So it really is a lot of work to lay out. It's important to look at this also to see where the community can fit in. It's important to keep them involved and intertwined as we go along. And so really looking at a 10-week process up front shows us how that they can participate, where their strengths are, and how we can bring them along in this journey. Outreach is also super important. This is an example of an outreach flyer I made for the work in Kealakekua Bay. And while we haven't started there, it's important to kind of reach out early, create those relationships with the commercial operators that frequent that area so that they're aware of what we're doing, why we're doing it, why it's important, but also how they can help and inform their guests to make sure that kind of everyone is following the avenues that they're supposed to do this work properly. It also allows us to be transparent with our community members in that each area. So if they're not directly involved in our planning process, it's still important that we let them know when we're going to be there, what we're doing, allow them to participate in our outreach efforts, and really just being transparent in all the work that we're doing. So what's next? We will continue our NEPA review. I have been scrolling through a 400-page programmatic permit and pulling out language that's relevant to our project so that we can be ready when we're able to get to the step. The work that we're doing is not only important for the ecosystems, but for our community as well. And so in each of our locations, we'll be doing an opening ceremony with the community members with hula and mele or song to really kick off the ecological and cultural importance of this work. And then fingers crossed, hopefully, as we're making progress on all of our permits, implementation in Ka'upalehu, end of this summer is really our goal. And so I just wanted to take a few minutes to, I'm super grateful for all the learning opportunities that I've had along the way. I've been able to attend the U.S. Coral Reef Task Force meeting, a Coral Reef Futures Conference in Florida, restoration workshops. I had the opportunity to go back to St. Croix in the U.S. Virgin Islands and help them with their coral outplanting. Earlier this year, I attended a training on TNC's kind of project management framework that I was able to use and apply to this restoration project. And I also helped Julia, my mentor, kind of plan and participate in a workshop for that post-storm response initiative with coral restoration. And with that, I would like to give a huge mahalo to everyone that has supported me, my friends and family, my mentor, Julia, my advisor, Lisa, all of the Hawaii Island Marine team, and my wonderful TCBES cohort members. I could not have done this without you guys. So thank you. Yeah. Questions? Do we have time for questions?
Yeah, I think one or two.
Okay. Yes.
Great presentation, everybody's working, it's probably really exciting question. I'm just curious. It makes sense, your kind of rationale for using, of course, corals from the local area, and the kind of corals of opportunity that are already broken free. But I was just curious to hear your thoughts about the corals themselves that are chosen to be used in that places, you know, that have very different kind of systems like Kaneohe or American Samoa, or you have these kind of active fluids, you have these like super corals that are really well adapted to these extreme temperature and extreme temperature fluctuations. Maybe it's not that informative, but I was just curious, like on a local scale, especially here, you know, for these reefs on the Big Island, is there a difference, say, from a coral that you might choose that's in the very shallow, close to the intertidal, and maybe experiencing more temperature fluctuation versus one that's, you know, from deeper, further offshore? And you think that that matters at all? And should it be part of the planning, or is that a totally bigger question?
So just to repeat your question and make sure I understood it, like where we choose to collect corals from, that environment that they are growing in, how that affects they're able to withstand the different temperature flux, maybe make them more robust for what we're doing. Yeah, so I think definitely where we collect them from plays a big role in what they're adapted to. And so for this pilot project, we're kind of focusing on initial implementation of kind of collecting the corals that we do find, but it is an additional component that we are looking to work in, is figuring out how that plays a role in how successful they are in our restoration project. And so looking at the thermal tolerance of different coral colonies, either based on where they're from, or looking at external factors. I'm actually traveling to Palmyra this summer to help a researcher with a thermal stress testing experiment, so that I can kind of learn the methods on how they do it, and be able to bring it back to our restoration project and eventually implement that with future corals that we collect.
Yes. I saw in your outreach materials that you had a sign for your study out in the water. Have you thought about what kind of language you have out there so that people try and not mess with it or try and help, I guess?
Yeah, and so that was kind of one of our concerns, or like one of the factors behind outreach is making sure that people are going to be eager to help and want to do the right thing, but we just don't want that to look like them picking up random corals in the sand and be like, oh, I'm helping, and putting it on our table. And so thinking about signage for underwater is definitely something that we're considering, and figuring out kind of what the right language for that is to be more informative of like, hey, this is what we're doing, but also like, just so you know, without the proper like requirements, we can't have you taking corals and putting them on our table, but it's also important for finding other avenues and ways that people can help. So they're not resorted to wanting to pick up corals and putting it on our table.
All right, well, we're out of time. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna meet back in about 5 minutes for our next speaker. So David. Aloha, everyone. So we have our fourth graduate student to present to this morning. David Garbino is quite amazing. He not only started a advocacy group here on campus, but he's been instrumental in being a GA for our biology department. And he's really brought forth some beautiful changes to the GA-ships, which I think most of our graduate students that are GAs appreciate. He has approached his work through a place of being very humble, knowing that and understanding that his very first internship may have imploded. And he'll talk about that a little bit beforehand, but he took on that challenge of wanting to make a difference, and he's going to really share that with us. Anyway, it's been great having David in multiple classes. He is a fantastic writer, and in fact, if you get a chance to read anything that he's written, I highly recommend it. I've encouraged him to publish and maybe even write a book. And so I expect big things from David. Maybe a PhD, probably a PhD, and it's my pleasure to bring you to the floor.
Mahalo for the introduction, Lisa. And I do have a poem that's going to be in the upcoming edition of the University Literature magazine. So
Yeah.
something to look out for. But aloha mai kako. My name is David Garbino, and welcome to my presentation entitled As Above, So Below, Envisioning Indigenous Microorganism Networks as Foundations of Hawaiian Food Sovereignty. I am so grateful to have you here all today, here and on Zoom, and I'm excited to share these experiences with you. Should probably pick up the clicker, huh? Good place to start. So before we get started, I think it's important for me to establish my positionality as an academic working on sovereign land. I am a queer autistic person of primarily Italian-American heritage from Cleveland, Ohio, the land of the Erie people, which later merged with the Haudenosaunee Nation. I completed my Bachelor's of Science in Evolution, Ecology, and Organismal Biology at the Ohio State University. Oh my goodness, I'm a little nervous. With a minor in creative writing. And I now have the privilege of living and studying here in Hilo, Hawaii. As has been said many times today already, the sovereign kingdom of Hawaii was overthrown by a coalition of business owners in 1893 with the backing of the United States Marine Corps. The Kingdom of Hawaii never signed a treaty ceding control to the United States or any other foreign entity, and its classification as a state remains illegitimate, as noted in the non-actionable 1993 U.S. apology resolution from President Clinton and the 93 Congress. Only through reparations and land back can we begin to make good on the wrongs against Kanakaʻiwi and the Kingdom of Hawaii. So yeah, I'd like to start us off with this olelo noeau, this poetical saying, which says, "He ali'i ka aina, he kawa ke kanaka." The land is chief, people are its servant. This philosophy I have encountered time and time again over the course of my 3 internships, shared both directly and through the spirit of my mentors' relationships with the aina. It is something I have internalized deeply over the past couple of years. In working with this aina, especially while situated within an academic context, it is vital that we not lose sight of who we are here to serve. Let this olelo noeau be a call for both students and the university system to remember that we are here first and foremost to steward the aina and steward it well. So what is aina? In Olelo Hawaii, the Hawaiian language, the word for land is aina, meaning that which feeds. Within this word, we find the living earth teeming with nutrients, detritivores, and mycelium, the plants that forge their lives from sun and soil, and the creatures that feed upon their bounty before returning to the earth and her agents of decay. Aina speaks to the universal relationality of being, to the palina, the bonds that connect all living things to each other. The single word encapsulates the entire ecological concept of the food web, yes, but more than that, it reminds us of our place within it. The word mahiai is often translated as farmer, but that too is an oversimplification. I had the privilege of listening to Kaiana Runnels speak on the meaning of mahi'ai recently, and this is what I've learned. Mahi'ai are the cultivators of food, yes, but ai is part of aina. Land is inseparable from food, whether it's feeding plants, animals, or microbes. Mahi'ai then are the scholars and stewards of these relationships, engaged in a generational bond to the land that they serve and to the land that feeds them in turn. The act of farming alone does not make someone a mahi'ai. Like all meaningful relationships, such bonds are formed slowly in the presence of intention, humility, and reciprocity. So as we move through this presentation, I'd like you to keep these definitions in mind. When I speak of aina, I mean to invoke this network of generational interspecies reciprocity upon which Hawaiian epistemology is founded. And when I say mahi'ai, I mean the stewards of that reciprocity. So let's turn our attention now to food and Hawaii's present-day relationship to it. At any given moment, Hawaii has about a 10-day supply of perishable food, and about 88% of the food that we consume annually is imported. The number is actually substantially higher for staple crops and carbohydrates. Now, with the nearest port of call, 2,400 miles away in Oakland, California, our food system is uniquely susceptible to disruption from natural disasters and geopolitical conflict. This dependency was by design. The same era of plantation owners that acquired 90% of Hawaiian lands before they overthrew the kingdom in 1983 were responsible for converting indigenous Hawaiian agricultural land into monocultures of sugar, putting the extraction of wealth above all else. So how do we get out of this mess? We may find our answer in food sovereignty. The food sovereignty movement aims to restore the independence of Hawaii by breaking its colonially imposed dependence on imported food by providing sustainably produced and culturally meaningful forms of sustenance. At present, only 59% of currently zoned agricultural land is being farmed. And of that land, 86% is non-dairy pasture land, right, for cattle. Another 5% is seed corn for that cattle, as well as foliage and coffee and flowers. This means that less than 9% of currently farmed land is being actively used for food production. And that doesn't even account for the amount of food that we export. How absurd is that? Now, people see these numbers and go, oh, we need to dedicate more land to farming. And well, yes, we do, but it's not so simple as converting more land into ag land. How can we better use the agricultural lands we already have? We may find our answer in the practice of agroforestry. So what is agroforestry then? Simply put, it is the intentional cultivation of harvestable tree and shrubs alongside more traditional crops or livestock. Agroforestry has been practiced by indigenous cultures for millennia in myriad forms long before Western ideas and definitions began to take hold. The Amazon rainforest itself is a good example. A recent study found that about half the trees in the remote regions of the Amazon were made up of over just 1% of the total species found there. About 20 of these species were domesticated species, like the ice cream bean and the Brazil nut, suggesting that the human history of occupation that reaches back over 13,000 years has influenced the abundance of certain desirable species over time, making the Amazon rainforest a sort of anthropogenic creation in a sense. It is a manifestation of that relationship. More tangible examples, perhaps, can be found in the vibrant milpa forest gardens of the Maya in Mexico and the Quijamba forest gardens of the Chaga people in Tanzania. Pictured in this slide here is the milpa system, a 25-year cycle of agriculture that starts with a Three Sisters garden, that's corns, beans, and squash, augmented with herbs, tubers, and pest-attracted species to reduce crop loss. Faster yielding fruit trees are then interplanted and come to fruition in 2 to 3 years, followed by slower yielding fruit trees, forming the true forest garden. And then finally, after about 25 years, the hardwoods are ready for harvest, using for building materials. The forest is cut, burned, and allowed to rest before the cycle begins anew. The Quijamba forest gardens of the Chaga people are designed to mimic the montane wet forests of their climate zone. And while the foundation of this system is banana, it includes over 500 different food species, both introduced and native, providing food, timber, fodder, and animal habitat. And then, of course, we have Hawaii. So the history of agroforestry in Hawaii. Before the arrival of Captain Cook in 1778, the population of the Hawaiian Islands was estimated to have been somewhere between 200,000 and 800,000, based on the estimated productivity of historically cultivated land and early written records, although some scholars theorize that the population may have exceeded 1 million. According to historical records and contemporary geospatial modeling done by Noah Lincoln and Thegan Leibfoget, dryland agricultural systems were the primary source of food production across Hawaii Island before European contact, supported by 3 staple crops: ulu, or breadfruit, kalo, or taro, and uwala, or sweet potato. Remarkably, only 15% approximately of the surface of the Hawaiian Islands was occupied and cultivated in the years before Cook's arrival, driving home the concept of Aina Momoa, the fat lands, the abundant lands. Food produced in such abundance that the population could be fed with only 15% of the land under cultivation, leaving ample space and habitat for native plants and wildlife. So what did such abundance look like? A prime example of traditional Hawaiian agroforestry systems was the Kalu'ulu, a stretch of land in Kona, Hawaii, described as a miles-long belt of open canopy ulu, mountain apple, and candlenut trees interplanted with uwala, paper mulberry, yams, bananas, turmeric, Polynesian arrowroot, and dryland kalo. This sprawling, sophisticated agricultural system was able to support a population of up to 1 million people, and it may guide us forward on the path towards restoring food sovereignty to Hawaii. So now, modern agroforestry has taken on specific qualifiers in the way that it likes to, under the supervision of the USDA. And agroforestry is defined as the intentional combination of at least 2 of the 5 core methods to achieve specific benefits. So first, let's consider the 4 I's of agroforestry. You must be intentional, intensive, integrated, and interactive. The 5 methods are listed here, and I'm going to go through each one of them in turn. Alley cropping is the planting of trees or shrubs in sets of alternating rows to allow for shade, mulch, weed barriers, and simplified or mechanized harvesting. The figure on the right here is an example of what alley cropping can look like in a system. Forest farming, or multi-story cropping, is the intentional cultivation of edible, medicinal, or even decorative crops beneath an actively planted native or planted woodland. The figure at the bottom here demonstrates an example of this sort of forest farming system with turmeric and sweet potato in the lower layer, papaya and banana in the middle, and coconut and madre de cacao, which is a great nitrogen fixer, in the top. Riparian forest buffers are installations of trees, shrubs, or vegetation alongside the banks of bodies of water like streams, rivers, and wetlands. This vegetation catches and filters farm runoff before it reaches the water, preventing the outwashing of fertilizers and providing soil stabilization to the banks. Silvopasture is the combination of trees, forage plants, and livestock in a heavily intensively managed system. The livestock graze to keep the weeds down in the shade of the trees, depositing manure that acts for fertilizer in return. And then finally, the windbreaks are rows of trees and shrubs planted for the protection of other crops inside that area. They serve as means of protecting damage and as well as buffering against both pests and pesticide drift. And that brings me to my first internship. Sort of a long walk, huh? So the start of my first internship experience saw me pair up with a group called Pahoehoe LLC. My mentor, Asia Grande, is a doctoral candidate at MIT, and she had reached out to the TCBES program looking for someone to assist in the development of an agri-solar farm. Her uncle Suta had been given a 42-acre parcel of land down in the Moko of Puna in the Ahupua'a of Kahena, just behind the Kalani Oceanside Retreat Center, by his Hanai auntie. He and Asia had a vision of a hybrid food forest and solar farm that would provide renewable energy and sustainable organic food to the Puna community, and they were looking for help getting the project off the ground. Now, staking my internship on a project still in its infancy was, as Lisa mentioned, a bit of a risk, but I saw the passion and the good intention of my new collaborators, and I decided to give it a shot. Because Asia and Suta both live in Oahu, I was the one who was most regularly able to visit the land itself. I began spending time with the Aina here, trying to learn the names of the plants and the history of the land, because I felt that it was important for me to connect with place before trying to do any sort of work there. This was the first place in Hawaii that I really began to form my own palina, my own relationships to place, and understand what Aina meant to me. I spent a good deal of time here wandering around in the forest, getting to know the species, conducting a biodiversity survey, and putting together a guide to better orient myself to their names and habits. So once I had, formed this beginnings of a relationship, I began to work for the startup itself. In January of 2022, I led a group of MIT students who were studying remote sensing and drone imaging for the canopy identification of tree species, down to the forest in Gehenna, where I led them in an oli, a Hawaiian chant, to share our breath, purpose, and intentions with the land. I then shared with them the species guide that I had assembled, introduced them to the plants, and helped them set up transects to survey for the presence of fire ants and arthropods. In this photo here, one of the field leaders of that trip is taking a core of, I believe, a trumpet tree, which really let out a stream of water when they pulled it out. It broke the columnar pressure. But the other major portion of my internship with Pahoehoe LLC was the grant writing. I wrote my very first grant for the Hawaii Forest Stewardship Program, proposing a preliminary agroforestry and ohia conservation site. A few months later, we were awarded that grant, which is exciting. Yeah, I also wrote the Western Sustainable Agricultural Research and Foundation grant, but unfortunately we did not get that one. Funnily enough though, I ended up working for the Hawaii Ulu Cooperative, who was the group that got that grant. So full circle. So here's an example of the general plan I proposed for the development of this agroforestry site. I started with a land survey, which revealed 2 distinct soil zones. The area highlighted in yellow here represents 10 acres of malama, which is extremely cobbly lava rock, populated by some very healthy ohia trees, probably around 100 years old, and a thick ground cover of aluhe ferns. The other soil zone, which represents these other 3 colors here, was called hakuma, a highly organic hydrous loam soil. And it's much older, characterized by full canopy of mango, albizia, trumpet trees, and gunpowder trees, with an understory of things like hala, guava, melosia, and so much more. This rich soil was occupied heavily with invasive species, however, and so this became the proposed site of the agroforest. So first I sectioned off the younger area here, the younger soil, with the ohia trees, and decided that we would fence this in and make it a preserve with a nature trail to run through it. I then proposed that the solar panels and educational facility go along the roadside here so they would have access to the electrical lines. It's kind of important. And finally, the educational center as well. This was a space we planned to have a communal medicinal and herbal garden where people could come and take cuttings, an indoor space for hosting community events and cultural practitioners, and a place from which we could lead guided tours of the agroforest and solar site to get that information out there. And then behind, of course, we had plans for the agroforest itself, which we envisioned as a combination of native and canoe plant species like coconut, sugarcane, ulu, and kukui alongside high-value crops like edible figs and passion fruit. So even though we did secure the FSP grant, it was unfortunately more of a reimbursement-based thing. And due to our lack of upfront funds, we came to a bit of a halt. So the project is now on hold and the stakeholders are considering their options and how to move forward. But I needed to continue on with my master's program, so I turned my attention to a summer agroforestry job posting by the Hawaii Ulu Cooperative. So I was lucky enough to get the job with the co-op, which is actually a grant-funded position through the Clean Energy Leadership Institute and their Empowering Diverse Climate Talent Cohort Program, or EDICT. As agroforestry intern, I was tasked with assisting my mentor, Kyle Jackson, with member intake, field visits to our 120 plus member farms, foliage and soil sampling for our members. I also completed guides to ulu disease and nutrient deficiencies, as well as planting guides to co-crops like pumpkins, sweet potato, and kalo. All of this work was in service of the co-op's mission to revitalize breadfruit as a viable crop and dietary staple by empowering farmers as change makers in Hawaii's food system. So why Ulu? Why would we dedicate an entire farming cooperative to a single plant, right? Well, Ulu is one of the only staple crops in the world that grows on trees. It is also deeply culturally significant to Hawaii. Ulu is a kino lau, one of the many forms of the body of the god Ku. The tree itself has been used for all kinds of things. The lightweight wood can be used for canoes and homes. The sap is an adhesive for wound care, bird catching, caulking, and waterproofing. The tree bark can be pounded into a fibrous dark cloth known as kapa, and the fruit, of course, can be roasted, steamed, boiled, or pounded into a type of poi. The dried leaves and sheath buds can be used as polishers for bowls and kukui nuts, and the leaves themselves can be brewed as medicinal herbal infusion. It's truly an incredible plant. One ulu tree can live for 50 to 100 years, reaching fruiting age between 2 and 3 years. At maturity, one tree can produce an average of between 100 and 250 pounds of food per year. They are also effective at sequestering atmospheric carbon, and the root systems hold down the topsoil and facilitate the exchange of nutrients and water. And finally, of course, they're very nutritious, rich in dietary fiber, complex carbohydrates, vitamins like potassium, calcium, vitamin A, and C. So the biggest portion of my internship with the co-op was our agroforestry project. I'm extremely excited about this. This project is an ongoing collaboration between the Hawaii Ulu Cooperative, a software company called Overyield, which has developed a platform for modeling and tracking the productivity of agroforestry systems, and OK Farms, a family-owned and sustainably oriented farm just across the Wailuku River and from Hilo in the hills of Pu'u'eo Mauka. The goal is to create a sustainable model of agroforestry in Hawaii from the ground up, tracking all of the costs, labor, species, and productivity that goes in and comes out through Overyield's digital modeling system. We designed an initial plan in the software system, laid out the placement of the species, created a model of expected inputs, outputs, harvest, and profit. The goal now is to carry out that model in the field, definitively establishing for the first time at this scale an economic viability model of agroforestry in Hawaii. This project is hugely exciting to me, and what started as a cleared 5-acre plot of former rambutan orchard quickly has developed into rows of over 200 ulu trees, thousands of pumpkins, kalo, sugarcane, coffee, and more. Just last weekend, we added another 450 coffee trees and another 500 kalo keiki. So I wanted to show you guys the original model of the farm that we created in Overyield. This is what our map looked like, with each species indicated by their own color and each individual by a single dot. Now you'll notice, those of you who have been to the site in person, that things look a little bit different on the ground. Turns out that the ins and outs of running an agroforest like this in practice don't always match up to the original plans. The biggest change so far has been an installation of a gravel road from the gate in the middle of that pink line there by following the green arrow down to the middle of the field. And this road allows us to drive in supplies, farm equipment, and loads of mulch to a much more centralized location. So here we have a base model of Overyield's calculations for yield. This was a yield slide. So it's based on calculations of ages of maturity, average yields of plants per acre or per plant over time. And the software allows us for the tracking of all of the inputs as well. So this is essentially how we're going to be able to visualize the viability of agroforestry over time. This is just a base example. So one of the minor setbacks that we encountered during this project was the issue of the pumpkins. At the start of my internship, I spent many hours out here on my own, planting well over 1,000 pumpkin starts in the soil, mostly with my bare hands. And however, as the months wore on, we learned a few things. First, that our pumpkins would be happier with some companion plants like corn and beans. And second, that we needed to dedicate more labor to weeding said pumpkins than we could justify on our own. There was just too many hands needed elsewhere on OK Farms' 800 plus acres of managed farm. So this led me to organize the first of what would become monthly volunteer events on the farm. The word began to spread through the co-op, the OK Farms Ohana, and the university system, and soon we had folks coming up from all across the community to help out and connect with this wonderful place together. We had multi-generational families come out, groups from Kamehameha schools, Go Farms, and so many more. I've taken on a more active leadership role in the most recent volunteer events, leading small demonstrations of fertilizer mixing, planting, huli preparation, the harvesting of leaf and corn, as well as the distribution of sign-up sheets, the setting up of event stations and shelters. Our event on March of 2023 was one of the most rewarding days of my life, actually. We had more than 30 people from the community come out to partake. In all, we harvested over 600 pounds of kalo corn from the first field that we had planted just 10 months before, as well as 200 plus pounds of leaf, and producing over 2,000 keiki for us to replant and gift to the community. There was such a joy to be found in this field that day, and in going home with the food that I had planted, being able to feed my friends with it. That's the kind of feeling I think we could spend our whole lives chasing if we don't know where to look. And I feel so blessed to have found it there. So while my internship with the co-op ended last August, I remain an active member of these community work days, and I will be continuing to collaborate with the co-op throughout the summer. Now, I'd like to shift focus a little bit to a topic that I kept crossing paths with throughout my internship with the co-op: indigenous microorganisms, or IMOs. Simply put, IMOs are the microscopic bacteria, protozoa, nematodes, and fungi that are naturally found in the soil. This incredibly diverse class of organisms is woven into the history of the natural world in ways we are just beginning to understand, and their roles are myriad. Some are decomposers, some help regulate nutrient efficiency and uptake in plants, and certain types are now being found to facilitate the exchange of information between plants as if they were speaking to each other, like a forest neural network. IMOs are remarkable, but they're fragile too. These tiny creatures are sensitive to sunlight and disturbance, and human activities like deforestation and farm tilling are often fatal for them. Conventional agricultural practices have been devastating for our IMO communities, and its impacts are just beginning to be recognized by Western academia. Make no mistake, however, IMOs have been a part of indigenous agricultural practices for millennia. In pre-colonial Hawaii, Kanaka Maoli knew that there were creatures in the soil that their eyes could not see, and they knew that they played a vital role in the aina and the cultivation of it. These invisible creatures were called akua, a term reserved for gods and deities. The mahiai saw the work of the gods in the soil long before anyone had constructed the lenses required to see them. In the book Native Planters of Old Hawaii by E.S. Handy, he describes a traditional method of pit mulching in which a stand of kukui trees or tree ferns, hapu'u, would be cleared in a forest. A large hole would be dug there, and the wood and the foliage would be left to bury and decompose into a rich humus. The kalo planted here were said to be huge, over 20-pound corms, fed by the bounty of the forest. And while it's not stated outright, because of course it couldn't be, this practice is allowing for the breakdown of a nitrogen-rich tree by the inclusion of IMOs from the forest, right? This is the same practice that we're doing when we go out with our baskets to harvest IMOs from the forest, creating these massive mulch pits on such a grand scale to feed their communities. It's truly incredible. So, the experience that really convinced me of the incredible transformative power of IMOs was a co-op farm tour event held by Ginger John Caverly at Sweet Cane Farms. Ginger John was one of the first people to advocate for Korean natural farming, or KNF, here in Hawaii, alongside Master Chohan Kyu and Dr. Boon Park. We'll dig into KNF in depth soon, but for now, just know that it is a natural farming system that combines the cultivation of IMOs with traditional medicines, lactobacillus cultures, and other natural amendments to tend crops and build soil. Ginger John described the land when he first arrived as barren. There wasn't a single blade of grass left alive. Previous owners had tried conventional methods and applied methyl bromide to fumigate the soil before they left. He had tried planting kalo and sweet potatoes, but everything was dying. He had tried applying fertilizers, but the plants would only survive until they ran out. Things were looking bad until John met Dr. Boon Park, a pediatrician from Kona, who had taken interest in Master Cho's KNF program. They began making their IMOs together and quickly found that the use of them, combined with the planting of pigeon pea, a nitrogen-fixing plant, resulted in the development of living soil rife with earthworms and mycelium. Over the next few years, John was able to develop a rich, dark soil on once poisoned ground, as you can see in the photo at the top of the slide there. Truly incredible earth. Sweet Cane Farm was a revelation to me. There is so much life there beneath our feet, a sprawling farm reborn from a desert of poisoned soil. I saw firsthand how indigenous microorganisms can transmute the hazardous into the benign, and I could not look away. And that brings me to a little bit of a turn here. I had spent my summer planting the agroforest with the co-op at OK Farms, focused on diverse crops to sustainably feed our community. But as I was laying beneath the canopy of the kalo one afternoon, I remembered the phrase, "as above, so below." Had I spent so much time focusing on the kalo stretching out above me that I had forgotten about our soil below? I decided to dive into this phrase to better understand what it meant and where it comes from. I'm sure many of you have heard it before, perhaps in comparing something on a large scale to something small, the macro to the micro. It turns out that this phrase is derived from an ancient text called the Emerald Tablet, one of the foundational texts of the study of alchemy. Alchemy, of course, is a pseudoscience popularized by the Arabic, Chinese, and European scholars in the Middle Ages who sought to turn lead into gold and discover the secrets of eternal life. It's outlandish, I know, but bear with me here. A translation of the original Arabic goes like this: that which is above is from that which is below, and that which is below is from that which is above, working the miracles of one thing. Feed the earth from that which is subtle with the greatest power. That's when it clicked for me. Ginger John had taught us that once you restore the Aina, all you have to do is feed it, and it takes care of the rest. IMOs are like the alchemists of the Aina. We feed the earth with these subtle creatures, and they have the power to remediate the world of harm that we have done. So it may sound out there, but the Western world is beginning to recognize the awesome abilities of fungi that have just been recognized by indigenous communities for millennia, right? Here's just a few examples of headlines touting how mushrooms can eat plastics, clean up oil spills, and perhaps even save the world. Soil health and biodiversity is not a given thing. Decades of exploitative agriculture and ranching have drained, poisoned, and compacted the soil here in Hawaii. So if we are to envision a Hawaii of abundance, we must heed the call to return to Aina, to renew our relationships with the land and begin fostering diversity both above and below. This is a call that has been booming since the Hawaiian Renaissance, made manifest in more communities and Kanaka-led organizations than I can count, and I claim no ownership of it. I am just one human who, with their hands in the Aina, heard the call and wanted to use their platform to share it. Ancient leaf tea now. This IMO awakening, if you will, led me to seek out a third and final internship where I might explore the ins and outs of natural farming. I had the incredible fortune to cross paths with Susan Schultz of Ancient Leaf Tea, a fully organic and regenerative tea farm in Papaipo, Hawaii. As her graduate intern, Susan has been training me in Korean natural farming techniques and the cultivation of IMOs. I've also gotten to partake in the planting, weeding, and mulching that is instrumental in natural farming. And I've even brought some friends to help out. I've also been using my writing experience to develop farm practice documents and advertisement materials for her. So a brief summary of KNF, since we're running short on time here. And what I've learned from Susan is that there are 9 key components of KNF. We have IMOs, lactobacillus cultures, fermented plant juices, fruit or grain vinegars, tinctured herbal medicines, bone char for structure, fish amino acids for protein synthesis, calcium for fruiting, and diluted seawater for all of the micronutrients required for life. These 9 components are combined in a variety of ways to care for the land like we might care for our human bodies. Probiotics, vitamins and minerals, special foods, and herbal medicines. In the photo on the right here, I am preparing fermented plant juice using papaya, guava, and banana from the farm. This kind of food is used then to support plant growth, as it contains the same profile of nutrients and plant hormones required for such growth. You give what you need back, right? KNF is for everyone. One of the most important things I've learned about KNF is that it was designed to be accessible. Most of the supplies needed for it are household items such as rice, brown sugar, glass jars, and yard, farm, and grocery items like fish, fruit, and plant material. The system itself is fairly intuitive, and while it requires a significant amount of time to get established, there are classes that train farmers in the methodologies here. The result is a regenerative, resilient agricultural system that can operate without the need for imported fertilizers and amendments. But that said, it's not a perfect system. It relies on imported components like rice and medicinal plants and brown sugar for various tinctures and applications. And so there is therefore a very clear need for a Hawaii-based version of natural farming that can be implemented using only the things that can be produced sustainably on island. So what comes next? Well, there are a ton of incredible people working to spread agroforestry, IMOs, and natural farming techniques across Hawaii right now, including my various internship partners. The OK Farms Agroforest has recently brought in Seth and Evan, two incredible kalo growers, and under their watch, the site is quickly developing into a biodiversity that rivals below the ground, which is above, which is really wonderful to see. The co-op, of course, continues to grow as well, their work manifesting both in the field and on the kitchen table of homes across the islands. Overall, I am very hopeful for the future of food sovereignty in Hawaii. I can feel the excitement and energy around it. And I think that with projects like the OK Farms Agroforest coming together, we might have a better shot at getting more state and federal investment in food systems to support food sovereignty. There's a lot to unpack there, I know. As for me, I will be continuing my work with OK Farms and Ancient Leaf Tea through the summer, and I'm going to continue building my relationship to the Aina as I learn the ins and outs of natural farming. I hope to connect with more mahiaya across Hawaii to get a sense of the current needs and roadblocks facing the natural farming community here. And because I am well suited to academia, I intend to pursue a PhD to meet some of those needs how I can. I'm not sure what shape my work will take in the future, but I am here to serve as a steward of place, to support the sovereignty of Hawaii and Malama the Aina however I can. So mahalo nui loa to all of my wonderful collaborators, to Lisa Canali, the internship advisor, the opportunities and funding provided by the graduate assistantship that I have, Asia Grande and Sutakara Union at Pahoehoe LLC, Kyle Jackson, Donna Shapiro, Kenta Namoto, and the HUC crew, Edith, Seeley, and the Elemental Accelerator staff, Troy and Alakeo Lanui at OK Farms and their ohana, Susan and Roger Schultz at Ancient Leaf Tea, John Caverly at Sweet Cane Farms, Emma Steerhoff, Hannah Hartman, and Sienna Lee Dowd for their endless support both in the field and at home, to the TCBES cohort, and all of the incredible volunteers who have come out to help at these different farm sites. Mahalo. Yeah, I'd be happy to take questions if we have time.
Why don't we go ahead and open up for 1 or 2 questions? So, audience?
No, well, yeah.
What do you think is the greatest roadblock towards food sovereignty?
The greatest roadblock to food sovereignty is probably funding. It is extremely hard to be a productive farm in Hawaii right now. I did an interview with Troy Keolanui of OK Farms, and he was talking about how if they struggle to make this happen, then how are small scale farms supposed to, right? 75% of farms in Hawaii are less than 9 acres. So we need to find ways to get the resources and funding necessary for natural farming out to the community, and to form coalitions of farmers to support each other and get the information out there that's necessary to create these sustainable systems, even without input from government.
I have so much, and this isn't even a question, but you inspire me every day, and the work that you do is amazing. And so I have so much aloha and mahalo to give to you, and your fight in the Hawaiian sovereignty movement coming from this food angle is beyond words. So thank you so much.
Mahalo for that. I appreciate it. Checking on Zoom.
The Zoom is seeing praise.
Aw.
Oh, just
Thanks, you guys. I appreciate that.
All right, well, I have a question about the PhD.
Of course.
So how do you see that shaping up? Like, what is that? What's the driving question that you want to explore?
I think it's less about what I want to explore and what the community needs from me. So, I have some conversations to have. I've got some people to meet. And once we've put together a big picture of where natural farming needs to go and what the blocks are to that, I will do my part to make those happen.
Wonderful. Well, on that note, I just want to say thank you once again. We have a half-hour break ahead of us, and so if everybody could return at noon for our 5th speaker of the day. We'll see you all at noon. Thank you.
Also, oh my God, they are gonna see you and Michael are going.
I'm trying to like. Not just smell like curry. I'm gonna go straight up right now.
Okay, so we're gonna start in a minute. Okay, so I'm just gonna say a couple words of you, and then we'll bring you up to the floor. But don't stand there yet.
No. Did you guys get any curry?
You ate curry. Did you get some curry?
Not yet, no.
Okay, help yourself later.
I couldn't take the rice, by the way, I tried.
Yeah.
Thank you
The
for
rice
trying.
was turning off.
Oh,
Are you gonna let me know?
Hello, everybody. We are going to get started. It's noon. Our next speaker is our next graduate student is going to be introduced by their mentor, Lauren Kafuta. And Lauren is with the Nature Conservancy. She is the coordinator for the South Kohala Coastal Partnership. So this is a reef to ridge type of partnership. She started with TNC about a year ago, and she's doing fantastic work. She's been active in all sorts of environmental work for what, 15 years, 10 years? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, and so she's dedicated to conservation and to the Aina and to the seas. And it is my pleasure to bring you up to the floor.
Thank you. So I have the honor of introducing Avalon, and Avalon was raised and continues to reside in Waikoloa Village in the district of South Kohala. And their fascination and love for human culture and the Aina informed their early years, eventually leading them to study anthropology and ethnobotany at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. During this internship, Avalon's experiences have focused on exploring the incorporation of Oiwi knowledge in Malama Aina, the Pilina people and communities developed with place, the restoration practices of our beloved native plant species. They're also a talented artist, so everyone on Zoom needs to check out their artwork on the official flyer for today's event, and a passionate kapa maker. I had the privilege of working with Avalon during their experiences with the South Kohala Coastal Partnership, and I'm continually impressed and inspired with their passion for place, native ecosystems, and with connecting with people.
Thank you so much. What introduction? Oh my God. Okay. Let me make sure I know how this little clicker guy works real quick. Real quick. Where's the laser pointer on this little guy?
It's in the middle.
Oh, it's this thing. Okay. Oh.
Sorry, everybody. It's not technology, it's me.
It's both. Let's be real.
Aloha kako. Welcome to my final presentation as a TCBES graduate student, which is Na Pilina Aina, relationships between the communities and environments of Kohalahema, Kona Akau, and beyond. So, okay. So aloha kako. I did get an introduction by Lauren that was really phenomenal. So this is probably going to be a bit of, same but different. But o Avalon Ko'ui Noa no Waikoloa Mai Au. I am a queer neurodivergent Haole person who was born in Arizona and raised in Waikoloa Village here on Hawaii Island since the age of 4. My academic background, I went to UH Manoa and studied anthropology and ethnobotany, and I've done work in those arenas as well as archaeology in the past. And then I decided that I wanted to get back into conservation work, and so I joined the TCBES program in 2021, along with all these other amazing people. As mentioned, I'm a huge plant nerd. Like, that's a big part of who I am. It's kind of what I'm known for, amongst other things. I'm very passionate about people and our environment. So to kind of continue this positionality, a big part of my experience in the TCBES program has been my involvement with Hala Ohia since the spring of last year in 2022. I'm very fortunate to have been able to be a part of this halau through funding by the Ha'ole Maut Loa Foundation. So Hala Ohia was founded in 2016 by Kumu Kekuhi Keali'i Kanaka Oleo Ha'ililani as a way to immerse folks working in the environmental sector in Hawaiian cultural frameworks, allowing us to build stronger, more meaningful relationships with our Aina, or natural world, other life forms, each other, and especially with ourselves as well. Learning mele, oli, hula, and ka'au are integral to this hana or work. The teachings that I have learned in Hala Ohia have allowed me to ground myself in Ike and Hawaii in myriad ways while working on my graduate projects. Huaka'i, or excursions and journeys, allow us a chance to visit new environments, expanding our consciousness of our Pai'aina. This is a photo from a recent huaka'i that we took to Kaho'olawe not even quite 2 weeks ago, so I'm still really processing this trip. It's a huge privilege to be able to go to Kaho'olawe and to learn more out there with my fellow Hamana, my fellow students. So a little background introduction on the work that I've done. I was interested in joining the TCBES program. I came in interested in exploring the inclusion of Kanaka Iwi, or Native Hawaiian traditional ecological knowledge, often referred to as TEK in Western sciences, and how that traditional ecological knowledge is brought into environmental conservation here in Hawaii. In an effort to decolonize my language, I will not be referring to traditional ecological knowledge as such or as TEK, but rather as Ike Oiwi, which is Indigenous Hawaiian knowledge, or Ike Hawaii, Hawaiian knowledge. Conservation organizations are increasingly putting Oiwi knowledge at the forefront of management practices, recognizing how important these knowledge systems are as they have evolved in tandem with this specific landscape. And again, Oiwi knowledge is not just specific to all places in the islands. This is often very specific to specific places. So it's place-based in a very regional sense a lot of the time. So in exploring how Ike Hawaii is brought into the forefront of management practices here in Hawaii, I was also very interested in learning about the pilina, or relationships that individuals develop with our natural landscapes. Part of this is also the inclusion of people and community, and how communities, broader sense of individuals grouping together, create relationships with the place that they're in, and how this develops resilience within our communities, especially in the face of changes like climate change, changes in our environment and such. So pilina is extremely important and is at the core of the work that I've done in this program and with the groups that I worked with. Okay, so quick map kind of showing some of the areas that I worked in. Let me see if I can use this clicker. So I did my work primarily in the Kohala and Kona moku. So there are 6 moku, these are traditional land districts in Hawaii. But I did my work in Kohalahema, which is South Kohala, kind of in this region, and Kona Akau. So these 2 areas that are considered separate districts, but have a lot of overlapping ecosystems and communities. In Kohalahema, I worked primarily with the South Kohala Coastal Partnership and 4 affiliated groups within the South Kohala Coastal Partnership. These were the Kohala Center, Yalakahakai National Historic Trail, the Nature Conservancy, and then the Ridge to Reef Ahupua'a Watershed Project. In Kona Akau, I worked with the Joseph Rock Arboretum, and then I will also be talking a little bit about an independent oral history project that I've been working on, interviewing kupuna elders that are kapa makers. And I'll explain kappa in depth in a little bit. Okay, so jumping into my work with the South Kohala Coastal Partnership. They were the primary organization that I worked with in South Kohala and Kohala Hema under the mentorship of Lauren Kerpita, who introduced me earlier. So South Kohala Coastal Partnership, which I will also probably refer to as SKCP for short, was formally organized in 2012 in response to the health of our marine habitats along the South Kohala coastline. SKCP is coordinated by the Nature Conservancy and is comprised of over 50 different organizations and partners in the Kohala Hema region. They are seen as a diverse network of people with myriad backgrounds, abilities, interests, and specializations. And altogether, I really see SKCP as essentially embodying the watershed itself, from Mauka upland all the way Makai to the ocean. So here's just a photo of a beautiful sunset that I enjoyed with some friends in Puako recently, one of the Akua'a in Kohala Hema. Okay, so a major guiding document that helps to guide partners within the South Kohala Coastal Partnership is their South Kohala Coastal Action Plan 2030, or SKCAP 2030. This plan was developed with the help of over 70 different partners over the course of 2 years, and I believe it culminated in 2018. Threats to our coastline include climate change, pollution, erosion, wildfires, and other anthropogenically driven effects. Several declines in ecosystem health in this region have been noted by kupuna, who are long familiar with this area. So this is a quote taken from the SKCAP 2030 by Uncle Francis Ruddle, who is a longtime locally kia'i locally in this area, saying, "For every fish you see today, I've seen 7." I think that this is an extremely poignant statement. It really speaks to how much change these environments have seen. This here is Kohala Mountain from the ocean, which is a really beautiful view to be able to see this place that I care about so much from the sea and seeing that connection, again, from Mauka to Makai. Within the SKCAP 2030, folks identified 6 priority strategies, which are comprised of folks in various organizations who meet on a regular basis to discuss projects they're working on, where they need help, how they can work with one another, and successes that they've been able to achieve. So this document helped guide my work with the South Kohala Coastal Partnership, and most of my work took place between 2 of their specific strategy teams, these being the Soil and Watershed Management Team and the Community Connectivity and Stewardship Team. And for anybody interested, this document is available on the SKCP website. And it's really accessible. Highly recommend reading it. It's really great. So in each of my projects, I decided to bring in Olelo no Eao, or traditional Hawaiian sayings, that help guide my work. For my work with SKCP, the Olelo no Eao that guided me was Aohe hana nui ke aluia. No task is too big when done together by all, which again, over 50 different organizations. That's freaking awesome. Like, it's so cool how many different people are part of this, you know. So this was from this January, we had our all partners gathering. We had a virtual one too, which was cool. It was great to have a virtual one, but it was even more fun to go out on a whale watch with everybody and hang out on the ocean with some really, really cool people. So you'll recognize some of these awesome faces here. All right, so my hana and kuleana, or work and responsibilities with the South Kohala Coastal Partnership, spanned a number of different activities. I help with communications between organizations by acting as lead organizer for the Community Connectivity and Stewardship Team. And this involves sending emails, taking notes, facilitating discussion during meetings, and so on and so forth. I also helped organize meetings and take notes for feedback for the purpose of creating our newsletter, which is sent out to our project partners to, again, just kind of have a better understanding of what folks are working on. I did this with using a program called Canva, which I was really unfamiliar. I'm not a technologically advanced person by any means, but I'm really stoked that I got to learn it with a little pressure from some of my classmates who were like, "This is really great, you should try it." I also helped host several of our speaker series events. So these are once a month events where we invite folks who are within the partnership to talk. It's usually about an hour long to talk story about the work that they're doing. Super informative. And what's great is that these talks are recorded and then they're uploaded to the website for future viewing. So if anybody's interested, you can go and find those. I actually was our speaker series person last month. So I'm doing it all again today, which is really good. It was really good practice. I also got to help host several different community engagement events. So this is me and one of our awesome TNC and Nature Conservancy folks, Bryant, and we were helping at the Wheelie Wheelie Festival in Waikoloa, teaching people about the South Kohala Coastal Partnership and the work that's done by our project partners. A big thing that I decided to take upon myself was the creation of a Kohala Hema resource collection. Actually, this is called the South Kohala Resource Collection, but it is a separate page. It's a page that's on the South Kohala Coastal Partnership website. I highly encourage anybody to check this out. Mostly these are resources that pertain to the South Kohala region or to Kohala more broadly. But I do also have some like general resources there for anybody interested in learning more about Hawaiian history or culture or Olelo Noeau and so on and so forth. But this is just a screenshot of some of the documents that I found. So some of this is archaeological reports, oral histories, ka'awan mo'olelo or stories, oli, contemporary music too, which is awesome. So it's a whole bunch of stuff, and it can be added to in the future by folks that work with the South Kohala Coastal Partnership. All right, so one of the major organizations that I work with through the South Kohala Coastal Partnership is the Kohala Center under the leadership of Mahina Patterson and Mia Akau Leclerc. They were founded in 2000 as a community-based center for research, conservation, and education. As seen in their name, they focus primarily on communities throughout Kohala, and core concepts that guide their work include energy self-reliance, food self-reliance, and ecosystem health. Kohala is our oldest mountain, at close to 1 million years old on this island, and though it is extinct volcanically, it is anything but lifeless. It's also my favorite mountain. Don't tell the other ones, please. But it is definitely my favorite because this is my landscape. So this is a photo of, I would love to take some of you folks up here one of these days. This is one of my favorite places to go hiking. This is quite a sanctuary, so a lot of beautiful quiet trees all throughout here. And this is a stream system when it's running, but just really lush and beautiful. Great place to have a little picnic. The Olelo No'ea that guided my work with the Kohala Center was Lelewa Kohala Mehelukela. Kohala soars as a kite. And this is an expression of admiration for Kohala, a district that has often been a leader in doing good works. Kohala is home to many talented, generous souls who are pouring their love into healing our Aina. And groups like TKC, the Kohala Center, stand as inspirational beacons for what it means to bring pono practices into environmental conservation. Okay, so the work that I did with the Kohala Center pertained primarily to their Eke project. So this is a planned 614-acre fenced enclosure that will be protecting Wauakua, or cloud forest of Kohala, around Pu'u'eke, and encompassing land that is managed by the Queen Emma Land Company. Forest health directly impacts the well-being of our native species, our waters, and our own health physically, culturally, and spiritually. Our vai, our precious freshwater resources that we all depend on, is directly tied to our Wauakua and our upland environments. Major threats include feral pua'a, or feral pigs, avapuhi kahili, or kahili ginger. And here we see an image of their planned exposure. So this yellow right here, it will be the 614-acre enclosure. And this is on Queen Emma Land Company land up in Kohala. They have yet to actually start working on building the fence, but that is in the works. All right, so my hana and kuleana involved helping Mahina. So before doing any of the construction work, Mahina Patterson conducted interviews with individuals in small groups with ties to Kohala, such as hunters, cultural practitioners, and conservation professionals. These interviews allowed folks with the Kohala Center the chance to better understand the pilina that residents share with Kohala, while providing a chance to explain the purposes of the Eke unit to the community and receive feedback from folks and their thoughts or mana'o from the people that were interviewed. Following these interviews, 3 public community meetings were held in 2022. 2 of these were in person and 1 on Zoom, which allowed for a continuation of this work. I assisted in this work by sorting through the transcripts from the interviews, looking for major thoughts and takeaways that were shared, as well as attending the meetings that were held in order to take notes and continue making observations. So major takeaways included very deep pilina with Kohala, a desire for OEV resource management practices being brought into conservation work, community access and involvement to this area, and sorry, looking at my notes, and also the sharing of scientific data as well in a digestible manner. In response to that, a big thing that I have been working on, which is still in the works right now, is the creation of a ginger management guidelines. So as mentioned, so this here is a picture of kahili ginger. It's extremely invasive. Many of you probably know how problematic it is, but for those that don't, it's extremely thirsty. It sucks up a lot of water. It's also, it has this incredible rhizomal mat that grows underground that just completely takes over, prevents other plants from growing, particularly native species. And even one small fragment of this plant broken off can grow into a whole new individual. So it's very hard to get rid of. And so I've been helping to work on these management guidelines, identifying ways that we can manage ginger and also ways that we can outplant native species to hopefully help curtail the spread of this plant into the future. All right, so another organization that I worked with was the Alakaha Kai under the leadership of Rick Merkin. This area is, or this system is managed through the National Park Service and was established in 2000 to protect and preserve the 175+ mile historic trail system that passes through over 200 aqua on our island. I apologize for not having a map. That information is totally accessible online, but if you can imagine Hawaii Island, it wraps all the way from like Hawaii counterclockwise around the island and ending in the Puna district. This is a huge trail system, and it's seen a lot of change with development and other activities along our coastlines. Extremely important for people to be able to walk on these trail systems to move from one aqua to another safely. And it really is a living facet of history. It's something that I can guarantee every single one of us here have walked the Alakahakai. I've walked it many, many times. People walk it and don't even realize it. If you're like, damn, it seems like a really nice trail, you're on the Alakahakai. So here's a photo of one of their signs. This is just south of Kanaoa Bay. So the Olala No'ea that helped guide my work was Nana Aivaele Me Ekeala Mahope Akumako Na Poki'i. He or she first cleared the path and then we younger ones followed. This saying is actually meant to share admiration for an older sibling, but I personally love it for its reference to paths. And I feel it applies nicely to my love for the people of old who painstakingly cleared these paths for us to walk on. So again, you know, sometimes it's hard to see in photos, but this is one of the paths along the coastline. All right, so very excited about this project. My main contribution to the Alakahakai was a vegetation survey that I conducted from Ohai'ula, which is often known as Spencer Beach Park, down to Kanaoa Bay, which is roughly a 2-mile stretch of coastline. The purpose of the survey was to document both native, indigenous, and endemic plants, as well as Polynesian introduced plants along the trail, as well as on the public or Makai side of the trail system, so the ocean side of the trail. Unfortunately, historically, there hasn't been as much work done on assessing the health of our coastal plant species in these areas. Our mea kanu kahakai, or coastal plants, are extremely important for erosion control, as habitat and food sources for other native species, and for their cultural significance. And I should mention that my survey was not a 100% survey. I was rather taking points of representative individuals, and I was using the Avenza map on my phone. I did have a Trimble unit. It did not work, unfortunately. So I used my phone instead, and it actually turned out very well. On this survey, I found 17 species of interest. And this culminated in the creation of a publicly accessible report, which is on the South Kohala Coastal Partnership website. I think I wrote it in a way that hopefully most people can understand. That was kind of the main goal of it. So if anybody's interested in learning more, please read it. It's 9 pages, it's not small, but I'm really proud of this picture. This little guy is one of our Nalo Maui Maui, one of our endemic Hylaeus bees. I might not have noticed him if my partner Travis hadn't been like, wow, look at all these pollinators. And I was like, yeah, I'm looking at plants. Wait a minute. Oh my God. So this bee lima actually was not a wild bee lima. This is one of our indigenous plants that's pretty common. But this was outplanted at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, which really goes to show how important it is to plant native species in places, because that little guy was super stoked. It made me very happy to see. A major component of the survey was exploring Inoa Aina, or place names that reference plant species along the trail. So prior to conducting my survey, I looked at historic maps and more recent maps as well to identify any areas that reference plants in their name along that 2-mile stretch. Inoa Aina are extremely important, and in the words of Samuel Kamakau, it was the same from Hawaii to Kauai. No name was given without some reason. Inoa Aina tell us about the pilina and the kilo, or observations that Kanaka have made in these exact locations over time. Inoa Aina are not always the same, depending on who you ask. They are subject to change. And modern names can also be very important as well. And I would like to just throw that out there because sometimes they reference important historical figures to our environment. I identified 5 different place names along this 2-mile survey area that reference plants. I was interested in seeing whether the plants reference actually grow in these areas anymore. And I only found out of those 5, 2 areas where the plants referenced exist still. That was Kanaoa Bay. So this orange vine, not this guy, has nothing to do with this. But this orange vine, that's Ho'ohui, but this orange vine is Kanaoa, which is an endemic, so only found here in Hawaii, daughter. It's a vine, it's parasitic, and it was growing along this Ho'ohui, and it grows down at Kanaoa Bay. And Ma'umai literally translates to wilted grass, and there's a lot of aki grass that grows there. Thankfully, it's not wilted, it's quite happy. But the fact that only 2 out of these 5 place names actually have extant plants that are referred to in the names, I think says a lot about the health of our mea kanu kahakai, our coastal plants. And I challenge everybody here to think about what this might mean in terms of the changes these environments have seen and continue to experience. All right, maps. Who loves maps? I love maps so much, always have. Don't like making them, love the finished product. So I created a publicly accessible, I'm very proud of this, map that is also completely colorblind friendly. This is a big thing for me because I have a lot of friends who are colorblind. So, you know, I took the time to do this right. But I wanted to map out all the plants that I was encountering. And so this here is my map. It's hard to tell what's going on here because these points tend to cluster. But this map is on ArcGIS Online, so folks can get in there and zoom in. Full disclosure though, unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't work for people. I don't know why. It'll ask people to sign in sometimes, and I don't know what the deal is with that. But you know, you can always email me and I can figure out a way to send it to you. But this data could be used for future health assessments and monitoring of the plants along these areas, seed collecting, and for INA-based practitioners who use these plants in their work as well. I also made an ethnobotanical guide of the plants that are found along the trail, highlighting, I think, 16 species in this ethnobotanical guide. So ethnobotany is plant-human relationships in a Western scientific sense. And so what I did was I highlighted Alevi knowledge and you know, Kanaka relationships with these plant species, such as lei making, our medicinal practices, kappa making, and so on and so forth. And this is also available on the South Koala Coastal Partnership website for anybody interested in learning more. I also made a bunch of plant ID cards. So this highlights 20 different species, a little more in-depth information with detailed information, like descriptions of the plants. So, because it's hard to identify plants just with pictures alone. So this has some like written information as well to help people identify plants as they're walking. These can be used by school groups or interested individuals. And again, this is on the South Koala Coastal Partnership website. All right, moving into my work with the Nature Conservancy. So in working with the Nature Conservancy, they were founded in 1951, but our local chapter here in Hawaii was founded in 1980. And at present, they protect 1.5 million acres of forest across the Pai'aina. They combine Western scientific practices with Ike Hawaii and local values. So the lelo no'ea that helped to guide my work here was Pili Kau, Pili Ho'oilo, together in the dry season, together in the wet season. And this is said of a loving companionship. This was inspired by the relationships that the Nature Conservancy cultivates with other organizations that they work with. So here we are at a very important local i'a at Kiholo, moving Puhaku from one place to another to help build up the rock wall there. All right, so one of the projects that I helped work with the Nature Conservancy was their Pelekane restoration trials. This is a 1.83 fenced exposure constructed in the Pelekane watershed. 8 different soil preparation and seed and planting methods were done here, including basic seed scattering and hydromulching. Trials involved monitoring plants along transects to assess factors such as species composition, health, and growth over time. So that's us doing some good stuff out there. And here's one of our little projects. So we'll lay these down along a transect to assess these plants. As mentioned, we look at things such as the plant heights, maturity, species composition, and leaf litter. And this has extremely important implications for future revegetation efforts in this region of Pelekane and adjacent areas. As a plant person, I think I came in handy sometimes doing this work. So here's some of our happy plants. These are some of the little guys that were doing really good just a couple months back. Ilima, I see some a'ali'i, some uhaloa, some hawaii there. And this is a really important picture from the South Koala Coastal Partnership website. So this is Pelekane Bay down here. This is Pu'ukohola historic site up above. And you can see just how eroded. And I don't like using the word barren, but this landscape can be very barren. Unfortunately, it's seen a lot of wildfires and change over time. This is all just sedimentation in the water. So when I went to Kaho'olawe, we actually experienced a flood when I was there, which was really fascinating to watch. But once again, you see how important it is to have vegetation, especially native vegetation in areas, because all this water was running down from our campsites. And that's what the ocean looked like while I was there. Basically chocolate milk. Not good for our reef ecosystems at all. Okay, so one of the other places that I worked at with the Nature Conservancy was Kiholo Bay. And Kiholo is located in the Kekaha Wai'oleo Kona, the waterless Kekaha region of Kona and the Ahupua'a Pu'uwa'awa'a. The bountiful waters of Kiholo have long sustained generations of Oiwi and Kama'aina families, and the shoreline encompasses treasured wahi kupuna or ancestral sites, including remaining sections of the local i'a that many people have experienced down there. Used to be 600 acres of fish pond. In 1859, lava flow from Mauna Loa destroyed a vast majority of that. Some of this land used to belong to Paul Mitchell, and after his passing, his son Angus donated several acres to the Nature Conservancy in 2011, and along with Hilo TCBES, they helped steward these lands. In the past couple of years, vegetation restoration has been being taken in earnest around the local i'a. So this is a big part of my hana kuleana with Hilo was assisting visiting groups to learn more about the history of the area. I also got to do some edits to their existing revegetation documents, so adding a few plants here and there that I thought were important, removing some that I don't think are as important to our coastlines. I also helped with outplanting and maintenance, and then a very important event to me was helping to lead the outplanting team for our first volunteer day in 3 years. I used to go to Kiholo during their their volunteer days on a pretty regular basis. So this was a very tear-jerking moment to have the first get together this past January in 3 years. It really felt like Ohana coming back together, and Alejandro was there. So very special. That's me with such plants and people. And one of our Aveo was flowering at the time, which was really lovely to see. Okay, so one of the other groups I worked with through the South Koala Coastal Partnership was the Ridge to Reef Ahupua'a Watershed Education Project. This project is funded by NOAA and their Bay Watershed Education and Training, or BWET program. Ridge to Reef aims at improving the socio-ecological resilience in Kohalahema through educating students, enhancing their Pulinawa place, and getting them directly involved in restoration activities. So right now they're working mostly with groups with Waikoloa and Waiman Middle Schools. And I got to do my work under the leadership of Eileen Grossman. So this is just a lovely painting at Waiman Middle School that I thought beautifully summed up this kind of work. So the olelo no ea that helped guide my work was Heva Kumu Waiho Ikeki. Faults of the source are left to the children. Sadly, children around the world face the unprecedented challenge of inheriting a deeply wounded planet. Our keiki today suffer the consequences of maladaptive decisions committed generations past. In Hawaii, the brutal ongoing effects of colonization and differentially impact Oiwi children. This issue reverberates globally in thousands of indigenous communities around the world. It is therefore imperative that we provide our keiki with the best resources available so that they may develop into their best possible selves. And this involves being honest with children about the challenges that they face. I do believe that we can face these challenges together with passion, creativity, and enthusiasm. My hana and kuleana involved helping guide a group of 60 plus students. It was the entire 7th grade of Waimea Middle School on a huaka'i down to Ohaiula in October of last year. This was a really exciting moment for me to be able to teach kids about the plants that we were seeing down there. This was right after my survey work that I did in August, so I was very familiar with the plants in the area. Getting them orientated with the Ike Hawaii of these plants, also teaching them about invasive plants, showing them like, why do we think that this is invasive and why do we care about the natives? And so getting them to really think about why we care about our aina. I also did 2 talk story presentations with Jade Bowman's Going Native class, which is an elective class with their 7th grade students. These were really important to me. I went to Waimea Middle School, and so it was really special to be able to teach kids that they can get involved in this kind of work. Because when I was their age, we weren't learning about these kinds of things. So it felt really full circle in a really important way to me. Sorry, I get so emotional. All right, moving on to Kona Akau. So gently transitioning from Kohala. My work in Kona Akau was with the Joseph Rock Arboretum under the mentorship of Jill Wagner. The Joseph Rock Arboretum was established in 2022 by Jill Wagner, and the mission of the Arboretum is to collect and study trees, shrubs, and plants of Hawaii and around the world. This work is conducted through seed collection, seed banking, and plant propagation, as well as field work. And important steps in this work is engaging with community members and visitors, who will be a key aspect of taking part in different internships, tours with local schools and organizations, and outreach at different outreach and environmental events. The olelo no ea that helped guide my work here was Kona Mauna Uli Uli, Kona Mauna Ulu Po, Kona of the Green Mountains, Kona of the dense forest. So this invokes this vision of this teeming landscape that unfortunately we don't see today in a lot of places in Kona. This is a picture of one of the old growth lili trees was blooming just this past blooming season there, and it was really beautiful to witness this. My hana and kuleana involved a variety of different activities such as seed banking, nursery work, and field work, including invasive species removal and the outplanting of native species. A major undertaking that I did for Jill was the creation of a story map detailing the history of the aina in this area, including information about the historic Kona field system that once fed thousands in this area, leading to the Paniolo era of the 19th century, and finally ending with an overview of the work that's being done by Jill and the Arboretum. The story map includes historical photos and Ike Hawaii pertaining to several dryland forest plants found in this region. And the story map can be found on the Joseph Rock Arboretum website. So just a screenshot, I wish I'd taken a video, but this is just a little screenshot of the story map. So kind of detailing different locations, the history of the different wow or like elevational realms in this area and the importance of this landscape. So check it out if you have time. Alrighty, so moving into a project that is very, very dear to my heart on a personal level, I've been conducting an oral history project under the mentorship of Dr. Catherine Bezio. My project focuses on interviewing kupuna or elder kappa practitioners, and kappa is Hawaiian bark cloth for those not familiar with that term. These are noted masters of their work. In this image, we see the hands of one of my favorite aunties beating kappa on a pohaku or rock anvil. I was interested in exploring the pilina that these kappa practitioners share with the environment, as this work relies heavily on natural resources. So a little overview of kappa. Kappa was once the true fabric of Hawaii. So everything you can imagine fabric was kappa in the past. So that would have been clothing and bedding, baby blankets, funeral shrouds, and also religious and ceremonial items as well. By the mid-19th century, kappa was seldom made, having been replaced with the convenience of imported textiles. In 1870, famous historian Samuel Kamakaua wrote, "All are dead who knew how to make coverings and loincloths and skirts and adornments, and all that made the wearers look dignified and proud and distinguished." So really it goes to show how much had changed by that point in time. Kappa, though, was revived in the 1960s and 70s by several prominent Kanaka weaving women who laboriously researched this dormant craft to bring it back to life. In the past several decades, there has been a growing interest in kappa making throughout the island with growing numbers of haumana or students. And I myself have been a haumana of kappa since 2017 under the tutelage of Rowan Hufford. Despite the evolution that it has undergone, kappa remains a vital aspect of cultural identity for many. Kappa is made with the inner bast of the wauke tree or Brucinella papyrifera, also known as paper mulberry, and is decorated with plant dyes, local soils, and other natural materials. The olelo noia that guided this work was Pepe'ea Paloholo, a rolled up frond, paste for kappa making. So this kind of evokes this idea of like from little acorns, great oak trees grow. So I just love this saying, especially because it does reference kappa, but this idea that if we plant those seeds, we can keep this craft from going dormant once again. My work has consisted of recording interviews with 5 different noted kappa makers. This work is going to be archived with the Center for Oral History at UH Manoa for folks that are interested in hearing the stories of these kupuna in the future, as well as the transcripts from this work. Right now, I'm in the process of creating a story map to help make this information more publicly accessible, and also as a way to visually celebrate the work that's done by these kappa makers. I'm pulling quotes from these transcripts that will be included in the story map. And with the help of Leilani De Mello, she is translating my work into Olelo Hawaii to further broaden the accessibility of this work. A lot of ongoing dialogue with our kappa lahui. This is my life, everybody. So like, this is not ending once I'm done with TCBES. This is gonna go on for the rest of my life. My concluding mana'o, this has been amazing. I've learned a lot of new things. I've met a lot of really amazing people. Observing the pilina and the relationships that folks build with the environment has really helped to facilitate my own pilina with our environments. I've especially found a new love for our meakan and kahakai, our coastal plants. I don't think they get enough love. It really worries me how not good they're doing in a lot of places. So that's something that I'd like to continue working on in the future. And what was really cool was seeing how Ike and knowledge from one of my projects really flowed into another and would feed into each other. It was just kind of this continuous like, oh wait, I did this work or somebody else did that work, and being able to work with other people and with my own self in helping to create these documents for the greater public to use. So huge mahalo for all of these lovely people and so many others who are not in these pictures. You guys all made this totally possible. And mahalo to all of the organizations that I work with, Hala'okia, my funders, Ha'ole Mauloa Foundation, the UHH College of Arts and Sciences, Kamehameha Schools, my kappa lahui, my family. You guys are awesome. Mahalo. You have a minute for questions?
Yeah, one question. Who would like to ask it? I don't know. I'll figure it out. So.
All right,
yes.
Casey.
You did so many different things.
I did.
Where did your path
going in the near future?
I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I really don't know. I would love to continue doing work in the environment that I was raised in. I'm really passionate about Kohala in particular. I really love working with plant communities and with people as well, at least within, ways that are bringing in those knowledge systems, or weaving knowledge systems. I'd like to bring that to the forefront of whatever work I'm doing in the future. But I'm taking a little breather after this, to be honest. And I'm trying to work on my art. I'm an artist, and so I'm looking forward to teaching a bunch of kids at Donkey Mill this summer, getting them excited about art and kappa and things like that. So yeah, it's gonna take some time to just make kappa, I think.
Well, thank you so much. Okay, so we'll have our next speaker in about 4 minutes. Hi.
I made it.
How are you? It's been like a year. Yeah.
I know there's a life case as well for me at least. Hopefully your life is kind of a little bit slower.
No, it's taking a turn for the worse, but it's family.
Yeah. I'm sorry that such little communication, but I have a luck to use just a short little clip if there's time.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is and then yeah.
4 or 5 sentences for a minute.
Yeah, it gives me more time to present that.
Exactly. It's just so cool. So long. It's literally the person on the table.
Yeah.
For good reason.
But you came in person and that's saying so much. You know, that's like 4 hours of your life.
Unfortunately, the phone is criminally
So, and then you guys were talking about this experience, even though it's a bummer about things, but it's like,
It's
Actually, I think they've made it more like holistic understanding of what this process is.
With this small stuff I'm about to say, it was stepping into this serious comedy. It was in trouble challenge or part of it. We're still there.
Yeah.
It's great. And we figured it out. But it's, yeah.
Hey, did you guys figure that out?
This was faster. Yeah, but we're still not on it. Yeah, it's. No, we didn't do a full one, but we did a partial one. And focus tracker supporting these very serious investment to actually fix.
So it's at the facility level, like beyond just scope of like your footprint? Or is it a combo?
It's hard to say. We're still, it's a municipal water source, so we know that there's an inconsistency.
Hello, sorry.
There.
You was already.
Thank you for coming into the meeting.
Oh my God.
Thousands of variables. Once they gain it, things stack up. Yeah, it's still.
I didn't even really know. I was busy.
So were you shocked by Alejandro's construction skills?
I'm gonna something that was beyond shock, where I'm like,
Oh, so like, what are you?
Hey, how are you? Good, how are you?
Good to see you.
More one of the reasons in my mind, though,
No, I'm
that
last.
huge, my concepts are like, what does this person look like?
So many components.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's good.
All over the place.
Lots to do, but, yeah.
You got the foundation, skill set.
I was just happy that I could use some of that like prior experience that I never even thought would be applicable in like this scientific.
I never imagined it to be a little bit, no, totally different way to put it. I
And I went back home and I was like.
Scientists on one side, and also teacher around.
Oh, yeah. And I was like. And then, yeah, I was like, I didn't watch it. I was like.
Yeah, no, I think it adds a little diversity, right, to what you're doing.
Don't try. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just, this type of community. I mean, we should all kind of. Actually, we should.
Yeah, I'm flying out on the 22nd, but that week leading up to it, so 14th through the 21st.
Yeah.
Just a nice little breather. That's still before I start.
Is your random
Yeah, probably. She's gonna be here for a few days during graduation. And we also have a one-day bonus before I fly out to Columbia. So maybe that's a jump hours. Yeah, I'm sure she would love to see that.
Yeah.
I reached out to her.
Yeah. I brought my brother around, but this was, I don't think you guys had anything Marvel.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 minute warning. I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the clock.
I'll be in touch. Wow. Yeah, there you go.
All right, so it is time to get started. All right, okay, thanks everybody for being here. We have our sixth speaker of the day. Introducing him is his mentor, Frederic Rotman. He's the vice president of the hatchery operations at Blue Ocean Mariculture. And he has been actively engaged in aquaculture industry for over 25 years. And so his, anyway, so, but he was brought into Blue Ocean Mariculture a year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
20 years ago, and then again,
Oh.
a year and a half ago. So
20 years
it's a
ago,
long
and
story.
yes, so he's, anyway, and he has, is in charge of seeing the production from the early stages all the way through to full fish, which Alejandro will explain in detail, but I'm gonna hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'm really bummed I missed the presentations until now, and I'll unfortunately have to get back in my truck and drive to Kona because we've got a hatchery full of fish, which is a good problem to have, but the life of a fish farmer is a nonstop roller coaster. Really exciting, as Alejandro experienced. Hold on, some notes. So speaking of Alejandro, I'm truly honored to be able to introduce him. I've worked with many students through the years. I've been very fortunate and had positions where I was able to collaborate with universities and research institutes. And I can say that Alejandro is a prime example of just a really good human being and very professional, intelligent, motivated. I mean, really just somebody with a really bright future. And I'm just really happy to, that's a small part of his career. So the other part of this story, which is kind of fun, is that Alejandro stepped into his internship during probably one of the most tumultuous phases of our 20-year company history. Our company I was out there for my first 10 years of my career, which kind of like a lot of you guys, I came out of a program that focused on many aspects of science and environment at the University of Miami. And I was given this opportunity to come out here and spent my first 10 years professionally in Kona. Seeing how your program produces people like Alejandro is just really exciting, because there's a ton of opportunity out there, and you guys are in all these. I was looking through all the different titles and talks, and it's just like, wow, there's so many cool opportunities that you guys are going to be involved in, and it's just a great time to do what you guys are doing, and we need people like you guys. So but anyway, so Alejandro stepped into a really challenging part of our history, third ownership, and ton of investment, a ton of pressure to produce fish, and we couldn't. And his 3 months there were basically spent troubleshooting and repairing, construction. He'll talk about this, so I'm not gonna steal his thunder, but it was really cool, and I think that he performed better than anybody could have given the circumstances. So I'll hand over the conch to you, and cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
I did it again.
You're gonna get me singing up here.
There we go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alejandro Camaño Barrientos, and today I will be talking about the implementation of sustainable methods for seafood production, specifically in reference to the work that I did at Blue Ocean Mariculture. So I would first like to start off by thanking my committee members, Lisa Kanale, who is the University of Hawaii at Hilo Tropical Conservation Biology and Environmental Science Internship Program Coordinator, as well as my agency mentor, Federico Rotman, who is the Vice President of Hatchery Operations at Blue Ocean Mariculture. So I'd like to start off with a brief introduction. Over the past few decades, capture fisheries yield has stagnated due to the overexploitation of wild fish stocks. And as a result, aquaculture production has grown exponentially to meet that increased seafood demand, while also helping to establish food security for global populations. However, some of the practices within the industry have been deemed environmentally unsustainable, as they have the potential to degrade local ecosystems and habitats. One issue that commonly arises is nutrient enrichment, which arises from high densities of these cultured fish being confined in one area, which will, their waste products can accumulate, leading to the eutrophication, as shown in that top right picture. This can ultimately lead to low oxygen or anoxic conditions within the surrounding environment. Another issue that will arise from these high densities of animals is increased disease transmission, not only within your tanks, but also potential introductions to these wild stocks. This is a huge issue within the industry, as it can constrain the production of your final seafood product by limiting both the quantity as well as the quality of what is produced. Another issue would be the fish escaping from their enclosures and establishing themselves as invasive, which can increase local competition or predation interactions, or introduce novel interactions that were not present beforehand. One way to prevent long-term impacts of this would be rendering these cultured fish sterile, so they can't propagate within those environments. And then finally, also a best option would be just avoiding species outside of their natural home ranges, which can further negate any impacts of them establishing as invasive. Finally, the demands on wild fish stocks must be considered, as feeds are largely composed of either fish meal or fish oil. This is particularly true with carnivorous species. So for my internship, I worked with Blue Ocean Mariculture. They are located in Kailua Kona on the island of Hawaii. And they have successfully incorporated sustainable methods and considerations into both their production, establishment as well as production. So their marine pens are situated in deep water that feature very strong ocean currents, which will quickly diffuse any excess waste products that could potentially lead to nutrient enrichment. This is compounded by the fact that they limit their fish densities, so further mitigating nutrient enrichment problems while also preventing disease transmissions. They've also elected to raise Almaco jack, which is known locally as kahala and marketed as Hawaiian kampachi. And this will eliminate the potential for any escaped animals from establishing themselves as invasive. And finally, their feeds are readily converted into the body tissue of these fish, which will limit the use of fish meal and fish oil during production. So giving a very brief overview of the hatchery, which is the onshore component of their operations. This is where I had my entire internship experience. And the overarching goal is to breed fish that are then reared through their larval and early juvenile stages of development until we can transfer them to the offshore component of operations. And to obtain this goal, we use 4 different departments: broodstock, live feeds, larval rearing, and nursery, which each play their own key integral role into achieving those objectives. So the broodstock is where we will optimize fish health as well as their reproductive output in terms of both quantity and quality of that egg being produced. The live feeds department is going to produce large quantities of rotifer and Artemia live feeds, which will be fed out to these larval fish during their early stages of development. Within the larval rearing department, these eggs are hatched and larvae are reared until they are large enough to be transferred into the nursery habitat, where they will continue to grow until we can eventually move them offshore. This will conclude that operations for that specific cohort of fish. And this is a term that you'll hear me use a lot, cohort of fish. Like, what is that? It's essentially a batch of fish that is produced by the hatchery. And it's commonly abbreviated to SR followed by a number. That SR stands for the scientific name of the species that we're raising, so Seriola rivoliana, and then the number is the batch number. So for instance, I assisted in developing the 32nd and 33rd batch of fish, which is SR32 and SR33. In this presentation, I'm going to discuss more in detail the approaches and outcomes as they relate to each of those departments, as well as touch on the facilities filtration system. So to start off, we're just going to discuss some universal approaches that are used pretty universally within the facility. So the first of which would be cleaning of the tanks as well as their associated components to remove organic matter such as feed or waste products. And the accumulation of these products can lead to bacterial growth, which will in turn increase disease prevalence within those individual tanks, as well as the decomposition of this matter by bacteria can release ammonia, which is harmful to fish health, reproduction, and overall survival. Regarding the water quality parameters that we will monitor and adjust, blue ocean mariculture operates using a flow-through water circulation system. So the environment within the tanks reflect that of the local environment of which these fish are adapted to. One thing that we will monitor directly is temperature, as it plays an integral role in influencing fish metabolism and overall growth. This will rarely be changed except when we are intentionally slowing metabolism within chill tanks, which is something I'm going to discuss more down the road in this presentation. We also will extensively manage dissolved oxygen concentrations due to the high density of the animals that are present within these tanks. And this is done using ceramic diffusers, which will integrate dissolved oxygen into those tanks, as well as the use of oxygen probes just to maintain those ideal ranges throughout these animals' stay within the hatchery. And then finally, salinity will only be altered within the production of rotifer live feeds. And this is done to enhance the production of those animals. We will also feed these species unique schedule as well as composition to match their individual needs. And this is both varied by department, as well as the species that is being raised, as well as their individual life history stage that they are currently in development. This is done to optimize the health, growth, as well as gamete production, specifically within the broodstock. And it's done in a manner that will intentionally limit the waste of feeds to enhance the sustainability of the hatchery. So the first department that we're going to look at is broodstock, where this kind of whole process begins. Again, the overarching purpose is to produce large quantities of high quality fertilized eggs. This is done by breaking up these fish into what's known as genetic groups, which will maximize their diversity and minimize inbreeding within each specific tank. And then we will cycle these animals through a reproductive and a resting phase. And during their resting phase, we will lower the temperatures, which will slow their metabolism as well as reproductive output. This will allow these animals to accumulate all the energy and nutrients that are vital to enhancing their future egg quality that they will produce down the road. And then they will be cycled back into a reproductive phase where we will warm those waters back up for them and get them more reproductively active. So each day begins with a collection of spawns. This is done by turning off the aeration and oxygenation to these tanks. And this will reduce the water column mixing. And since these eggs are positively buoyant, they will rise to the top of the water, where they are very easily collected by a skimmer arm, which will transport these eggs to an egg collector, which will just house them until we can process all of the spawns. And for processing, we will determine a number of metrics, such as the provide estimates on the total number of eggs that were produced within each spawn, as well as fertilization rates. And we will also look at indicators of egg quality, which would be in the form of egg or oil globule diameter, as well as oil globule retention rates. And you might be wondering, what the heck is oil globule retention rates? So in this image here, you can see the egg with indicated as A has that nice intact sphere within the egg itself. That is its oil globule. And this is compared to either eggs in B or C, where you can see that globule is shattered and there's all those like different little bubbles within the egg. And then finally, we will treat these eggs for potential pathogens, just reducing the levels of those pathogens by disinfecting them prior to transfer into the larval rearing department, just to enhance biosecurity as best we can. So here is a quick video of one of my favorite activities within the hatchery. This was feeding of these broodstock animals. I think you'll get an appreciation for just how like awesomely powerful and just charismatic they are. And as you can probably imagine, whoever's doing the feeding will not come out of this process dry. You are for sure soaked after. So unfortunately, fish can actually injure themselves during these feeding or spawning events. As you can see, they're quite violent, active activities for them. And if these animals are injured, this can limit their gamete quality and production. If we notice that an animal is injured, we will monitor their swimming and feeding behavior over several days. And if no signs or no indicators showing that they are improving are observed, they will unfortunately be euthanized following a USDA approved protocol, which will quick and painlessly euthanize that animal. We will then collect various weight measurements on total fish biomass, as well as their weights of their viscera, gonads, and liver. This will just provide insights into the animal's overall health as well as reproductive potential. Gives us great feedback on the management inputs that we're putting into that department, just how effective are they. I had the really unique opportunity of getting to assist in the integration of 40 new, or approximately 40 new wild caught fish into the broodstock department. And this was done in an effort to enhance the genetic diversity, as well as the number of genetic groups present within the program, which just allows for even more prolonged rest periods between spawns. So again, further accumulation of those nutrients, better egg quality down the road. To do this, we will sedate these fish using an FDA-approved marine finfish anesthetic, just to ease the handling and processing, where we will sex these animals. We will apply a pit tag so we can identify them in the future using a handheld sensor as shown in the image. And then we will also obtain a fin clip for a genetic analysis. This will not only allow us to maximize the diversity of genetic group placements, but also perform parentage assignments down the road to identify potentially strong or weak genetic contributors based on their offspring's performance. To end this process, we will place these animals in a freshwater quarantine tank just for several minutes, just to remove any parasites that may be present on their bodies before we integrate them fully into the broodstock program. Again, hammering home the importance of biosecurity. Moving over to the live feeds department, I only worked in rotifer production, so that's what I will speak on today. There's also Artemia. But within the rotifer department, we will begin each day by sampling the tanks where these rotifers are held. And these tanks are commonly referred to as cones, which is what you'll hear me use when I'm discussing this. And we will provide estimates on their mobility as well as the debris present within their water. Again, just insights into that animal's health as well as the quality of their environment. We will provide estimates of population size to inform the amount of algal feed that is required to be added to these tanks to sustain further growth. And we will also determine their fertility rates. And then this paired with population size will give us an idea of which cones we are going to enrich for larval feeding the next day, or which ones we are going to split into two separate new cultures, which will kind of restart that growth process for them. And one of the, that was supposed to be there, my bad. One of the major things that we do here is the formulation as well as administering these enrichments, which is given again to that culture that is going to be fed out to larval rearing the following day. And the amount of enrichment that is added is going to be based on the population size that is going to be fed out. And this is a really integral step because it provides the essential nutrients and vitamins that are deficient within rotifers, but are essential to larval fish development, particularly within those early stages of development. And so a typical day, we will have 3 separate harvests of these rotifer cones. The first one will commence first thing in the morning of that enriched tank to be fed out to larval rearing as soon as we can possibly put that out. The other one will be harvested and enriched overnight. And then finally, again, one will be harvested and split into 2 new cultures to restart that growth process. And so the process begins with image A, where a cone is fully drained into this harvester that has a 55 micron screen that is permeable to the debris, but not rotifers themselves. Image B, we will rinse these cultures to remove any unwanted debris. So until we end up with a really clean culture as shown in C, where we will condense these cultures, and that just eases the handling of all these animals to their final locations. As shown in D, we will put them into these buckets and physically transfer them to either larval rearing or their new tanks within the live feeds department. So hopping into the larval rearing department, again, responsible for hatching larvae from eggs and raising them until they can be transferred into the nursery habitat, which takes approximately 40 to 50 days post-hatch. And during this time, we will administer health checks to monitor their development throughout these really susceptible stages of their lives. One thing that we'll do, oh, sorry, getting ahead of myself. We will randomly sample 10 fish per tank per day and observe them under a dissecting microscope. We will look for stomach fullness as well as composition, which will indicate to us, are these larvae feeding? And if so, what are they feeding on? Are they successfully transitioning their diets from that early stage larval, that rotifer culture to Artemia, which is more nutritional, and then finally to a dry pellet feed. During this time, we will also look at the development of key anatomical organs, such as a swim bladder, which just provides insights into their overall health and development. And then finally, we will look for the presence of disease, more specifically epithelial cystis, which is a bacterial infection commonly found within the gills and skin of these larvae, which you can see in the image of this poor larvae there. That's not one of the ones that we had at Blue Ocean. It's just an image I found online. But all these like black cysts that you see on it is that bacterial infection. And unfortunately, this guy is not doing so well. And by the conclusion of this larval rearing process, the department aims to transfer approximately 250,000 1-gram fish into the nursery, where they will undergo a grading process. During this time, fish are inspected by technicians for various deformities, diseases, as well as inadequate growth. Ultimately, we will restrict placement to only the best 140,000 to remain within the nursery. And this is done in an effort that will promote survival rates within the nursery, while also reducing the use of resources on underperforming fish that may not potentially survive, as well as enhancing the quality of that final seafood product that we are able to produce. Within the nursery, something that we do often is determining the feed conversion ratios, which is essentially a metric of how efficiently are these fish converting the feed that we are administering to them into actual body tissue. To do this, we will collectively weigh 100 fish per tank 2 to 3 times per week. And this will give us an average fish weight for that tank. And then when we pair that information with the amount of feed that has been administered, this will give us our feed conversion ratio. And this not only gives us an idea of how efficient production is for that specific cohort, but it will also inform the amount of ration feed that is administered to intentionally chilled tanks. And so during the production of SR32, we intentionally chill these tanks to slow their growth and obtain a more even weight distribution across the nursery. This was done for 3 separate reasons, one of which it promotes a consistency of development offshore. It will also limit larger fish aggression on their smaller counterparts and ensures that these fish do not outgrow their nursery tanks before we are able to transfer them offshore. So to do this, again, we're going to reduce the temperature of their environments and while also feeding them a rationed amount of feed just to meet their base metabolic requirements and limit their growth rates. And the minimum growth rate that we will go to is 3%, which will just ensure that fish health as well as performance is not negatively impacted during this time. And during the daily cleanings of these tanks, we will remove dead fish from their environments and inspect them for signs of disease, the most prevalent of which will be a Tenacibaculum bacterial infection that creates very noticeable open sores, as you can see on this Chilean trout from a hatchery in Chile. And once an infection has been identified, we will remove those infected individuals from their tanks and then treat that tank following USDA and FDA approved protocols. Finally, once the juvenile fish are approximately 30 grams, we will prepare them for offshore transfer. So those chill tanks will slowly be acclimated to ambient seawater temperatures at a rate of 1 degree Celsius per day. This is done to mitigate the effects of thermally induced stress, which could impair immune function. So something we desperately want to avoid. We will then determine the final weight distributions by doing individual weight samples. So again, another 100 fish per tank. And then we will transfer these animals. So to do this, we will place them into a condenser cage, which is that triangular object you see me pouring fish into, which will artificially increase the density of those fish. And then that will ease the suction, which is done with this yellow tube going into that condenser cage, which is a fish transfer pump inlet, which will transport these animals to a fish counter. So a very interesting water ride for them. So this will transfer them to a fish counter device, which intuitively enough counts fish. And this is done to really ensure that once they're placed into these transport vehicles, that we are not exceeding the life support system's capabilities, as well as it assists the offshore team when they're physically transferring them into those cages offshore. Ultimately, this will enhance our survival rates throughout this process, again, improving that overall economic and environmental sustainability of the hatchery. So, as most things go, sometimes things do not go according to plan. And during the production of SR33, we unfortunately experienced a very significant mortality event within the larval rearing department. This began with 6 days post-hatch, we observed quite erratic swimming behavior from these larvae, which within a few short days progressed to large-scale mortality. And given the ubiquitous nature of these events, it was hypothesized that a water source introduced a potential contaminant or pathogen to these tanks. In response, we performed various tests and trials, all done at third-party locations. So pathology testing include both virology as well as bacteriology. So larvae randomly sampled within these tanks, sent off to various labs across the United States for analysis. We also tested our water sources leading into the hatchery using a whole effluent toxicity test, commonly referred to as a wet test, which is a contaminant presence detection test. This was done at HQ Labs on Oahu. They performed the analysis for us. And then finally, we performed larval trials at Ocean Era, which is another entity within the National Energy Laboratory of Hawaii Authority. And they have a different water source than what is provided to blue ocean mariculture. And here we hatch larvae and raise them using the same standard operating procedures that we used for both larval rearing and live feeds production. During this time, we also performed various projects related to enhancing the biosecurity of the hatchery. So we completely shut down both the larval rearing and live feeds departments, which requires a complete disinfection of its surfaces and components, which is followed up with a 2-week dry out period where entry is prohibited into these departments to just ensure that any pathogens that may have survived that disinfection process are completely eradicated, as well as preventing any reintroductions. We also constructed permanent walls just to create a more sealed environment within these two departments, which is also outfitted with a vestibule cleaning area for technicians to properly disinfect prior to entry. Both of these, again, just trying to prevent pathogen introductions in the future. Finally, we performed enhancements to our filtration system. So UV filter quart sleeves were replaced. We also replaced the sand within our sand filters and added a carbon filtration system. So talking about the various outcomes of my internship, for the broodstock, I was trained within this department during that 2-week dry out period. So we actually had no requirement for their eggs, but we were able to maintain the health of these animals through maintaining their ideal environmental and nutritional demands. And then again, we also integrated those 40 wild-caught fish into the program, successfully eradicating those parasites prior to incorporation. Within the live feeds department, we were actually able to accomplish all of the hatchery's expectations. We met larval rearing's demand throughout their extended operational duration of SR33. And at the height of production, we were able to maintain a standing stock of approximately 15 billion rotifers. Finally, towards the end of production, we successfully formulated and implemented a population reduction plan, which will meet larval rearing feeding requirements, but also limiting the waste of resources on unneeded rotifer cultures. Unfortunately, the larval rearing department, we were not able to achieve our goals with respect to SR33, again, due to that extreme mortality event observed within the first 10 days post-hatch. Again, given that ubiquitous nature, we hypothesized that water contamination or pathogen introduction was a potential cause, prompting all that testing and trials that we did. Within the nursery, we were able to successfully facilitate fish growth and health throughout SR32's development by meeting both their water quality standards as well as their feeding demands, which was done in a way that minimized the waste of these feeds. Any tenacibaculum infections that were found were successfully eradicated within the tanks, and those infected individuals were removed from the program. And then finally, the hatchery and offshore team were able to transport approximately 120,000 healthy juvenile fish offshore for future grow out. Regarding the trials and testing that we conducted in response to that mortality event, the trials were inconclusive. However, larval health did resemble that of SR33, which indicates that a difference in the water source as well as site were not significant in improving larval health overall. Pathology tests were also inconclusive as pathogens were discovered within some of the samples, but not all. And again, given that all of the larvae that were sampled exhibited that same behavior and mortality, it was determined that whatever was causing SR33's demise would be found in all of the samples sent. The wet test, or the whole effluent toxicity test, indicated that water toxicity was actually a contributing factor, as the water supplies that were sampled exhibited poor quality standards. Again, given the nature of this test, this is a contaminant or presence detection test, and is not able to specifically identify that individual contaminant or contaminants. And again, this prompted the installation of those carbon filters in an effort to remediate the effects that these contaminants were having on the larval health. Again, I would like to reiterate that the exact cause or causes of this event is not definitively known by blue ocean mariculture, and it would take significantly more testing and trials to identify those potential sources. Regarding the projects, so both larval rearing and live feeds departments were successfully disinfected and dried out in preparation of the production of the next cohort of fish. The filtration systems improvements were completing, so replacing those existing filter components, as well as the installation of that new carbon filter system. And then finally, these sealed wall and vestibule areas were finished to mitigate future pathogen introductions. With regard to the broader implications of my work at Blue Ocean Mariculture, all of our communal work within the hatchery, the development of and successful transfer of SR33 allowed the company to stay on track with its production schedule, as well as meeting the company's demands for their products. This also provides funds for Blue Ocean Mariculture to continue producing those sustainable seafood products while also developing their practices and facilities. The integration of that new broodstock fish into the program will create significant long-term impacts to improving egg quality, as well as the efficacy of future production. The enhancements to biosecurity within the hatchery will mitigate future pathogen introductions, and the installation of that carbon filter system will improve the environmental quality within the larval rearing department. And it's actually believed to have remedied a potential cause of SR33's larval rearing issues, because following the installation of this system, the hatchery has actually been able to produce and successfully transfer several cohorts of fish offshore for grow out. Finally, I believe that Blue Ocean Mariculture can serve as the model for future facility development and site planning. Physical oceanographic properties play an integral role into the function of your facility, as well as their potential impacts on local environments. This highlights the importance of proper site planning to reduce local nutrient enrichment or other factors that could contribute to habitat degradation, which will significantly reduce an operation's overall ecological footprint. And by using ecosystem processes to their advantage, Blue Ocean Mariculture has demonstrated the potential to integrate sustainable practices that are not only environmentally conscious, but also economically viable. So that was a ton of information in a little amount of time. I would be happy to answer any questions. If you want to send me an email later on, here's my information. Before I wrap up, I would just like to give a really special thanks to my committee members, Federico and Lisa, as well as CEO Dick Jones and the rest of Blue Ocean Mariculture's management, as well as the hatchery team. Finally, my awesome cohort that I got to go through my graduate studies with, as well as my friends and family outside of the program who have just really supported me all along the way. Mahalo.
So I'd like to open up the floor to a question or two. We're a little bit behind schedule, but please ask away.
So because these fish are raised in such sterile environments, do you see high rates of disease when you move them offshore, or are they kind of too old?
Yeah, so they're not within like fully sterilized environments. Within the nursery and broodstock departments, they receive less filtration. So they're actually getting, seawater throughout those departments. Personally, I did not work in the offshore side of things, so I can't really speak to their disease transmission rates or anything, but I mean, it wasn't, disease is not a huge factor within the hatchery, at least during normal production. Obviously, we had some issues while I was there.
Cool.
Oh yeah, I was just curious, what is for the initial stages of the rootstock and all that, like where you have the issues in the SR33, where do you guys get your water? Is it just ocean water, or like is it like near shore, or is it?
Yeah, so we're located within OTEC, which the National Energy Laboratory of Hawaii Authority. They have pumps and pipes that are outfitted within the ocean, and that bring seawater into various facilities within that location, one of which is Blue Ocean. So that's where they get their sea surface water as well as their deep ocean water.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Alejandro. Happy birthday to you. Are we your fish phone?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we'll have our next speaker in 5 minutes.
SR21.
Oh, we are. We're not busy.
Thank you.
Are you actually?
Yeah. Thanks for being here. There's just so much I did. There's no way I could include it all.
That was super. I was like,
It's so much Actually, it was 9 hours.
That was really was. That was really good. You're like, I'm Oh, I gotta walk.
I remember, yeah, people had yeah. Just started to get it under. Yeah, I definitely will. I'm sure we'll hold it. No, the camera's on. No, we're out of range. All right, thank you. Let's take that. I think I'm sure that's. Super small world.
I know.
This is there. Yeah.
I know.
Okay, because yeah, when I was interviewing.
All right. All right. You got this. You got it. Yeah.
No, I think
Yeah, we're starting to get the short.
Yeah. It's like kind of although it's cold and gray.
Was it?
Yeah, it was for 4 days and I never saw the sun. It was just a midnight gray.
Oh, man, it's like the 4 days out of the year. that
Yeah,
there's-
it's just like,
Yeah.
All right, 2-minute warning.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for having
Yeah, it's funny with like some still. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'll send out an invite. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I'm less engaged with the person than.
Okay.
There's a lot of opportunity. There we go.
Two more.
Also notice I'm taking the policy just like.
That just energized me.
Waiting for your to walk in. Oh, yeah.
Hey, JP. Thought you could make it. You're muted.
Says thank you for the happy birthday.
Oh.
So, since you're here, did you want to introduce or?
No, I think it's best that you do. I think that's best.
Okay, great.
All right, it is 1:30 and we're gonna get started. I would like to introduce you all to David's mentor. It's Christian is with the U.S. Forest Service. He has been working there in restoration and climate change and that intersection also with community for more than 20 years. This project is based in that work. And I'm going to hand the floor over to you, Christian, so you can introduce David.
Great, thank you. I do want to start by saying that I actually had a really small role on this project. Enormous credit to JP for being in the field and supporting a lot of the work. So I will be very straight up that my role was small in this. But as small as my role was, David's role obviously was huge in really pulling together an amazing project. David is a person from our amazing Hawaii island. He has been a member of the conservation community for a while, going on a decade, working with a number of our really important conservation partners, the BISC, working in dryland restoration at Kaupulehu, working at that intersection of conservation and food security and food sustainability, David completed his Bachelor of Arts degree at Hilo, his class of 2019, where he majored in geography and again, working on that intersection with food security, left with a certificate in beekeeping as well. And now he is going to present some really exciting work to all of us. Work that he partnered with JP to really pull together and execute in partnership with the Kaya Ulu of Pu'uvava, lineal descendants who have launched a community-based subsistence forest area, the Kaya Ulu Pu'uvava project. I have been lucky enough to be in a position to help support that project. In no way have I contributed nearly as much as a large number of other people to the project, but I'm happy to say that I haven't gotten in the way. So with that, really honored to pass the mic to David. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there. I'm in a workshop here in Honolulu, but just really proud of the work that you've done, David, and yeah. Pass it to you, and thank you for all the great work.
All right. Mahalo, Christian. Mahalo for the great introduction, and really just for being there, part of the project. And also want to give a shout out to Jonathan Price too, who's somewhere out there in the Zoom world, and all the other people who might be attending from Kaya Ulu Pu'uvava. Also want to shout out to the funder for my specific project, the Pacific Islands Climate Adaptation Science Center, or PICAS, for just funding the project and supporting me through this journey of mine. And I'm going to present to you here. So yeah, so the title of this presentation is Understanding Plants of the Past and Inform Community Restoration Efforts in the Future. A place-based approach to promoting resilience in the Pu'uva'ava community-based subsistence forest area. And it takes place in North Kona, Hawaii. You can see there's a picture of the pu'u there. But yeah, just jumping in, I want to go over a quick little outline of what I'm going to talk about. Really just going to go over some background information of Pu'uva'ava and the general study area, and then kind of some of the land use history and just details on the project. And then after that, I'll kind of go over some of the goals of the project and kind of the approach that we took to achieve those goals, and then some of the outcomes we've reached so far in the project. And then also some of the conclusions and future work that are in the works. So yeah, without further ado, I'd like to really just start with the mo'okuahao, or the genealogy of Napu'u, which is the study area. And it is Ohualalai ke kupune hine hanau ia o Pu'uva'ava kamakua o Pu'uanahulu, or kamakua o Pu'uva'ava kamakua hanau ia o Pu'uanahulu ke keiki. Apologies for that. But that basically reads Hualalai, the grandmother, gives birth to Pu'uva'ava, the mother, and Pu'uva'ava, the mother, gives birth to Pu'uanahulu, the keiki. And that is really just the Hawaiian perspective of the geological process that you see in this area, and really just telling us that Hualalai erupted, forming Pu'uva'ava, and then Pu'uva'ava erupted, having its own eruption for Pu'uanahulu, which is in the foreground there, and then you can see Pu'uva'ava here in the middle ground, and of course Hualalai in the back there. So yeah, this kind of just to give a little setting of this area. And then kind of stepping back a little bit, I just want to go over the lands of Kekaha Wai'ole, which I believe Avalon actually mentioned in her presentation, but is basically that it's the waterless lands of Kekaha, which is pretty self-explanatory. But it stretches from Pu'uanahulu here in the north, and then all the way to Keohulo
over there in the south. And the Mokuahao Napu'u, or Napu'u Pualu Kinikini, or Napu'u for short, is actually just these two ahupua'a of, and for the people on Zoom, I'm not gonna do it. Sorry, Zoomies. It's really just the ahupua'as of Pu'anuhulu and Pu'uva'ava. And it's a hilly environment, of course, Pu'uva'ava being one of the main hills, but there's numerous other pu'us, which kind of gives that name. And for anybody who's driven through there, you'll kind of see there's more than just Pu'uva'ava. Yeah, so kind of bringing your attention to just kind of that general area again. It's a very dry area, and it's characterized by dryland forests, but of course, dryland forests are one of the most endangered habitats in Hawaii and really in the world. Estimates are out there of less than 10%, and some are actually closer to maybe 5 or even 1%, depending on really how you look at it. But this picture really kind of sums up that for North Kona and Kohala area. Just as you can see, just vast amounts of mostly grassland, which really formerly used to be a lot more dryland forest than is pictured in this. It was just something, I really didn't know growing up. And I think it's something that I think a lot of people should be aware of, just as, it's a very rare habitat and it needs a little attention. But yeah, so some of the big factors affecting these habitats are really wildfire is a big one. Just in 2021, we had the biggest fire on record actually on Hawaii Island and really in Hawaii overall. And that's some of the damage and aftermath of that can be seen on the right here. And this is some of the dust storms created from all of that. And then there's also another fire at Pu'anuhulu. I believe it was shortly before this large fire. But so these are just two fires that occurred in 2021. And, so it's something that it's a really ongoing process that we need to be aware of and really need to prepare for that threat to our forests. And one of the major factors in these wildfires are something called the grass fire cycle, which maybe some of you are already aware of, but it's really just a cycle where these fire tolerant grasses, they just tend to slowly take out our native forests because of course the native forests are not fire tolerant, or most of the species there are not, and it slowly gets replaced by these grasses after fires. Ungulates, obviously another really big factor to conservation as a whole, but some of the ungulates you'll find at Napu'u are cows, sheep, goats, pigs, and those are kind of the big ones there. And they do a variety of different damage to kind of different scales, sort of, but on the right there you can see a veil tree that was severely stripped and is probably dead, most likely from either goats or sheep, which tend to do more of the stripping, but also cattle and pigs obviously have their own roles and that are damaging to the understory and trees. And of course, we have a variety of different invasive species found throughout Napu'u. Particularly lantana in the middle here is kind of more of a dryland invasive plant that has, so you can see the thorns there, it dominates a lot of the understory. But more specifically on the pu'u, which is pictured here, you have kikuyu grass, which is probably the main grass on the pu'u, and it was brought in as a cattle forage, but it creates these thick mats that really smothers out a lot of regeneration and competes for water. Fountain grass pictured here growing out of a rock. And also on this right side of the pu'u, there's another really dominant species that is a very fire tolerant species and fire prone just because it tends to be very dry. So yeah, and then other species of note are these silver oak trees, which is pretty prominent on the Pu'u and really in the surrounding landscape. Grows much faster than a lot of the native trees. Is also brought in kind of as a timber, but has a toxic characteristic. Is no longer desirable for timber, right? Yeah, I can't. Excuse me. Timber. And so, and then you got also the apple of Sodom pictured there in the middle, right? So that's definitely on the Pu'u, but some of a great team with the Coyote Pu'u has been working to actually remove a lot of that. That's a very poisonous plant that can actually kill you if you eat it. But just want to kind of, it's a cool picture. It shows just how prolific it is and how animals really won't touch it just because it's poisonous. And yeah, so now I'm just going to kind of go over some of the land use history at Pu'uwa'awa, just to kind of give you guys a bearing of kind of the various things that have gone on in this landscape. So starting in 1863 was the first formal lease that was granted. It was actually for the entire Ahupua'a of Pu'uwanahulu, and it was granted to 3 Hawaiians from Oahu. And it was the first lease for ranching activities. And again, that was for Pu'uwanahulu. Most of the lands, except for really the lands that the native tenants were using. And then in 1865 was the next leasee, Francis Spencer. He got the lease that was formerly held by the 3 Hawaiians for kind of the same area as Pu'uwanahulu. And he integrated that into the Waimea Grazing Company. And then in 1893, also the year of the overthrow, is when Robert Hind and Evan Lowe got their lease for lands that was previously held by Francis Spencer, but also it included now lands of Pu'uwa'awa, including the Pu'u. And these 2 leaseholds actually had the longest lease holding at for Pu'u. And so fast forward to 1955, a portion of land around the Pu'u was actually removed from Robert Hines and Evan Lowe's lease, and that was actually granted to Vulcanite Limited, who is a mining company who they did some mining on the Pu'u for about 21 years, and then actually due to a number of complaints and violations to their lease, they were eventually resigned their lease. And I'll kind of talk a little bit about that in a couple of slides. But and then so the next major leasee after Evan Lowe and Robert Hine was Dillingham Ranch, and they had about a 12-year lease over there. And then finally, the last leasee was Floyd Newell Bonnet. And again, due to some complaints and violations to his lease, such as illegal harvesting of koa, he actually had his lease retracted to a much smaller area, and then eventually that expired, and all of the lands of Napu'u reverted back to the state, which is now managed by the Department of Land and Natural Resources, the Division of Forestry and Wildlife. So yeah, so that kind of sums up the land history, but also I just want to go over this, just the Uva'avako and some of the aspects of it as well. So as I mentioned in the Mo'okuaha, it's actually the oldest feature of Hualalai, which also means it has very well developed soils. It's composed of trachyte pumice, which is a unique eruption. And that's actually the pumice in that eruption is kind of what the Vulcanite Limited were seeking for their mining operation. And it was actually in order to make concrete for those interested. But so yeah, and you can actually see the scar here in this image of the mining. But also, so it's about a 4,000 feet elevation at its highest point, just under 4,000. And then in the surrounding landscape, it's over 1,000 feet tall. So it's a significantly tall feature in the landscape.
also covers 460 acres of land. And I couldn't really find any sources for this, but I would argue that it's easily one of the largest pu'u in Hawaii, if not the largest. And so also the climate here, it gets about 27 inches of rain, which isn't really a lot, but due to the frequent fog cover through the area, it actually kind of creates more of a mesic habitat. So like kind of it's more of a dry habitat in this surrounding area and at the base of the pu'u. But as you move up, it becomes more mesic and throughout the rest of the pu'u. So again, taking a closer look at the pu'u, we have the Pu'u Wa'awa Community-Based Subsistence Forest Area, which is a relatively new installment on the pu'u. It's a 84-acre fenced unit that was completed in 2020. But if we rewind back to its conception, in 2017 is actually when the idea was brought up for it. And really it's just when the Kama'aina of Kekaha kind of had this idea for a community-based area that would be reforested and kind of dedicated to more cultural and community uses. So the Division of Forestry and Wildlife kind of partnered up with the United States Forestry Service, which is my internship agency, as you guys heard earlier. And they kind of figured out a place for this to happen, and it ended up really materializing in this section, the northeast section of the pu'u. And currently, it's really managed by the Kai'ulu Pu'u Wa'awa'a, which is a multi-organizational, multi-stakeholder entity composed of lineal descendants from Kekaha Wai'ole, state and federal entities, and also the staff from the University of Hawaii and Apaka Foundations, which is a nonprofit organization. So really a diverse variety of stakeholders are present in this this specific project. So really kind of just looking at the goals that for my specific project, which is a little bit more specific than the Kai'ulu Pu'u Wa'awa'a, I was kind of really working on identifying the historic plants, any disturbances and climate trends that were present on the Pu'u Wa'awa'a cone specifically. And then the next major goal was really just to survey the remnant native species that are on the cone. And then finally, we want to plan for the future climate conditions that are going to occur there, just to help that the PCBSFA and just the broader reforestation efforts in general to be resilient down the line. So before I begin, for those interested, I have a QR code here. If you want to take a look at some of the online resources that we looked at, I didn't include all of them, but there's a couple. But anyways, wanted to mention that before I mention some of these other ones. But yeah, so we looked at a variety of different resources for some of the information that we gained on this project, including things like the cultural assessment, and there's a biological assessment that was created. Were a really big help for a lot of the disturbances of plants. And then also, we looked at some documents such as like agriculture and forestry reports and books from the early 1900s to kind of gain some other perspectives on plants that might have been there in the past that are no longer there. We also had like notes from botanists and this is actually notes from a community meeting that occurred before I started on the project, but had some a nice extensive list of plants that the kupuna of the area actually recall growing and that they desire to grow, and really just about various plants in the area. So with all of these sources, you can see there's actually some pictures too that I'll have examples of in a couple slides. But yeah, all of these sources I was able to just kind of read through them and get as much information about the pu'u and the past that I could possibly find. And so one of the first things that was created in this process was this plant list. And it's really just a compilation of all of the plants that were mentioned from all of those previous sources I just showed you guys. And just kind of consolidate it into as user-friendly as I can make it for managers to use. And it's a list of all of these different species that were mentioned. And as you can see, each source that was mentioned in, I kind of tallied it there. It also has basic information such as scientific, family, and distribution status. And in addition, on the bottom here, you can see there's a variety of different notes that I included, really just whatever was in that particular source pertaining to that plant. I included, such as like elevation that it might have been growing, or really like kind of the abundance that you might have seen like during that time. So like certain plants were more abundant in 1900s, obviously. So yeah, and then just kind of get a visualization of some of these plants. Keep in mind, these aren't all of the plants, but yeah, on the left here are some of the plants that were historically found on the Pu'u. That not all of these are still there, but these are all extricated or gone locally extinct, but they have since actually, some of these have been outplanted. Then on the right here, these are actually all currently still on the Pu'u. So together, this is kind of it gives a good visualization of some of the diversity of species that you might have found on the Pu'u. One example is Manele, which is a tree that is still found in the wild there. And then, like for example, Haukohibi is a tree that was mentioned in a few of the sources, but although it is not wildly found there, there are some outplanted specimens which are doing great. And so this is it's kind of a blow up of that other picture, but it's just to kind of give you guys another idea of some of the changes that have occurred. So on the left here, you can see there's an image from 1900, and on the right there, there's an image from 1930. Although it's not the greatest resolution as it was over 100 years ago, you can see there's still, you can make out there's a good amount of forest cover on the Pu'u in 1900, which actually lines up with kind of the first lisi, which was in 1893. So 7 years, you can imagine, you probably didn't have a lot of time to really deforest a lot. So if this picture was from 1900, there's still a lot of intact forest. But if you fast forward to 1930, you got 37 years from the first lisi. You can see kind of the damage that has occurred since then. And on the left there, you can see, if you guys see what I'm seeing, it looks like it was pasture land, and a lot of it was probably deforested already on the summit area. And then even if you look in the foreground and on the right side, you can see a significant portion of the forest was already cleared for ranching. And although the angles are a little bit different, you can kind of see the same area in the 1900 photo, which has a lot less trees. And you can also see our little invasive species, a giant prickly pear, I believe it's called. So yeah, you're starting to see more invasive species as well during this time. And then here's another couple perspectives from the aerial imagery. Again, starting in 1976, you can kind of see there's a significant portion of the Pu'u is already deforested. And then even in 2006, even though there's a cloud in this image that I was able to get, it even looks like there might have been further deforestation just between these two periods, which is like a 30-year period or so. That's just probably from ungulates and potentially even further deforestation from the last leasehold on it. And then 2010, after is kind of the initial effects of reforestation here, you can see the forest is actually starting to come back. And then fast forward to 2019, which is the most recent image on this slide, significant reforestation efforts. And this is actually the Papala unit, which is the major unit on the Pu'u that's been there since probably around 2000 and a little bit before 2010. But yeah, I just want to also bring your attention to the fact that this forest cover is predominantly koa, which was historically really not as big of a canopy a tree. So that's another kind of reason for this work, is just kind of helping to get more forest cover that was a little bit more accurate to what it was historically. But in addition to the community wants and needs to, like cultural species. So yeah, the next really big component of this project was just doing the ground surveys. And as I mentioned in this slide, actually, so I didn't do ground surveys within this area because we actually had files from previously surveyed. It was previously surveyed. So I actually basically did everything outside of this unit. So the rest of the pu'u I did surveys for. And that really just consisted of taking a GPS point, taking the diameter and breast height of the tree, and then also getting the canopy spread, which is just how far the canopy goes in each direction. And it gives you an idea of the footprint of that tree. So real quick, we had a criteria for the species that were surveyed, and it really just included mostly just trees. We also took notes of shrubs and that sort of a thing, but we were focusing on the trees. So the canopy trees, the larger canopy overstory trees, had to be at least a 20 centimeter diameter, which includes things like ohia, koa, manele. So those kind of species had to be a little bit bigger just to ensure that they're actually old growth. And then for the smaller understory trees, such as mamane, ho'ava, kolea, smaller trees had to be at least 10 centimeters. And this is something that Jonathan Price kind of helped guide me on. But yeah, and we also took really just kind of notes on, like I mentioned, the keikis or the juveniles of species. So we didn't really leave any natives out of this survey process. It just maybe they didn't all get a GPS point, because I really would have been there probably still if we did have to do that. But yeah. So, and then another component of this survey was these old growth aggregations, which is really just for us to get an idea of kind of how the canopy, the closed canopy environments might have looked like. So basically we identified some areas where trees were aggregated and had a kind of more of a closed canopy. So as best as we could find, and then we included a little bit more detailed information, such as the percent of the canopy for each height class. And also we included like some of the non-native species, and basically we included everything in that plot area, just to give us little glimpses of what these areas included. Yeah. So this is a map that was created from all of the survey points with my data plus the previously surveyed data, which was in this area, although it's pretty small for you guys to see. Yeah, you can see there's quite a lot of points on this map. And this is really just to help kind of pinpoint where these species can be found. So if you want to go and collect seeds as a manager, you can try to pinpoint them from this map. And also just so you know what species were growing and are still growing on the pu'u, and kind of where they're located too. So it kind of gives you an idea of just where things should be. This is kind of a look on the final version of the map. I actually included this too, but this just kind of breaks down some of the species compositions from the survey. So on the left here is all of my surveyed plants, and then on the right here is actually the previously surveyed plants. But you can see like outside of the Papala unit, which tends to be, there's a mix of lower land areas of it and the summit area as well. But you can see it's really dominated by ohia, and then kolea was actually the runner-up for next most dominant species. And then for the Papala unit is actually a little bit different. Mamane was actually more of the co-dominant species besides, of course, ohia. But yeah, so this kind of just gives you an idea of what is up there. So now kind of jumping into a drought aspect, which is a big component of this work that we're trying to plan for. But so historically, Pu'uwawa has experienced a number of droughts So this is actually a 100-year drought analysis, which is taken from a climate change variability that was created for Pu'uwa'awa specifically, but it really just shows the history of droughts, and the severity is really rated on like these 3 lines. So you can see the moderate droughts are here, and severe, and then extremely severe. So as you can see, in the early 1900s, there wasn't a lot of severe droughts, but then as you progress towards time, you see we actually had one of the worst droughts in recorded history just in 2010 and around that time. So climate change is clearly a big factor moving into the future. This kind of just exemplifies that. So these are some images from 2010 drought here on the left, and then this is in 2011, I think kind of more coming out of that drought. As you can see, pretty devastating. These, I believe, are all amane trees, and you can just see how brown the grass is there. It's usually lush kikuyu grass. Yeah, and you can see even the pu'us have some brown spots. So that's something we're really trying to prepare for with this project too. So another kind of aspect that we started to work on was just designating these different climate zones on the pu'u. So as you can see, we kind of started at 800 meters on the contour lines, and we worked all the way up to the summit and in 100-meter increments. And these are really just kind of to help designate different climates that you might see throughout the pu'u. So as you can imagine, it progressively gets a little bit hotter or cooler as you move up, and perhaps even a little bit drier. But kind of based off of these climate zones, currently, if you look at these, it has a range, average range of about 65 in the lower zones to 61 degrees Fahrenheit and more near the summit. And then, as I mentioned earlier, it gets about 27 inches on the pu'u. And then the projected change at the end of the century is actually supposed to be a lot warmer. So you can see the lower areas would be about 72 degrees, moving up to 68 degrees at the summit, with about 5 inches less of rainfall. So these changes are kind of what we're expected to see. And really, it's really also kind of hard to judge some of the other factors such as fog cover with climate. So that's another kind of wild card that we're seeing. And also things like soil is probably not going to be that much affected by climate change. But so just to give you guys an idea of kind of what some of the changes we might see at the end of the century are like for the pu'u. The current climate on the pu'u, as mentioned on the early slide, will actually be similar to a site that's kind of by the highway, which is right here. And this is actually it's a unit called Uhi Uhi unit, which is very similar to these projected temperatures and rainfalls, but it really consists of a really kauila, Uhi Uhi, and that sort of a thing. So as you can see, worst case scenario, we might have some very dry climates on the pu'u, but as I mentioned, it's kind of hard to tell exactly how dry it would be based off of cloud cover, because you get that fog drip too, which makes things a little bit harder to plan for. So yeah, and so we're actually kind of still working on, but all the components I mentioned earlier are going to be used to kind of create a climate adaptation plan that will be used to inform the restoration efforts on the pu'u. And that's kind of something that we're still working on, but we've got basically all of the pieces for that. So we just got to put it together. So some other components of the internship that I was a part of was actually some restoration work down at Kiholo, which is Makai in Pu'uwa'awa, same Ahupua'a, and that was really awesome. Got to work with Avalon over there and some other awesome folks. We also got to be a part of a teaching change program, or formerly known as teaching change, or Dina Aina, where we got to go with some school groups and really do some place-based education with students from around the island on different sites such as Kiholo pictured here and Hakalawa. And another really awesome aspect was just doing some of the on the ground work with our friends at Kaka Foundation, who are doing the management on Pu'uva'ava and the Pu'uva'ava community-based subsistence forest area. It's a mouthful, I know. But we actually did one of the first ever full moon outplantings, which was super awesome to be a part of. And that's really just trying to dive back into the kind of cultural roots and like practices of using the mahina and the full moon and just the cycles of that to kind of get back into management. And then also I did some like invasive species and a variety of other work with them. And yeah, so that's like kind of ongoing work on the Pu'u, which is obviously a really big important part of this project. And then another one I wanted to mention is actually this project, which is a fellow TCBES student named Amberly, and she's working at Kanakaleo Nui, and she's looking at some of the fog interception and how that affects outplants, and she's actually capturing it with these mist nets. So I got to help her a little bit as well. And it's really cool because that Jonathan Price is both of our mentors, and it's cool because our projects are pretty tied in a way that really reflects that. Like she's looking at how you can use fog, and fog is actually a big aspect of Pu'uva'ava. So you can see there's potential for some overlap there as well down the line. So just kind of some conclusions and to talk about the future work. Obviously a lot has changed at Pu'uva'ava over the last century. There's been a lot of loss of biodiversity. There's also been a plethora of disturbances such as non-native species. And climate change is definitely going to be a big part of the future for Pu'uva'ava, especially since it's already a dry environment that's going to be getting drier. And also Kai'olu Pu'uva'ava and the Pu'uva'ava Community-Based Subsistence Forestry Area, or PCBSFA. It really signifies a really important shift on the Pu'u, I think, for really kind of this land back idea for Kanaka Maoli, and really just getting Hawaiians back onto the land and helping make the decisions that go on. And also, of course, they have so much amazing mana'o and knowledge about the place, so it makes so much sense for them to be helping to manage these areas into the future. And so with that, I just want to thank everybody who's a part of this project, and everybody on Zoom. And I look forward to the future work that will be done with the Pu'u. And of course, like I mentioned, I want to be helping to create a climate adaptation plan with all of this input and this data that I've been able to get with the help of Jonathan Price and some other folks. So that will be used to help kind of inform the future ecological and cultural management on the Pu'u. But yeah, so again, I'd just like to give a shout out to all of the people involved, Kai'olu, Pu'uva'ava, of course, PICAST for funding for me on this journey and this project, and all of the other affiliates, and Lisa Kennelly and all of the cohort members and friends. Mahalo nui, and yeah, I'll be happy to take some questions after.
We will just do one question because it came in the chat, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And the question is, are you working with the ranchers to address the ecological management?
So, so yeah, the ranchers are actually being used to some extent with the state side of the management, actually, with the Napu'u Natural Resource Management, which I actually used to work for. But they're kind of leasing out some lands and using certain lands as a heavily grazed areas, which helps as a fuel management for fire, like to help reduce the risk of fire. So that's actually a project that's kind of going on. But yeah, to some extent, we're definitely working with the ranchers, and I think that for the future, that's also a really big part, just considering that there's all of these invasive, or for lack of a better word, grasses that really were brought in here, some of them for cattle management. And I think just using what they're brought in for, which is as cattle feed, does play a role in future management. So like finding kind of a rhythm of perhaps grazing and then outplanting. And if you can somehow find a middle ground, I think that definitely plays a role. And they're definitely trying to do that to some extent at Pu'uwa'awa and Napu'u. But yeah, mahalo again for.
For David, please feel free to send him an email. Our next speaker is going to start at 2:15, which is just in a couple minutes. So.
Hey, David, can I borrow you?
Yes. All right, hi everybody, welcome back. This is our 8th and final speaker of the day. She's going to be introduced by one of her mentors. Enya is the director of the education manager, I should say, of Iniloa. And she's had this role for numerous years. And her ability, I'm just going to brag about you for a little bit, her ability to convey scientific information to our youth is bar none. It is remarkable. She also is a TCBES graduate, so it's so neat to have that lineage here. And so anyway, I want to welcome you up here to introduce myself. Thank you.
Thank you for the warm welcome. I was actually going to say all those things about Lucy and her communication skills. I'm going to share a little bit about what Lucy's done so far and then go into what we did together, which was pretty fun. Lucy's always been passionate about nature and the environment and science. And so she went on a lot of adventures with her parents. And I think that's kind of what started that or spurred that interest on and encouraged her to explore, ask questions. And eventually she started at a BS in wildlife and biology at the West Texas A&M University. That's where she was first introduced to the field of conservation biology and got interested in that and eventually came here to UH Hilo for the TCBES program. Later, Lucy will be pursuing a media communications PhD at Colorado University. Yeah, Lucy! Honestly, I met Lucy about 2 years ago. She came into Imiloa, and I think at first she was just like, hey, I want to volunteer. I want to see what you guys are doing here. I think it'd be a good fit for me. And she was charismatic, hilarious, and it was a really fun first meeting with her. And we're like, she doesn't know this yet, but she's already part of the Imiloa Ohana. We're already like, nope, you're staying. Unfortunately, she's leaving, and we might all start crying. But eventually, her volunteering at Imiloa evolved into her internship, and eventually we hired her on as part of our team, and she's been there since. She played a key role at Imiloa, so she created like fantastic science, culture, place-based curriculum, and developed activities, and all those kinds of fun things where she communicated science. And I think that's one of the most important things. Like, there's the knowing science, and there's the ability to communicate it, and I think she did such a fantastic job at that. One fun thing that came out of it was that Lucy became a graphic designer overnight, and she just ran with it, and she created all these beautiful, stunning visuals, and I think art is such a great way to share and communicate science, and she did such a fantastic job at that. I wanted to bring that up. Probably her biggest role was becoming Kumu Lucy, and she was the goalie for impromptu soccer games during recess. She danced Kids Bop Kids, Bruno Mars with all of them, and it was just like a really fun experience. But the most important part was her piloting her curriculum in the K-5 classroom, and she did that for several programs at Imiloa, and she did a fantastic job. She piloted her curriculum. She's creative, she's innovative, and she always has like a let's try it attitude. And I think because of that, Lucy's ideas never stay ideas for very long. She brings them all to life with flourish, and they just become, tangible. And integrating science communication throughout all of it. And you can make me cry too. So with that, I'm so honored to be able to introduce Lucy and all of the wonderful work that she's done for Imiloa. And we're gonna miss you.
Take me a minute or two. Yeah. Imiloa is a great place. If you've never been, you have to go. Which I'm gonna talk in depth about throughout this presentation. Once I can collect myself. I'm such a crybaby thanks to this program, which is a huge thing for me. So. Cool. Okay. We made it to the end of the day of presentations, everyone. I am so stoked. But thank you for that awesome introduction, Anya, to my Imiloa Ohana in that corner. I love you all. Thanks for being here. Everyone here and on Zoom, hello. I'm stoked to talk story for the next 35 minutes about the two projects I was a part of to fulfill my master's requirement here in the Tropical Conservation Biology and Environmental Science program. Always have to remember the full name of this. But yes, I'm a part of the 2021 cohort, and my projects were not only with Imiloa Astronomy Center of Hawaii. I also had a second project with a wonderful researcher, Dr. Katie Abrams at Colorado State University. But the two things that tie them together is that they both use place-based science communication methods here in Hawaii. And oftentimes I get a lot of head tilts of what is place-based and what is science communication? What are you devoting your entire life to? And so I want to take a moment to just define what place-based really means. Place-based is that knowledge that is rooted in local culture, history, literature, and environments. Being that both these projects took place here in Hawaii, that means that it was Hawaiian culture, Hawaiian history, Hawaiian literature, and environments here in Hawaii that served as that baseline of knowledge. The second is science communication. It's my field of interest, the reason why I'm here in grad school. And it's really just communicating science. It's really that simple. But you might be wondering, to whom? Where are you doing this work? And I'd like to argue everyone. I mean, we all benefit from quality and engaging science communication. It's really just about bridging the gaps between these wonderful researchers in this room, maybe on Zoom, and everywhere in the world, all that hands-on work they're doing, and taking it and compiling it and conveying it in a way in which individuals who don't have that training or background in science can understand, but more importantly, connect to. So that in a nutshell is science communication, but I think Dr. Ann Rowe says it better than I can. She is a well-known clinical psychologist, educator, and researcher, and frankly, a badass for her time. She got her PhD in 1933 from Columbia University, which is just incredible. And she's well known for saying that nothing in science has any value to society if it is not communicated.
I'm gonna let that sink in for a second, right? We're all sitting in this room today because at some point someone connected to you to science. You saw value in it, but it's because of the efforts of someone else that came and made that connection. So another interesting thing about Dr. Ann Rowe is that she studied the psychology of people of superior intellect, but what really piqued my interest is that she looked at creativity in scientists. She wrote over 100 books and articles in her time and even published The Making of a Scientist in 1952, which is still on my list to read, but I've heard great things about it. And every time I look at this quote, I just am reminded that science is one way in which we respond to societal needs and global change. Having quality and effective science communication can have an increase in science literacy within our society, allowing citizens, both trained scientists and not trained individuals, right, who have an interest in science, to think critically, ask questions, and make informed decisions about the environments in which we all live, and this leads to our own personal well-being. But it's not just about the well-being of us. I mean, many of my fellow cohort members have talked about the well-being of many other species today. And another one of my passions is wildlife. And so with my first project with Dr. Katie Abrams, I got to work on the Amazing from Afar campaign. This is a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration funded project, or NOAA, as they're commonly referred to. And really what this was a project to target visitors to the islands to abide by step-back distances for protected marine species, but it was using the social marketing framework. Now, this social marketing framework can be broken down into a couple main components. And the first thing is that it focuses on behavior change. And it's voluntary, that's the key part. But it's using marketing principles and techniques that select and influence a target audience, so this would be visitors to the island, to change for their benefit or the benefit of that surrounding environment. And so I just want to point out that with this behavior change, with combining the thoughts and theories of communication and psychology, was all in relation to human-wildlife interaction. For this campaign specifically, the 4 species of focus were honu, or Hawaiian green sea turtles, Ilio holo ika ua ua, or Hawaiian monk seals, Naia, Hawaiian spinner dolphins, and Kohala, the humpback whale. Now, this Amazing from Afar campaign was very far-reaching. It had 4 main components. The first main component was new signage for popular beaches amongst tourists. I want you to picture the last time you went out into a natural space that had signs. Do you remember what it looked like? Where it was placed? What it said? Did it have relevant information? Did you connect to it? I see a lot of people going like this. Yeah, that happens a lot. Unfortunately, with this is actually a picture at Waiui, which is one of my study sites that I'll talk about. But this sign back here, that talks a little bit about, it's a very small sign about this big, that says, please keep distance from honu. It's actually wiped out in the winter storm surges we had in December of this last year. There's not even a sign right now in this back area talking about it. But the point is, we wanted to implement something new. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this new signage right here in a little bit. Another key component of the campaign was local partnerships, creating those relationships here in the community with trusted individuals that help to extend our outreach of the campaign. And that was also what our social media or social networking sites did as well. It was in order to extend the leverage and of the power of social normative information about being a respectful viewer of wildlife. And the last thing was a website to help us track pledges that we're committing to having amazing from afar experiences. Think about like the Pono Pledge, right? It's a way for individuals to identify and feel like they have a kuleana or responsibility after they take that pledge. So a little bit about our signage. Again, I mentioned those small signs you might forget. This one is massive. It is huge. I actually have friends who've helped me carry these out to study sites. They're about this big and massive. So you wanted to create something that was striking and caught your eye and something you absolutely cannot miss. And so this is an example of what they look like from a distance. And this is a close-up of some of the language we used on all of the signage. So the 2 main things I want to point out about the signage is that we incorporated 2 components of the social marketing framework, one being intrinsic motivators and the other extrinsic motivators. An intrinsic motivator is something when a person is moved to do something for the act of like a fun challenge or internal conscience rather than an external product or pressure or reward. So when looking at this sign, you can see guilty conscience. That is an example of that intrinsic motivation. By reading this, it makes the individual reconsider will I feel guilty after this? Is my conscience going to be clear with my actions? The second type of motivator is that extrinsic motivator, and it can be seen right here in front, not legal fines. So these extrinsic motivators are defined as motivation to participate in an activity based on meeting that external goal or pressure. And it doesn't necessarily have to be positive. It can be negative like this, like legal fines. I mean, I don't think that's very positive. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but when you combine the two of them, it actually creates a very powerful message because extrinsic motivators can absolutely leverage those intrinsic motivators and elicit that response we were looking for. But all in all, we wanted to make sure that our signs were approachable and engaging and lively. So we wanted individuals to still have the experience they wanted while still being respectful. So in order to test if these signs are better than the signs that were in place, we conducted surveys here on Hawaii Island. Now for the signs themselves, we only surveyed 2 different species within the campaign, and the first were Naia, or those Hawaiian spinner dolphins. And we did this at Kealakekua, Honaunau, and Ho'okena, all on the west side of the island, where we knew that Naia were frequent visitors. These are all bays, and what's interesting about the Hawaiian spinner dolphin is that they are a nocturnal species, meaning that they forage and feed at night, but they come into the bays during the day to rest. So this time in these bays is crucial for their social behaviors and their long-term survival. And what you can see here with some of our drone footage is an individual actively pursuing the pod with a GoPro. Quick knowledge check. When I was showing 4 different species with the distances, does anyone remember how far you're supposed to stay away from? 150. Yeah, exactly. Does that look like 150 feet? Absolutely not. So this individual was clearly much closer. And like I said, this was captured via drone footage. These are our pilots, Kimberly and Mary, and this is me with my little binos. I was there as their spotter to make sure they weren't affecting any of the wildlife that was flying in the air with the drones. We wanted to make sure that they were still being healthy and safe during the study. And the drones were always flown at the same set height that was predetermined in order for us to, when we looked back at the data, to determine how far away individuals and vessels were with a predetermined scale. So other than Naia, we also focused on Honu, and our 2 study sites were Waiuli and Punaluu. And the things I really want to bring to attention in these photos is me sitting right here. Anyone notice anything interesting or different? It's not a trick question, I promise. Don't think.
Just a beachgoer.
I look like I'm just a beachgoer. Exactly. That was the main purpose, because who here in this room has ever felt like they were watched before and that changed your behavior? Definitely me. I saw my mom watching me stealing cookies out of the cabinet when I was a kid, and I changed my behavior, right? And so the whole point is when we were conducting these surveys was to blend in, because we weren't there to make that direct behavior change. We wanted to come indirectly from the campaign materials themselves. So here I am sitting posted up with my handy dandy, whoops, that's the wrong button. Woo, there we go. Got it. My handy dandy phone with my counter app, where I was counting the number of individuals that were coming to the tide pools and the respective distance they were getting from Honu, and we put them into different categories. You might be wondering, okay, you're pretty far away. How in the world did you know if they were 10 feet or closer? Well, we got really good after spending a long time setting up protocols and this training right here. It's lasted half a day, where we had all of our volunteers, but shout out to all our volunteers for collecting this data with us. We couldn't have done it without you. And we just did exercises where we had different things in place to determine, okay, this is 2 feet away now? Is that 4 feet? Is that more than 10 feet? And once we felt comfortable in those protocols, we were able to then use them out in the field. And even though this picture doesn't show it, we always had at least one other volunteer. That way, if it was within question, we could revert back to those protocols and determine what distance or what type of interactions were occurring. One thing about this study that I do also want to point out is because we were blending in, we did not engage or interact with the public even when they were touching turtles, even when they were getting too close. The only time we interacted is if there was a severe case in which we knew the turtle's life was being harmed. And I can think of one instance where me and a volunteer ran down because there was a dog off leash running around the tide pools. So we ran down, asked him to leash up because dog bites can be fatal to turtles. And then after that, we walked away for a little bit and reset. So that way no one felt like they were being watched for pressure. So thankfully the dog was put on leash. The turtle was okay. But yeah, we were not engaging directly with these individuals, which was very difficult for me sometimes. But moving into the next part of the campaign, it was social media, which was one of my primary responsibilities. And the platform that we focused using was Instagram. And that's because our target audience for this campaign consisted of Gen X, Millennial, and Gen Z individuals who recently or plan to travel to Hawaii. And collectively at the time of the campaign, this was the platform that they were all most active on. And so it ran from December 3rd of 2021 to January 28th of 2022. And like I said, we use Instagram, which has a few different types of components for posting content. The first are posts, which are still imagery like this. The second are reels, which are short clips of video and audio that have text overlay. And then stories to reshare those to try and extend those posts further. And then Facebook a couple years ago did acquire Instagram. We weren't focused on Facebook because it's not the right demographic for our target audience. But since they do own Instagram, you can reshare the posts you're already creating for Instagram onto Facebook. And so that is what we did. And this entire aspect and the messaging and the social science communication that we used on the social media reflected the entire campaign. So it also was lively, informative, and had captivating imagery. And I want to just share with you all the most successful reel that we had or post during the campaign. Oops. Uh-oh. I definitely have technical difficulties because of myself. Let's see. Bear with me, I promise the reel is really cool. It's really, really cool. Thanks, Avalon. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. Okay, so this specific reel, the one thing I want to point out is at the bottom, that little black box that popped up had, for more information, check out here. This is what's referred to as a call to action. This is to help to drive traffic to our website for individuals to learn more, and also to spread the outreach of the campaign and just garner more individuals who are interested in being protectors for marine wildlife, and maybe sign that pledge to have amazing from afar experiences. So what we found throughout this social media campaign is that the reels gave the most successful type of interaction. Interaction was measured from the amount of likes that the post had, the amount of times it was shared with friends and family, when it was saved to maybe be viewed again later. So accounting for all of those things, the reels did the best. And I personally believe it's because at this time during the campaign, Instagram had a major push to showcase reels in an attempt to compete with the platform TikTok. Which I do want to point out about social media, it's always in flux, just like the field of science communication, which I find very interesting. And as of last week, a new update with Instagram no longer is pushing reels as content, it's re-pushing individual photos again. So yep, they're trying to go back to that old platform of how they used to be when they first arrived. But with that, we also found that collaboration is key. During this campaign, I reached out to, at the time, a current TCBES master student named Jessica Glasner, who has now since graduated and working on her PhD at UH Manoa, which is awesome to watch her do. And she also owns a local diving business, and she does science communication for fun. And so when I saw that, I reached out and said, do you want to collaborate and help us spread this information? Here's what we're doing, what we're interested in, what we're looking at. And she was completely on board. And she actually posted, this is a screen cap from her reel, where she included our actual messaging. And what was incredible is that within a couple minutes, we had 25 new followers from this post alone. And then those followers actually stayed with us the duration of the campaign. And we had an increase in interactions on our page as a whole. So collaboration is key with this. And I think it also just demonstrates our work as being Pono, and that what we were doing could be responsible and respectful by other individuals in the community, by us including other individuals in the community as well. And then the last thing is, honestly, a longer campaign time is needed. It only ran for a month, and it's very difficult to try and garner a community with such a niche audience in a short amount of time. But I really do think these types of campaigns have a great future in this space, especially with science communication, but more studies need to be done. So all in all, this entire study, what happened from the Amazing from Afar campaign? We found that it was very successful for Honu. It was not successful for Naya. And I think there are many factors that I could talk about for the rest of the day about why that is and what we think happened. But for the sake of time, I'm just going to move on. But the results, once they are packaged in a nice, beautiful bow where everyone can understand, they're going to be uploaded to the amazingfromafar.org website, where you guys can read all about the campaign and the studies and what we did. And the last thing is I also compiled a social media report for NOAA, which just outlined the success of the campaign, future implications, and again, a great call for additional studies. And what I loved about this campaign is that I got to work with a community of individuals that I didn't directly see. I got to work in an outreach that was far beyond who I could interact with physically. But after doing that, and I don't hate social media, but I know it's draining, and I do see a need for it in the future. But with all of that exhaustion from being on my phone all the time, I wanted to do something more in the community in which I was living. And I wanted to get hands-on and interact with individuals that share the same space as I do and welcome me into their space. And so through that, I was connected with Imiloa Astronomy Center of Hawaii and the awesome ed team that's right in the back corner here today. And before we talk about the project, I really want to focus on the word Imiloa, this Olelo Hawaii word. It can be broken into two main parts within Western understanding. The first part is Imi, right here, or to look, and Loa, meaning far distance. And so when you bring that together, it's really about looking far, being an explorer, and it's really the deep-rooted meaning of what Imiloa is all about. Everything in which Imiloa does revolves around the conservation of culture, of language, of history, and place. And Imiloa is just this incredible state-of-the-art exhibition and planetarium complex that is a part of the University of Hawaii at Hilo system. And what's really unique about it is that it was developed by a group of community members with professional attributes ranging from humus or educators to Western scientists. And this was one of the first of its kind, merging indigenous knowledge, ways of knowing and science with that of Western scientific knowledge, in which everyone advocated for the need of an educational facility that would showcase connections between place, being that here of Hawaii Island and the entire Hawaiian archipelago. And what I also love about Imiloa, if you haven't been, please, please go. It's an incredible place. And one of the first things I noticed when I walked the doors is that almost everything, we have some new exhibits now, but almost everything is in Olelo Hawaii first and English second, which I think is imperative and just serves as a great framework for other science centers around the world. Now, like I said, Imiloa is all about place-based. And one of the things I love, and I might cry, I'm sorry, is the first time I met Anya, Kyla was there too. I walked in and one of the first questions she asked me is, are you familiar with the STEAM framework? And I was like, heck yeah, science, technology, engineering, arts, and humanities. That's a big part. And mathematics, yeah, know all about it. It's a multidisciplinary framework that encourages individual students to be more connected. Yeah, she's like, great. We raised that to the power of C. I was like, huh? What does that mean? I've never heard that before. And she explained to me that the power of C stands for cultural significance of place. And that was such a moving moment for me because I've never heard that. Ooh. Place-based learning is awesome. So anyway, I'm just thinking about all the individuals that I got to interact with by using this STEAM to the power of C framework. And some examples, we have a Keiki right here who is doing a science and technology and engineering activity. And their challenge, actually their science experiment, was relating to contaminant spills, like jet fuels, for instance, that are leaking into our water systems and which communities rely on. If you missed Hannah Hartman's talk this morning, she talked a lot about Red Hill. So it's very relevant and prevalent to place. And their task was, how do we remove those contaminants? How do we take them out? So it was an experiment for them to see what to do. And then the bottom right is an example of an arts and humanities, and I'd say a little bit of engineering activity, where Keiki were using a flashlight to search for native puhi or eels. Let's see if I can play it this time without disruption. Okay, this is magic. Are you ready? And this was a brainchild of Anya Tagawa, by the way. Isn't that so cool? Right? Yeah, so these these kids and these individuals that come into Imiloa get to, you know, really just exercise their brains while also being connected to place. And this happens a lot at Halal Maku, which is a student enrichment program offered to Keiki, ranging from kindergarten to fifth grade. And during my time at Imiloa, I was working over the summer of 2022 for the majority of my internship project. And Halal Maku really just aims to invoke wonder, exploration, and place-based learning through engaging activities, games, engineering challenges, outdoor exploration, Hanonoyao, which is art, and Hilo, or observation. But again, all of this is grounded in Hawaiian culture, science, and art. And over the summer of 2022, those 5 weeks were broken into 3 different themes. The first was Hi'inalu, or surfing. The second was Magnificent National Park, which I love that. It focused on Hawaii Volcanoes National Park here. And the last was Land of the Setting Sun, which focused on West Hawaii. So also, part of my responsibility that Anya mentioned earlier is that, yes, I got to take on the role of kumu, and the most exhausting thing is working with the kindergartners, but I love them. They are great. My coworker Emily can attest to that, and Chrissy, they've worked with them too. But my main responsibility was to research, write, and develop, and prep. That's a big part, prep. All the materials needed for 3 place-based curriculum units that lasted an hour in length, and 25 Hanonoyao activities. These Hanonoyao activities helped to stimulate creativity, and they lasted in 30 minutes in length, and they were different each and every day. So for an example, here on the left, this is a close-up picture of an ohelo, which is a native plant found in the national park, where they were creating a collage out of recycled magazines that we had on hand. And so they might be doing that one day, and then the next day they created a social marketing campaign for Nene. Imagine that I incorporated that in there for them to just bring awareness to driving slow, not feeding Nene in the national park. So things of this nature, every day was different. And what we really saw at the end of summer was, after assessing like the Keiki and my pod and their connections to place and talking to their kumus, what we found is that the connection to the content for Hanonoyao was not as strong as other areas such as curriculum or Hilo. And when reviewing the daily schedule and the time allotted for each aspect of the day, really, I found that Hanonoyao at the time was not well positioned to forge a successful connection, because they're with us from 8 a.m. till 3:30. Okay, just trying to remember, 3:30. And it's towards the end of the day, they've had all this fun play all day where they're learning, they're connecting to place. And so art just really was kind of, okay, cool, I'm done for some of it, not all of it. And so I really wanted to see if there was a way to really bring that connection back to art, because even as Anya mentioned, it's a great way to communicate science and just really connect to the spaces you're in. And so after a lot of brainstorming and looking around and researching, I came across the project-based learning framework. The project-based learning framework, or PBL, is a series of tasks that include planning and design, problem solving, decision-making, creating artifacts, and my favorite, communicating results. And when we think about Hanonoyao or art, it's project-based by nature. It does a lot of these aforementioned skills naturally. And so it just seemed like a good fit. And through PBL, students get the chance to actively engage in personally meaningful projects that also have real-world relevance, which is very important for that power to see part of our framework that we incorporate and utilize at Imiloa. And so it's really conducted in a couple different steps. This is what our pilot project-based learning Hanonoyao looks like. They created dioramas of Mauna Kea in the fall of 2022. And with it, when they came in, the kumus provided entry information on the subject. The students then took on the project. We then worked collaboratively on ideas until the students, it was up to them to design, create, and prepare the project. And then they had the opportunity to present it if they so choose. But the biggest thing too is that they had an opportunity to reflect on the project as well and see their connections, but also their fellow student connections in their pod, and then everyone else throughout the entire camp. And another thing I wanted to see, other than increasing the voice and choice of these keiki and these projects, is I was curious if the time of day had a significant impact on their connection. And so I pitched to Anya, can we do 40 minutes every day? We're working on the same project. We do it first thing in the morning when their brain is nice and full and fresh. And she said, yeah, let's give it a go. Let's try it. And I'm stoked to share that it was so successful that it has now been adopted as a best practice for halal lomaku. It's awesome. And this specific project, I also encouraged for us to have a display for their parents over the weekend and the general public just to pop in and see if they had any connections to this as well. And from our guest service staff at the front, they came to me in the back office saying people were asking for it towards the end of the week, like, where is it? Where'd it go? I heard about it. I want to come and see it. And so with that, we ran with it and have now done a lot of different types of community-based projects, not only from the keiki and our classrooms, but from the individuals in our community as well. Imilo is not just about the keiki, it's all age ranges, all the way up to kapuna or the elders. And so this is my coworker, Michelle, who I missed. She actually just recently left Imiloa with one of our projects where this mural you see here, that's currently on display, every single square was colored by a different individual who came in and physically put it on this mosaic, which is this image is Hokulea, a va'a of significance in Hawaiian culture, sailing into her home on Oahu. So if you want to learn more about this piece, go check it out and wander through our halls and learn more about wayfinding in general. I also need to give a big shout out to my younger sister, Lily. This was another very important collaborative piece that we did during our birthday in February of this year, where every individual in the community could build their own coral after talking story with folks and learning about coral. And it's currently on display right now, at least through the fall. And my sister glued 500 corals that day. So we have a flourishing reef that you guys can go check out and learn more about their cultural significance that Michaela talked a lot about earlier and why they're so important here within our ecosystems. So all in all, man, that was a lot of information. I know those are two very different projects on opposite ends of the science communication spectrum, but they both just reminded me of why I came to grad school. I came to grad school with the question of how in the heck do we make science more accessible? I want to know. And what I found through both my projects is that by incorporating place-based methods, we create an awareness of local needs and provide a framework to respond. This can lead to improved social, economic, and physical well-being in the place in which the science communication is being done. Also, removing heavy jargon, like the word jargon itself is kind of a big unnecessary word. It just means removing big words that maybe seem like a foreign language to folks who don't have that training. By doing this, it can help foster personal responses to the sciences being conducted in these spaces, such as awareness, enjoyment, which is a big one, interest, opinion forming, and greater understanding. And all in all, what I found is that by creating meaningful connections, it allows connections between people, more than people, and place to be formed, and a responsibility to be had in these spaces. And really to connect is to care. So with that, hang on, crybaby, okay. With that, I just care about so many people in this program and in this community, and it's just been awesome. I wish I could say more, but I'm blubbering like a seal. Oh man, but mahalo to Lisa for connecting me to my two wonderful mentors. Seriously, I could not have done it without your help. To Anya and all the Imiloa staff, you're just incredible people. And wow, yeah, I can't say thank you anymore. I'm done. Thank you.
All right, so we do have time for questions. So can we hug first? Anybody would like to just shout out a question?
Ooh.
I'm gonna check the chat. Who's your advisor?
Oh, my advisor? Lisa Canale. She's my advisor. Yeah. She helped set up all of my relationships with Anya at Imiloa and Dr. Katie Abrams at Colorado State University. So yeah, Lisa's my advisor.
So I'll throw a question. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask how this experience kind of informed your decision to pursue a PhD.
Oh, good question. Yeah, so my decision to pursue a PhD, I actually get to work with Dr. Katie Abrams again. She was my PI on that first AFA project, Amazing from Afar, and she's going to be my advisor. And we just have a very good connection, and her interests overlap with mine. She's very invested in human interaction in spaces, in natural spaces. And so I get to just pursue more of that social marketing framework that I did fall in love with during this program and just learn more. Yeah, I'm a big lifelong learner and nerd, so I pick school over real world. So yeah.
Yeah, my question was along the same lines, like, what do you think that is going to look like in terms of your studying and bringing back in the wildlife?
Yeah, that's a great question. I definitely want wildlife to be at the core of what I'm doing, and specifically human interaction. And I think in any way if I could come back to Hawaii and do a project, I would love that. I'm not really sure what it's going to look like yet, but definitely human wildlife interaction will be the focus of my PhD, because I want to help mitigate that and remove that unnecessary pressure from anthropogenic impact based on our behavior. So.
You mentioned in your AFA study that it's pretty unsuccessful for NIA. If you were to repeat, what would be one thing that you would modify that you think might make it more successful?
Yeah, I think one of the things personally, and I can't speak to what Dr. Katie Abrams has to say on it, but I think personally where we had the signage in certain locations wasn't maybe the ideal choice, because it was at like Hilo TCBES, for example, there's the boat ramp right there, and to the left there are people who launch in kayaks. There are also people who launch in different areas that may have not seen the material, but also I think just being a person out in the water, it can be difficult to determine distance. But also something I didn't know in my presentation is that the setback rule for NIA changed right before the study. So it used to be 100 feet, and then it got changed by NOAA to 150 feet. And so we did see a lot of people in that 100-foot category. And so that was, 2 weeks before we started collecting data. So.
Zoomers, any questions on Zoom? Okay,
cool.
All right. Well, all right, well, that is the finish of our presentations. However, I think the graduate students are going to do a closing. Okay, so let me just bring that up. All right. So the graduate students are going to close out today with an Oli. Are we going to inside or outside?
What do you guys think? I'm impartial.
Stay. Stay.
Yeah.
All right.
Stand up.
And then a group photo.
Oh my God. Yeah. That was 15. Yeah, which way should we face? I'm not sure. How are they seeing us?
Well, now they're seeing you. Okay.
Also, that's where we're not. And I need to make sure I'm not getting too hard here. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna sing Ole Mahalo just one time.
Uhola ia kamakaloala, kuai ke aloha la, kukai ia kahaloala, hawehi mai na leua, mai ko oku ia kahalawaila. Mahalo e na pua, mahalo e na kupuna laea, mahalo e ke aloha la, mahalo me ke aloha la.